All right, thank you. Good morning, all. Today is Wednesday, December 16th, 2020, and welcome to today's meeting of the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. We'll be discussing the upcoming budget for 2021. Just by way of reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. We see the agenda before us. I'm looking for someone to adopt the agenda. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Adoption of the minutes from the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole from September 21st, 2020. The minutes are attached. Looking for somebody to adopt the minutes from that meeting. Councillor Duncan. Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. That brings us to item 4.1, introduction of the 2021 budget deliberations.
Good morning, Council, Reeve Deputy Reeve Directors, and supporting staff. I can say I have never been so glad to get budget documents completed as I am this year. We have had an ambitious year with implementing new budgeting software, changing the chart of accounts, all while dealing with trying to work in an atmosphere of uncertainty and what seems to be unending changes in the workplace. I want to say that I'm so grateful for the team that I've had the privilege of working with day in and day out. This group of people continually strive for better and better as we look for ways to keep our community safe, each other safe, all the while providing the level of service that I believe is among the best in the province. These people are so mindful that the community purse comes from people that have struggled for months, if not years, while recognizing that there are programs best served being delivered as community-driven. As staff have come together to try and find the best possible work plans while keeping the draw on resources as low as possible, we know the tough decisions are made at Council's table. We recognize the almost impossible position Council has been placed in that includes declining revenues and increasing costs, both of which have been mandated by provincial politicians. We look to you for direction as to the level of service and programming requirements for Clearwater County residents and ratepayers. I mentioned earlier that we've had a year of change, most notably the implementation of Questica as our new budgeting software. You will note from last council meeting that Questica drew Clearwater County's name out of a hat to donate to a charity of our choice, and council each put a name in the hat, and the Rocky Pregnancy Care Centre are delighted and very grateful for the donation. I've been in contact with the director there, and they are so grateful. She did forward me an email about the programs that they provide for the community, so I will forward that on to you so you know the kinds of programs that they put out into our community. The software implementation was hampered by COVID, as almost everything has been in 2020, and we didn't have use of the system as early as I would have liked. This led to training during a time that we would have used to pull budget numbers together, and like everything new, it had its bumps along the way. I'm pleased to say that this will be an excellent tool for Clearwater County to pull budgets together for years to come, and each year of its use will provide more and more efficiencies. Changes as far as presentation for today are that the first item on the agenda is the overall picture. In the past, we've saved that for last, once the directors have done their presentations, but then I feel like we don't start with the end in mind. And it will be more efficient to discuss this at the beginning so that we can keep this in mind when discussing program changes with each department as they present. We will touch on reserves during this discussion, and then throughout the 2 days as we see the impact on the reserves with any changes made to the programs and projects. When the chart of accounts was changed, we implemented a department, sub-department structure coming from the organizational chart, and then grouping each sub-department into programs. One of the other changes you're going to see is that we've totaled the cost for each program within the sub-departments. This should make it easier to focus on the cost of each program and discuss service levels with each department. As I emailed yesterday, I hope you brought documents from the notes you jotted down during the program workshop to trigger any changes that you wanted to discuss once we had numbers in finalized and in place. Some assumptions we made while pulling these documents and numbers together are that we are noting a 0% increase in salaries for a market adjustment for staff going into 2021. Step increases are included for anyone eligible for one. We have also decreased the percentage used to calculate benefits from 23 down to 22% average across the county. This module has the ability to actually auto-calculate the benefits based on the person and whether their benefits are used as a family or a single person, but we just didn't have time to implement that for this year. So going forward, benefits are just going to get more and more accurate in the program, but this year we just did, again, an overall percentage, and we felt that the actuals were coming in a bit lower than what budgets were, so we lowered it to 22%. That being said, hopefully next year we'll see a really more accurate benefits where programs that use more seasonal staff that don't have the level of benefits that permanent staff do, you should see a more accurate picture instead of just an overall percentage across the board. The assumption about service levels is that they remain the same as 2020 unless specifically changed during the program review workshop. Now for the numbers. Alana, can I get you to bring up that four-year financial plan, please? Thank you. 2020 is looking like it will bring a significant surplus, enough to cover the deficit anticipated for 2021 and partially fund the deficit for 2022. In 2022, you can see that although there is a significant expenditure in capital projects, there is less coming from reserves to fund these projects. You may want to consider where the reserves are sitting and if you can reallocate some of those resources to fund the unfunded projects. Again, just a reminder that 2022, 23, and 24 are there just for information and planning purposes. We do not need to balance those at the end of the deliberations this week. They're just for you to look forward in your planning to see what resources are required.
Just one moment.
Yep.
Sorry to interrupt. Councillor Lang.
Sorry, Rhonda, do we have that in our package? I don't see it.
No, I just sent it to Alana this morning. She can email it out for you.
I'd appreciate it,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
We would also like a hard copy. Thank you.
Yeah. These numbers are there for you to look forward in your planning to see what resources are required for the projects on the horizon. These numbers are by no means static and change as projects are moved from one year to another or estimates become more solidified. Budget deliberations are being live streamed and directors will be presenting for the most part in person. There will also be one delegation this afternoon. The Director of Recreation from the town is presenting via Zoom is my understanding, so.
All right.
Okay, so, and Murray, do you have anything you want to add before we get into the numbers?
Nothing specific, Rhonda, thanks. I would just ask all of the committee to keep in mind that we're trying to look at this at the highest level that we can. We're dealing with a significant number of dollars for the county to operate and achieve its capital objectives during the year. So what is going to be presented to you is starting at the top as Rhonda has presented this summary here. And we'll always try and keep that focus throughout the discussions. So just ask that everybody try and keep that in mind and keep that focus today. Thanks.
No. And I see that there was a change made that didn't, these numbers, just in the new format for budget 2020. So what's happened is 2020 was of course budgeted in the old chart of accounts, and we had to move those budget numbers into the new format, the new chart of accounts. And I see there's still one adjustment here that was made, that because that bottom number on the new format, budget 2020, should be 0. And it is, I just have to get the right document for you. It's just a little difference in the operating revenues and operating expenses. There's a little change there. All the other numbers remain static in the new format. So as we look at these numbers, I think we should just, for a minute, look at budget 2020 versus the new format. So you'll see that the revenues have increased and the expenses have increased in both scenarios. So what's happened there is we've pulled some of the revenues that were showing in the expenses in the old format, like as a net for the program. So instead of having those as a net for the program, all those revenues have moved up to revenues. So it appears that the revenues have increased and the expenses have increased. But I think it's just showing a better overall picture that these are the actual monies coming in versus monies going out. So even though the revenues haven't increased and the expenses haven't increased, it's just the way that the numbers are being presented. So, and like I said, all the other numbers are remaining static in this document. As we move into the draft budget for 2021, you can see an increase in revenues there, increase in expenses, and in operating expenses. Capital, this is definitely not the right document. Actually, we're going to come back to this once I have a look at it. As we move down into the, Alana, can I get you to bring up the operating summary by department? It's the next agenda item on the, so this document is a summary by department of the operations. So you'll see at the top of this document is all the revenues that will be showing in that revenue line going forward in operations. So first you'll see the public works revenues, which some of these you would have normally seen in netting against the expenses for each of those sub-departments previously. A good example is the dust control revenue in this undersurface roads is showing there in 20 and 21 is 81,000, and typically those revenues would have been netted against the expenses in the department and not shown up in the revenues section. So that would be an example of why the revenues are increasing and the expenses are increasing, because it looks like the dust control is costing more, whereas it's just not being, the revenues aren't being netted against that number. Another change, of course, is the solid waste. Before, we would have just shown a net expense, our contribution to regional waste, whereas as we come to an agreement over the regional programs and figure out which programs Clearwater County is going to be having in their umbrella, those revenues are being shown as actual revenues. And then the expense, of course, is going to be quite a bit higher, because before it would just be a number, we would contribute around $2 million to regional waste. Now you're seeing the revenues up in the revenue line and the expenses down in the expenses line. That one is the biggest change for the revenues and expenses. As we move down the columns, you can see the 2020 budget is an adjusted number. So it's the number, like, again, surface roads is a good example. Dust control, we wouldn't have shown those in revenues in 2020 budget preparation. But for comparability purposes, I've put what the number would have been in 2020 up into revenues so that you can see the comparable and what the program looks like against 2020's budget. So is there any questions about this document or?
Oh, Mr. Hagan.
Just a point of clarification, Rhonda.
Yep.
When we speak of the 2020 budget, we are speaking to the budget that was approved by council initially and then adjusted throughout the year through council resolutions and be the most current figures that we have, correct?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe it is the one with the adjustments in it, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Right, Councillor Lang.
Rhonda, I see
Yes.
planning the revenue, it's increased quite a bit over 2020. Is that from the lot sales in Nordic?
Yeah, so as we go through the departmental presentations, that is one of the changes we've made is that in 2019, we had quite a large increase in lot sales. We weren't sure if that was going to be an anomaly or if that was going to be what the new trend was moving forward. We budgeted conservatively in 2020, and we have seen significant lot sales again in 2020. So we've thought it prudent to budget for those lot sales. Again, those lot sales, all the revenues that go from those lot sales are a transfer to the Nordeg reserve, so don't affect your bottom line. So that you will see an offsetting transfer to reserve for the amount that we budgeted in our forecasting documents. So if we decrease the amount of revenue that we say we're going to collect for lot sales in Nordeg, what would happen is we would just decrease the amount that we say we're going to transfer to that reserve, and the net effect on the bottom line is zero.
All right, are there any other questions or comments on the revenues?
Like I said, this is just me giving a brief overview. Each of the departments is going to come up here and speak to their departments, so. So again, just I'm going to focus just on the solid waste expenses there. You can see on page 3, is it? Yeah. Halfway down the public works sub-departments is solid waste. It's 3050 there. And you can see in 2020, our expense was shown as $1,975,000. And in 2021, it showed as $4,402,000. So, but you see the offsetting revenue up in the revenues, even though there is a bit of a increase in that net number because we're unsure, and Kurt will speak to this more when he does his presentation. We're unsure what the programs are gonna look like and in that department, but because it's our first year doing it in this format, even though the increase looks huge here, it is just the recognizing of the revenue up in revenues and the expenses down in expenses. So again, I think that's all I wanted to cover. Oh, maybe the very last line, the amortization increased in 2019 over 2018. So there's a slight increase in the estimated amortization for 2020 from 19.5 million to 20,200,000. So what we do there on that 4-year financial plan, which I will get to you shortly, the expenses will appear higher, but there's also down at the bottom of that document where we add back in the amortization, that is also increased. So it is a net zero effect on the bottom line. If there are no other questions, we can, I think,
Carry on.
move through the departmental presentations. And we will start with council. I think Murray's going to present for this one.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you. Rhonda, just to touch on agenda item number 6, are we going to come back to the review of the existing reserves?
Yes, I wanted to look at that surplus document first, please.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay. So Alana, if you can bring up the council operating summary, please. Thank you. Can get bigger, thanks. So perhaps I'll use the council section as an introduction to the new format under Questica. So what we've been able to do is really clearly structure the departments themselves. We're treating council as a department. And then the programs that are underneath each of those departments. So you'll see we have the first program being council administration. And I should say, I'm using the terminology incorrectly, so let me clarify. Within each department, I should say each of these is a sub-department, and within those sub-departments, you may see specific programs. And you'll see that in more detail, particularly when we get to public works and so forth. For council, we haven't got any particular programs here, but I have made use of the sub-department capacity in order to define each of the divisions and the estimated costs attributable to each division, as well as the overall administrative costs. So costs of members of the public that volunteer for committees and so forth, general catering costs for meetings and that sort of thing would be under the general sub-department. So in the left column, what you're seeing there is the 2020 budget as Rhonda described it. And then the 2021 budget column was based on a review of the past few years' actuals. So COVID has definitely skewed our numbers for 2020 and is part of the explanation for the surplus that we're anticipating for 2020. So we can't simply just look at what we spent in 2020 and project off of that, keeping an optimistic viewpoint that we're going to get back to some state of normalcy in 2021. So I took it back a couple of years beyond that and tried to look at the normal trends. And based on that, I'm comfortable with a 2021 budget of $631,830 for all of the council operations itself. I believe this should give us enough of cushion to carry out council's mandate and provide for meetings and travel and so forth.
Do we have any questions with regard to council operating? I guess just for me, for clarification, just to ensure for anybody who's tuning in and watching, this is not indicative of just a salary for councillors. This includes mileage and expenses as I understand it. Could you clarify that?
Yes, certainly. So this will include mileage and subsistence, contracted services. So where council has brought in facilitators or attended courses, that sort of thing, where there's been an instructor present, that would be under contracted services. Legal costs over the year to review contracts and so forth. Advertising, so putting notices into the paper. General materials and supply costs, and cost of telephones, cellular phones for each of the councillors as well.
Thank
So-
you for the clarification.
You're welcome, and again, our presentation here is to try and reflect that bigger picture, but clearly having an understanding of what makes that up is inherent as well.
Well, I don't see any other questions or comments. Carry on.
Okay. So move on to 7.2 with the chair's permission. And that would be the Office of the CAO. And again, here, we're treating each of these areas as a sub-department under the CAO's office. So because Human Resources, Health and Safety report directly to the CAO, they show up within this department overall. Now, we've also taken advantage of the functionality of the Questico program and as well looking ahead to the replacement of our ERP program or our financial system in the future, and having greater flexibility to more transparently report and plan for costs. The CAO office and corporate services were very much kind of blended together in the past. So we wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to start splitting these things out so that we could start seeing them separately. So not a whole lot of change for CAO administration. Again, looking back at actual expenses over the past few years and trending those, and we're able to bring that budget down a little bit for 2021. Human Resources, similarly, we're not planning to do a salary review in 2021. So that drops contracted services down a little bit under that area. And Health and Safety is fairly consistent going forward as well. So you will see some movement of these costs from 2020 to 2021 between the CAO office, between and within corporate services as well. When I get to corporate services, I'll explain that a lot of the costs were lumped within an administrative category. We're trying to actually break them out between the departments a little bit more. So legal fees that we incur to try and collect outstanding taxes are actually going to start showing up under finance. That's the area of responsibility. So I think it'll be a more accurate depiction of where the costs belong.
Okay. Do we have any questions with regard to Office of the CAO operating budget? Seeing none, we'll be moving on, I guess, to 7.3. Just to be clear, we're still working on the summary by department. We're not doing any deep dives yet.
I'm working on the summary by department and the four-year financial plan, but this would be the time when you want to ask any questions related to any of the departments or sub-departments or programs within those sub-departments.
Oh, we won't get a chance through the departmental operating budget overviews?
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now, so Public Works is going to present theirs.
We're a little bit in a different spot, I think, because I'm following along in the summary sheets.
Oh, no, there's, like, if you go further into your agenda package, there's department overviews, right?
Okay, yes.
So Murray just went through the council one and the corporate services one.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. And now we're moving into public works. Yeah, page 19.
Thank you for the clarification. All right. Carry on. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Reeve Laird, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, Council. On December 19th, 2019, then Reeve Hoven, now Councillor Hoven, communicated to the residents and businesses of Clearwater County that, and I quote, "Good governance starts with a balanced budget, and administration works hard to ensure Clearwater County's vision and plan can work with the budget." Keeping in mind Councillor Hoven's words, and also to the fact that as we look ahead to 2021, Clearwater County, along with the residents and businesses, are faced with numerous challenges, namely increased financial strain due to the recessed economy, COVID-19, decline in the oil and gas industry, and continued provincial government downloading. As such, Public Works Operations and Infrastructure feel we play a key role in making adjustments to our spending just as households and businesses have had to. Hence, the Public Works team are and have been constantly looking at operations, pivoting and making changes and adjustments while still maintaining the core services that enhance Clearwater County residents' quality of life and continuing to support the communities of Nordig, Leslieville, Condor, Withrow, and Alhambra. Consequently, once again, Public Works for the years 2021 to 2024 conducted an in-depth historical evaluation of our expenditures and, in turn, assessed each of our 42 programs to find more efficiencies without negatively impacting the level of service that is currently expected by both Council and the residents of Clearwater County. Thus, what is before you is a budget that, for all intents and purposes, mimics the 2020 budget, which in of itself is sustainable and maintains current service levels and abides by the Municipal Government Act, in particular Part 13, Section 532, 1 and 2, whereby every road or other public place that is subject to the direction, control, and management of the municipality, including all public works in, on, or above the roads of public place, put there by the municipality or by any other person with the permission of the municipality, must be kept in reasonable state of repair by the municipality, having regard to A, the character of the road, public place, or public work, and B, the area of the municipality in which it is located, and 2, the municipality is liable for damage caused by the municipality failing to perform its duty under subsection 1. For the most part, 13 of the 42 programs either remained the same or decreased in expenditures. The remaining programs saw slight increases, which were typically due to anticipated increases in the cost of materials, fuel, parts, and/or contractor rates. Also, the team reviewed and consequently adjusted the salary distribution percentage and number of Clearwater County personnel assigned to each program. In this way, it presented a more accurate reflection of the program itself. So, once all was said and done, the total 2021 expenses for Public Works, Operations, and Infrastructure is $19,504,329. Now, before we get ahead of ourselves and compare that number to the 2020 budget of $16,797,103, I would like to bring to the attention of Council the following. Number one, The $19,504,329 accounts for the fact that for 2021 and beyond, Clearwater County will oversee and operate 100% of the landfill and rural transfer stations and also cost share in recyclables with the Town of Rocky Mountain House Transfer Station. In 2020, we were a part of the Rocky Mountain Regional Solid Waste Authority, which resulted in a cost share with the town and village of Caroline in the operations of solid waste. As a result, our solid waste net expenditure for 2020 was calculated to be $1,975,950. For 2021, accounting for anticipated revenues from recyclables and from the landfill, which will be operated at full cost recovery, our net expenditure is $2,931,150. This is, in essence, a 48.3% increase over the previous year. However, having said that, this number allows Clearwater County, as our CAO, Mr. Amendt, so appropriately put it, time to establish a new norm and allows the cost of solid waste to settle out. Gives it a year to settle out. As such, I can, with confidence, say that it is our intent as an operational team in Public Works for 2022 to bring the cost to operate solid waste down to less than what our portion of the cost was for 2020. 2, keeping the aforementioned in mind, and for a moment, remove the increased costs associated with solid waste, the 2021 budget will have increased by only 1.67% over the 2020 budget. Contributing to this 1.67% is due to administration wanting to implement stabilization measures to offset infrastructure damage due to overland flooding and high water events, and needing to, as per Council's direction, assess and evaluate our hydrant water needs and maintenance requirements for the future. In addition to the 1.67% increase, number 3, our operating expenditures for both 2021 and 2022 include our contribution to the Town of Rocky Mountain House lagoon upgrades, which total $160,200 in 2021 and $1,356,800 for 2022. These upgrades is our portion to offset that portion of approximately $3 million that was not and has not been funded by grants. This concludes our preamble in regards to Public Works operations and infrastructure, and I thank Council for your time and patience, and we are now open to any questions you may have.
Mr. Magnus, could you just repeat what that number was, for the lagoon upgrade for Rocky Mountain House? It was $160,200 plus there was another.
Yes, so in 2021, we have put in $160,200,
Okay.
and then for 2022, $1,356,800.
And that's for 2022.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
welcome.
Councillor Lang?
Kurt, where is the lagoon upgrade on our,
That would be found if you go to, it's designated under utilities, just we'll move down a little bit there, Alana. And right there on 3020, I believe it is, utilities, gravel and maintenance, I believe it's designated as. And you go about 3/4 of the way down.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
where?
Right where the mouse is.
Oh, okay, I have another question.
Yes.
What percentage is that of their total upgrade? Or the portion that we're paying, what percentage is that of the total upgrade cost?
Okay, so They anticipate a cost, according to their engineering study, of approximately 27 million for the upgrades. And if my memory serves me correctly, they received close to 21 million in grants. So there was about 6 million remaining that will need to be offset, and that'll be paid for by both the town and ourselves. So that 1 million, that number that I gave to you, that 1,356,800 for 2022 and 160,200 for 2021 would cover off that additional 6 million. So I don't have a
That's all right,
calculator.
I
with
can
me,
do
I'm
the
sorry.
math.
About 20%.
Yeah, that's what I was, yeah,
What the municipal portion will be on that project.
thank you.
Councillor Hoven.
A question about dust control. 3030 surfaced roads, we see the revenue is going to be $81,000. But the actual cost of the program is going to be $1,095,000. So is that $1,095,000 completely subsidizing the 100 or 150 meter stretch of dust proofing on people's roads, or is a lot of that for other areas within the county that is not directly subsidizing a resident? Did that make sense, Mr. Mangus?
Yeah, if you just give me 1 minute, I'm just gonna pull up that particular section with my notes associated with it.
My question comes from, I thought when we subsidize, it's at about 30%, not at 10%.
Hang on. So a good portion of what we're seeing there in that program is the number of SB 90 dust suppressions that are to be deleted. As per the agenda item we presented to you, the way we do this is any SB 90 dust suppression programs are subsidized 50%. And then any of the calcium is 2/3, 1/3. So we subsidize 2/3 of it and the other third. So those numbers would reflect our portion to that program. So accounts for the 2/3 that we pay for on the calcium and 50% to the SB 90.
Okay, thank you.
And there's other projects that you do in that, not just residents, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, high maintenance areas, so that, yes, thank you for that reminder, yes, so that includes any high maintenance areas that we would apply the calcium to.
Does that include the dust control at the River Road and out in Nordegg?
For maintenance wise?
I'm just wondering, because I know last year we agreed to work with dust proofing down on the River Road.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if that was a recurring expense and if that's included in this 1 million amount. And I know there's also, we did dust proofing out in Nordegg last year, and is that a recurring amount that's shown in that $1 million?
So those two programs were implemented in 2020, so we laid that down and the town paid 50% of that portion. And then, excuse me again, it was for Nordegg, you were saying, Councilor
Did we
Hovan? What
not
was the other
do
one?
dust proofing on a road out in Nordegg this year? The North Road?
Portion from Highway 11 north into the subdivision. I think it was 70,000
I
or
think we
something.
did.
That was the previous year. That was
That was in
that was
2019?
even in 2019. Yeah, that was done in 2019. The rodeo grounds one was done this year. And now any costs associated with those would be warranty. We would then now that is included in there in regards to upkeep for the next 3 years. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Councillor Swanson.
This might be a Rhonda Murray question, but Public Works is affected. Have we, with the recent announcement of increased carbon taxes going forward, is that included like in the 2022, 2023, knowing that we're gonna get an increase of $15 a ton? Is that, I know it's a last minute change, but it will reflect on fuel purchase, et cetera, going down the road. So just wondering if we had calculated that or not.
I guess I'm not even gonna try to speak with that on for a second here. In regards to our utilities, we're in great shape in regards to natural gas and electricity as we are tendered and locked in contracts with the RMA. Like I believe we're protected up to around 2025 right now with our utility costs. In regards to carbon tax on diesel fuel and gasoline, I have not taken that into account or added that expenditure to there. It'll be something that we're looking through in the course of this year to see what that would equate to for a dollar amount for our fleet.
Right, any other, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Magnus. I want to come back to the solid waste discussion and the bump in 2021. I think you mentioned it covers some sort of one-time items that will settle out over a bit of time. But what I also observe, and I know we don't really put a lot of focus on it, but I see the overall expenses continuing to escalate. So they're 19.5 in 2021, but they're almost 20.5 in 2022. So I was kind of expecting that maybe they'd come back down, given your comments about kind of a one-time bump there to handle this solid waste. And yeah.
So we anticipate, and that will be adjusted once we see what the year brings us for 2021. I see those numbers coming down for 2022, 2023, and 2024. I have somewhat of an idea. I crunched the numbers yesterday in terms of what we could potentially expect for 2022, 23, and 24. And so having said that, I know this is a fluid document and in regards to beyond 2021. So for now, I left them to represent 2021, but I foresee us adjusting those to more accurately reflect what we saw in 2021 moving onwards. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions. Oh, sorry, Councillor Duncan.
And sorry, I'm not sure if we're addressing both Eric and Kurt at this time, but plowing and sanding, we show a fair uptick there in 2021, and I don't know did we add another plow truck to the fleet or something there?
No. What's that? And if you just give me a minute there too, I'll just go back to that particular plowing and sanding. So what we're looking at there so what we're seeing there is if you bear with me, the increase is for an allowance in the cost of sand. That's where you're seeing most of that. So that has gone up. And also the costs associated with just fuel and the carbon tax associated with trucking that material, the salt from Saskatchewan, that has also contributed to the increase.
Okay. And thank you. And I sort of a similar question for the contracted grader pool too. It shows a $250,000 increase there as well.
And that's associated with, we saw now, we had a number of beats that came up for renewal. And what we saw, there was an increase, again, if my memory serves me correctly here, approximately a $2 per hour increase over previous years.
On the
Yeah,
bids.
we're seeing a slight increase in what our bids are coming in at.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Mr. Magnus, for your very succinct and overarching summary that I think gives us a lot of understanding of the changes from 2020 to 2021. But I'm just wondering, considering that we weren't able to get these numbers into the committee's hands earlier to give all of council a better chance to really digest this, I'm just wondering if the council would like Public Works to touch on the sub-departments and just show where some of these numbers are showing up that you touched on in your overview at all. Would that be helpful?
Very helpful.
Okay, sure.
If you wouldn't mind.
Yep. Pardon? Would you like us to touch on the revenue or to go right
Yes,
into? Okay,
please.
yeah, we can start on that. Sure. Okay, so as you all know, the airport, we are 50% owners there. So that reflects any revenue associated with that. Usually is the fuel surcharge, lease rates or leaseholders, and the payment of the leases. That's typically where that revenue comes in, I believe. And Rhonda, please jump in to assist with that. Public Works shop, that's what we charge out, and the maintenance of, in this case, are the fire equipment. Okay, so that's what we charge out to the town and such. The revenue associated with that, and to a certain degree, waste until such time that the agreements have been signed off. So that's the hourly rate we charge. Utilities, gravel maintenance, the signs, again, is the sale of any of our residential signs or blue signs. Water is strictly associated with Nordig. That's our monthly rate that we charge to our Nordig residents, along with the, we now have that portable water station there, okay, that people can sign up for and establish an account, and then they get charged accordingly there. So that's the revenue associated with that. And then the 3 wastewater, Condor, Leslieville, Nordig, are associated with the monthly fees associated with the wastewater systems associated with each of those hamlets. Dust control, again, what we're seeing there is just any revenue generated for any new dust suppression contracts, whether that be SB 90 or the calcium. Solid waste, the landfill, that is now accounting for the fact that we'll have 100% ownership of that landfill. Any and all revenue is shown there, okay, in the form of tipping fees. And again, it's just a reminder to council that our intent is to move forward to a full cost recovery as per council's direction for the landfill.
Just one moment, I've got 2 questions.
Sure.
I've got Councillor Lang and then Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Me first?
Yes.
Okay. Kurt, so this dollar amount shown in 2021, is that reflecting the increased tipping fees?
That is correct, yes. Yeah, at full cost recovery, yeah.
Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
My question was essentially the same. So when would those increased tipping fees take hold?
Good question. So our intent, Reed and my intent is once these agreements are signed off, our first priority is to come before council and provide you with a schedule of fees, which of course will need to be reviewed by council and approved by council. So as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Essentially, the first council meeting after agreements have been signed off, our intent is to come before all of you and present you with the scheduled fees.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Then a little bit of revenue that's usually associated with any transfer stations, if we see any recyclables out there, and same with regional waste admin, odds and ends that come in. Collections, the 22,000 reflects the additional 1 month that we still plan on being collecting the commercial side of things. All right, that our intent is that will cease to operate at the end of January. So we've given notice to, we'll be sending out notice to our commercial clients that we know will no longer be in the collection business. So that 22,000 reflects any revenue generated in that 1 month. And recycling is, again, an estimation as to what we figure we might receive in terms of any type of recycling. And that will be our share of the revenue when we bring that recycling to the Rocky Transfer Station. And that may be optimistic. We'll see where recycling is next year.
Councillor Lang?
I think I just answered my own question. I was looking for expense under recycling. Just remembering back to the last Waste Authority meeting that we had, which was quite some time ago. But the recyclables were getting to be very costly. And it seemed like every meeting they were costing more and more. And the only thing that we were generating a revenue, if I remember correctly, was cardboard. Is that still the case?
Yes, that is still correct. Yeah, yeah, we're essentially paying to get rid of the rest of the recyclables.
Has
it's
the
not
price, like the last meeting was, I don't know, 9 months ago or something like that. Has it been steadily climbing since then? The cost to get rid of recyclables?
You know, I'm not entirely sure on that, but I have our team currently watching here, so they should be able to provide me with an answer on that.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang, when I look at the revenue versus the expenses, I believe the revenue is sitting at, for recycling, at 15,000, while the expenses is 147,000, and that demonstrates the difference in my mind. Councillor Hoven?
Where is the leachate disposal in the solid waste budget?
That would be under landfill expenditures.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll turn the next couple over to Eric, 3200 and 3210.
Yes, good morning, committee members. My operations portion is much smaller than Kurt's. I expect our conversations tomorrow to be much more thorough. So the two revenue items that I have is the Public Works Infrastructure Admin, which is the general account for all of Public Works staff, the directors, admin staff, etc. That revenue is associated with road permitting and industry access fees. We didn't hit our revenue mark in 2020 due to a decrease in industrial activity. So we've adjusted the budget accordingly, but we are projecting an optimistic increase over the next few years to maybe get us back up to where we used to be. The next item for revenue would be the facilities general. That's associated with all of our agricultural and industry leases, residential rentals, Nordic Ambulance, Rocky Medical Clinic. A slight reduction there is just due to reduction in revenue associated with Nordic Property Management, the removal of the old staff houses. So it reflects a small revenue, but certainly it's decreased our expenses as well.
Any questions for Mr. Hanson? We're saving it for tomorrow when you bring in all the capital projects.
Absolutely.
Any other questions for Public Works? Okay,
Just to further clarify, Councillor Hoven, you asked about the dust suppression, and this further clarification in regards to your question, earlier question. Anytime we do any relays or deleting of any dust suppression or any of the high maintenance areas are not subsidized. Okay, moving on to each of the programs. So again, I'll start off with 3,000 Public Works Operations Administration. So we have 4 programs there, road maintenance, erosion, flood control, and the airport. What you're seeing there in the road maintenance, in essence, and I'll try to just give it high level here in regards to what we're seeing there in 2021 in comparison to 2022, is the an adjustment to salary distribution percentage again, and the number of personnel assigned to this program, okay, therefore presenting a more accurate reflection of the program itself. The erosion is, this includes additional mitigation, bank stabilization measures to put in place to offset infrastructure damage due to overland flooding and high water events. There's a few roads that are of particular interest to us, so we want to stay ahead of the game and be proactive and do the necessary work before it damages any of our infrastructure. Flood control. Again, this takes care of any issues that we may have due to overland flooding or flooding associated with high water events. And finally, the airport. That is, again, Clearwater County's 50% portion to meet the operational requirement of the airport, with the town of Rocky Mountain House being the managing partner. So that's what we're anticipating seeing in regards to operational expenses associated with the airport. Okay, moving on. Shop and fleet. Again, as you can see, there's 4 programs there. The Public Works Shop, what you're seeing there is a slight or an increase. And the reason for that is we now have a full complement of heavy equipment technicians, i.e. 4. The budget 2020 only accounted for a portion of the year with all 4 heavy equipment technicians present or hired. So we were finally able to, here in the last month, bring on what we feel is a very talented individual that can now contribute to maintaining our fleet and equipment. The Public Works equipment pool and construction equipment operation vehicles there, that is oversees our pickup trucks, 1-tons and such, along with our construction equipment. That's your packers, loaders, skid steers, graders, etc. And then general equipment are your trailers, generators, lawnmowers, man lifts, etc., message boards. And what we're seeing there, and the increases is the rise in the cost of parts, supplies, potentially fuel, lubricants, oil, etc. Okay, moving on to utilities, gravel, and maintenance. This is one of our larger ones as well. This one has 14 programs. So beaver control, we have 4 contractors that we utilize to oversee control of the beaver population, which, if not done, can cause tremendous amount of havoc on our infrastructure. Difficult to tell how many beavers we catch per year. This year was 84 beavers. So we've seen as low as 30 and up to a high of 120, 130 beavers. So that accounts for that. Bridge repairs. What you're seeing there is in essence, decrease because what we did there was just a redistribution of our personnel salary percentage allocation. So just to give a little bit of background on that, I had my team sit down with Rhonda and we looked at every individual within Public Works Operations and reevaluated how much of their salary, a percentage of their salary is associated to each of the programs as we break it out. So we essentially cleaned it up per se to better reflect where those allocation of those salaries should go in a percentage per program. Okay, so you'll see some of that. Some of it comes down, some have gone up slightly, and this is one that reflects that. Where yeah. And then along with that, excuse me, as mentioned earlier by Rhonda, it dropped the percentage, please correct me if I'm wrong here, Rhonda went from 23 to 21%, right? 22%. So that's reflected in that as well, in a lot of these. Okay, culverts. What we're seeing here is just anticipate the cost of culverts to increase. Okay, just the culverts themselves. Signs, that one, you see quite a dramatic drop there, and that again simply reflected the adjustment to the salary distribution percentage again. Okay, better reflected the individuals in there and how much of their salary was associated with that particular program.
Mr. Magnus?
Yes.
Would this also include the new highway signs for Clearwater County?
Yes, yeah. So what we're going to do with that is we're going to bring back a policy that we have a number of sign policies, and what we're going to do is clean that up. And our intent is to bring back one policy and have council rescind the old policies because council's direction was that we bring forward a policy and philosophy on when and where we want to put these signs up, right? So we'll bring that back in 2021. And at that point, once that policy has been approved, council can provide us through that policy direction on where we want to put these signs, and then we'll put them up, yes. So
Right.
that does account for that,
Right,
if it
thank
should happen in 2021. Okay, approaches. Again, here just deals with adjustment to personnel salary again, percentage. Okay, so that's where you see that increase. A lot of that has to do with that here. Just as a note to the signs again, Councillor Laird, is the welcome to Clearwater County signs. That is not go under this, just for clarification purposes. Okay, that is in I believe that's in your department, Murray? Communications, correct, yes.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, you're welcome. I have a team in the background that's giving me updates on that. They are a fantastic group, so, and she just Kate made me aware of that to clarify that to all of you. So
Thank you.
Thank you to Kate as well. Okay, go on, ditching. Again, that one is, again, reflects back to salary percentage distribution. Again. Streetlights, that of course is all your streetlights in Alhambra, Condor, Lesaville, Withrow, and Nordegg. So what we're seeing there is an increase in the cost of electricity and the number of streetlights, particularly in Nordegg. As you all know, we put 11 up on Street, plus an additional 4 in the mobile home park. And there will be 3 more on the highway and the entrance into Nordegg. So that slight increase is just due to electricity, an increase in electricity due to those streetlights.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
I was just anticipating you to move directly to the gravel pit exploration, which is the next line.
Yep, that's right.
My question, that's where my question is. Did we spend this 180,000 in 2020 on gravel pit exploration?
It was very close for 2020, yes, very close. I'm not sure the exact number, but we usually have no trouble spending it, that's for sure. Next year is where our intent is to bring 2 pits online, and that would be our new Cooper pit and Horberg. And we anticipate using that entire 180,000 just to bring those 2 pits online.
Maybe I'm not understanding or forgetting what exploration is, but you know, we've been talking about you mentioned the Cooper pit. We've known about that for a long time. So what's the exploration component of this? Is that not development? What's your definition of exploration relative to the Cooper pit?
Sure. So it's everything, all the regulatory approvals, documentation, et cetera, that's needed right to the point where we begin excavating. So anything associated, getting to the point where we can put a shovel into the ground. After that point, but yeah, it's cost associated with that.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if it's the paperwork, that's a small thing, probably generally handled, I would think by administration, but is there actually any core hole drilling associated with this or not?
Yes, that's associated. It includes any of our development permits. So regulatory permits, development permits, open houses, all those costs associated with that to get to the point where we can finally put a shovel in the ground. All those costs are included in exploration. Rhonda?
Ms. Shuran?
Yeah, just maybe just a little more. So as far as accounting goes, we have to keep separate when we're sure we're gonna excavate gravel and when we're not sure. So when we're sure that those costs get put into inventory and get added to the cost of the product that's then put on the road. But anything that we're not sure, so testing or like Kurt said, any paperwork or open houses that cost us money, that we're not sure that we're gonna pull gravel out yet. Once we make the decision, yes, there's gravel there, and yes, we're gonna excavate, then those costs get put into the cost of the product that goes on the road. But once just those costs are testing and trying to discover where the gravel is, that's exploration.
That also includes any consultation. So what we've done in the past that has been very successful is one-on-one with the ratepayers, surrounding ratepayers. So as Rhonda pointed out, anything up to the point where we can finally put a shovel in the ground, all goes into exploration.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next one was water. Again, what you're seeing there is just associated with Nordig, because that has the only water facility there. And so that's a cost associated with operating the equipment associated with providing clean drinking water to the hamlet of Nordig. The dry hydrants was, as per council's direction, when we came before you at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting on September 21st, I believe it was, you provided us direction in regards to assessing and evaluating our hydrant water needs and potential maintenance requirements in the future. And this 70,000 reflects that. So that's helping us, bringing in a consultant to help us with that and moving forward with council's mandate on that. again, wastewater town of Rocky Mountain House, as I indicated earlier in my initial preamble, you'll see that's reflected there in 2021 and 2022 to account for the upgrades to the town lagoon with regards to bringing in a mechanical system. The remaining three wastewater
just
condor.
one moment,
Sorry,
Councillor
my apologies.
I'm just looking for confirmation, so back a couple items on the water. So we are paying, it costs us, is it budgeted $97,000 to supply water to the residents of Nordegg, and we only received $36,000 back in revenue on that. I'm reading that correctly?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're currently not at cost recovery. We're not charging a monthly fee such that we have cost recovery. That hamlet was built to accommodate 2,500 people. And if we were to go to full cost recovery, we're looking at a little over $300 a month per resident.
So if we get up to 2,500 residents, then we would be at full cost recovery on that system?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
So again, excuse me, last remaining three, Condor, Lesaville, and Nordegg. Again, those reflect the operating costs associated with providing the wastewater system in each of those hamlets. Okay, I'll move on to surface roads. So again, touched briefly on dust control as per Councillor Hoven's questions there. And we anticipate looking at approximately, let me just touch base here, I have a note on that. Just bear with me again. In this budget, it includes our wanting to accommodate a larger number of SB90s, again, that need to be deleted for that. Okay. The chip seal, you'll see a dramatic drop there. And the reason for that is the areas of concern in 2020 we were able to address via crack sealing, and we anticipate being able to do the same again this year. So the little bit there that we've put in, the budget allows for, if needed, at the very least 1 kilometer of traction coat if we feel that's needed in the municipality. So crack fill. Yes.
I just want to clarify a little bit for the programs for undersurface roads there, where it says crack fill, and then down below paving and patching and spray patching, they were all together in one budget called surface road repairs in 2020. So that's why there's no budget for paving and patching or spray patching.
Thank you, Rhonda, for providing that clarification to council. So, crack fill, again, what we're looking at here is completion of crack fill, crack sealing on Wall Street Road and Stewart Street. So that's where the majority of the work will occur there, or a good portion of the work, along with any the rest of our surface roads as needed. Fencing. That is just, again, anything dealing with fence repairs due to damage caused by extraneous or unforeseen events, snow fencing, rental of a post pounder, and so on. So what we currently anticipate is the rental of a post pounder and a limited new snow fencing required. Line painting. What we're looking at here is we're anticipating that all 3 lines will be painted. What we're seeing here is that typically in the past, how we went about line painting was such that we saw we could do it on a rotation basis, that we didn't need to see every line being painted. But as I'm sure council saw this past year, for one reason or another, and we believe it's associated strictly with the type of weather we had over the last year, we potentially lost all our paint and all our lines for all of our surface roads, short of the paving that was recently completed, asphalt, the paving on Timey Road, it being new paint. So again, has to abide by the MGA and making sure we keep our roads safe. What we've done is we've budgeted to paint all 3 lines of potentially every surface roads we have. And of course, we'll assess it throughout the year, but that's what we're planning for now, moving forward.
Councillor Lang.
Kurt, I'm just wondering, is there different quality of a paint out there? And I know we were questioning the quality of the oil that was applied to our aggregate. I'm just wondering if there's different qualities of paint and some would last longer than others.
Yes, there is. Now, my team will correct me here if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna go on memory, is we're looking at approximately $11 per meter, I believe it is, to lay of more high quality stuff of paint. However, with that, we found that typically this peels right off when you put a plow truck on it, okay? And the other thing too is one of the things you can do is you can implement grooves into the asphalt itself too and lay this down. But when you do that, you're compromising the integrity of the asphalt as well, right? So once we've done our cost analysis, we determined that the water-based paint that we currently have, unfortunately, is still the best product to use, even if we have to put it down every year, because I think it's under $1 a meter for the water-based compared to $11 a meter for the higher grade stuff. So again, once we did the cost analysis on that, we're still ahead and saving money by just going with the water-based paint and painting them every year. The next one is, what do we got here? Paving and patching. So what we're looking at there in 2021 is looking at some repair work on Caroline South and some of the bridge approaches, so asphalt patching that needs to be done on a number of our bridges, so as we approach the bridges. So we're looking at work there. And then of course, any pothole repairs and so on throughout the municipality in dealing with any of our other surface roads. Plowing and sanding. And again, I had indicated to you that we're accounting for an increase in the cost of sand, and along with the cost of supplying us with the salt from Saskatchewan. This the additional fuel cost and carbon tax associated with that. And finally, spray patching. is we're looking at increased spray patching operations to mitigate any increasing surface deficiencies.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Just to clarify, Mr. Magnus, Rhonda had commented on crack fill, paving patching, and spray patching all being combined in one budget. If we look at the 2021 draft budget numbers for all three of those, I see an increase overall. Are we increasing the level of service there going forward? Or should we expect a drop in the crack fill line?
It's going to maintain the level of service, keeping in mind that we have additional asphalt services occurring. So we have the additional Timey and then Spate Road. Even though we don't anticipate any work should be done on those, so it's hopefully will be covered by warranty. But from what I can gather from my team is it is to maintain while anticipating the potential for additional work. For example, the crack filling, we were unable to accomplish the entire program this year. Part of that reason was the demands put on our crew for dust suppression. So anytime there was a call from a ratepayer where they had concerns regard to the dust suppression and so on, we had to pull the crew off of our crack filling and deal with that. So that took away time. So we were unable to meet the requirements associated with completing that program in 2020. So our intent for 2021 is to complete that program in its entirety, and that's where you see an increase in cost, is to complete that entire program in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sharan?
Yes, I also believe that some of the road maintenance salaries that you've seen that came out of the administration line also went into there, so there's a slight increase for that transition.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to
Don't
gravel
say any more
roads.
questions. Perfect.
And thank you for your patience, bearing with me.
No, it's great getting walked through so we clearly understand.
First one is our county grader pool. So that incorporates our two grader operators as well as our grader supervisor. What you're seeing here is again adjustment in the salary distribution percentage of personnel assigned to this program, therefore presenting a more accurate reflection of the program itself. As indicated earlier, in response to Councillor Duncan's question, there is a slight increase in the hourly rate of our contract grader operators. And actually I have the numbers here. From even 1 year ago, we were seeing on average of $94 per hour, and that has gone up to $97.25 per hour. And again, that's more so associated with the contracted grader pool there. The next two, bottom two, is summer graveling and winter graveling. Questions there? Okay, so summer graveling, winter graveling, of course, is to continue to maintain our gravel roads. And so not much of an increase there, even this slight decrease. And the increase in winter graveling, again, is just more so with day-to-day materials and supplies and so on with regards to that.
Let's hope we get the weather in 2021 that will help assist all these programs
Yeah.
for road maintenance.
The winter graveling program actually was quite successful last year. The weather was perfect for it. We used up everything and then a little bit yet too, so for the winter graveling. So, yeah, it's nice to have those years. And summer graveling was a challenge, as all of you are well aware of. It was a wet season, plus what Mother Nature presented to us in the fall of 2019 didn't allow that moisture to come out of our roads, which, as you all saw, caused a tremendous amount of havoc on a number of our roads. And as Eric and I both pointed out to you throughout the year, we saw roads that typically held were starting to blow apart, and that did a number. We were still within budget, so that was fantastic. We have, again, a great team that did what they could to alleviate and mitigate those challenges.
All right, we are at 10:30. We've been at it for an hour and a half. We've probably ready for about a 10-minute break. Will that work for everybody? Perfect, we'll take a break. All right, returning back, we'll continuing on with Public Works
Okay.
presentation on their budget. I believe we're up to solid waste.
That's correct. Thank you, Reeve Laird. So I'll just have a couple more here in regards to programs, i.e. solid waste, as pointed out by Reeve Laird, and operations. Then I'll turn it over to Eric, and he should probably take a good hour for the next two after that. Okay. All right, so the solid waste, of course, as indicated to council earlier, that these costs reflect Clearwater County taking 100% ownership and operation of the landfill, along with our rural transfer stations, and a portion of the costs associated with recycling. So the landfill is just that, any and all costs associated with the operation of the landfill. And then Regional Waste Administration, this number in and of itself reflects the salary of and wages associated with all of our personnel in solid waste. Okay, so we just grouped everything into that. And along with that is costs associated with membership and registration fees, advertising, subscriptions, any type of legal or contractor services associated with solid waste, freight, materials and supplies, etc. Okay, that all goes into that Regional Waste Administration. Transfer stations, that's the cost associated with the maintenance and upkeep and operations of our 9 rural transfer stations. The recycling, this cost reflects what we anticipate will be our portion in regards to the operation of the recycling component at the Rocky Mountain House Transfer Station and Recycling Depot. And finally, collections for 2021 accounts for what we feel be the remaining cost to finish off commercial collections for the month of January.
Any questions with regard to solid waste? Councillor Hoven.
Just to confirm the numbers in my head once again. So revenue off recycling is 15,000, and the cost of recycling is 147. So it is costing Clearwater County $132,000 per year for the recycling program.
Correct.
Thank you. And this,
Now,
that
Councillor,
is only Clearwater County's portion as well. That does not include Rocky Mountain House's portion.
correct.
Would it include Caroline's portion then?
I took worst case scenario, so yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I built in a buffer to account for that. Yeah. And just for further clarification too, that amount is associated with any type of operational needs associated with the maintenance of their equipment. Because I've made the assumption and speculated that in order to account for the recycle side of things, obviously you need to maintain the equipment and so on. So if there's any breakage and so on, of course, the town will repair it and will send us the invoice in regards to this is what it costs to maintain the baler, you know, and that sort of thing. So in my discussion with Reed and knowing that operation of that system there, so we sort of anticipate and speculate as to what we could potentially see next year to allow the recycle operation to continue accounting for any potential maintenance and breakdowns, etc.
Okay, Ms. Shurhan?
Well,
and-
once the questions are done for regional waste, I just have an overview kind of comment.
Okay, we have Councillor Lang and Councillor Duncan in that order.
Kurt, with the expenses for recycling, 147,000, does that include the fuel and the transportation to haul the recycling off? Like, I think it has to go to Edmonton, a lot of it, and there's some other,
I will look here. Give me a second. I have it broken down. So what we're looking here is the Yep, collection costs and transportation to facilities, outside facilities, so third-party facilities, yes.
So
That's
that's
correct.
improvement. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Along that same vein too, Kurt, does that include the costs for collecting and getting the stuff from transfer stations to Rocky, the recycle costs, or is that in the transfer station budget?
I believe we put that in. Give me 1 second here, Councillor Duncan. I'll look. From what I can gather, that would have been incorporated into our recycling costs.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Sherhan?
So I just wanted to just touch on the new chart again. This is a really good example of how we've broken it down. So the department, in this case, is Department 3, Public Works, Operations and Infrastructure. And then the sub-departments, there's Public Works, Operations, Admin, Shop and Fleet, all a responsibility area for someone in the organization. And then the programs that sub-department would be responsible for, so that you can see a by program cost. Public Works, of course, is a good example because they have lots.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, Rhonda, looking at the overview here.
Oh, yeah, oh, that's the old one. This new one I gave out is a letter size.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
Okay, but looking at that, I guess I was struck by the forecast actual for 2020. Operating expenses, the 48,234, see that one? Second line?
Yes.
And now, if you look at the budget, and of course, we've had a couple of budgets revisions for 2020. Looking across, I'm seeing a budget of 53, maybe that was the old
Right.
format, right?
Yes.
And now, under the new format, somehow that gets to be 56.
Yes, so that's that landfill revenue that's going up into revenues that were kind of netted out in the regional waste. And all of the departments had a certain extent, but the landfill revenue was the biggest one at 1.4 million. So, for example, chemical sales and ag would have been netted out in their commodity sales program.
Right.
So now the revenue for the sale of the chemicals in revenues, and the total cost of that program is in expenses.
Okay, sure. No, I kind of get that, but
Yep.
what I'm focusing on here is this 48, that will be the actual at the end of 2020, regardless of what format we're using, is that correct?
Well, no, that would be based on the old format, so it would be comparable to the 50, just about 54.
Okay, so that's 54.
Yeah,
48 becomes 54, and that's the actual, and the budget was 56.7 under that format.
the budget was 54 and the forecasted actual is 48.
54, okay, so we budgeted 54, we're spending 48.
Yes,
But then in the draft 2021, we're up to 60.
yeah. So again, that's the new format, so you compare that to the 56, so we're going from 56.7 to 60.4.
Right, so that's 57 in rough terms and 60 and a half. So we're actually going up significantly in 2021. We're not holding the costs, is the way I'm reading that.
Yeah, there are some programs that are going up in cost, regional waste being one, or the solid waste department. I gotta get used to that terminology, sorry. The solid waste department being one, where the net cost was 1.9 million, and it's going to 2.9 million.
Okay, and that one, you know, I heard that, I understand that. But still, we have other increases, and I guess we'll see it as we go along here.
Yes, and Rick just pointed out, like, one of them is the police funding
Okay.
that we didn't have before, and is 450,000, I think, in 2021.
Okay, well,
Okay,
and anyway, keep this in mind.
Yes.
I want us to understand
yes.
how much the real increases are, because
Yes.
when I see the original budget at 51 and the actual at 48, it indicates to me that actually we're under expending our 2020 budget, but then we're bumping going to 2021, and we're bumping relative even to the budget for 2020.
Right,
So
Yeah.
there's quite a spread in there. And, you know, I will be looking to see if we can hold our actual expenditures down in line with what we're spending in 2020, unless there's an actual change in operations, such as in regional landfill.
yes,
Okay.
and the policing, and I agree, it's, that's why we give this document out at the beginning. I'd like you to keep your eyes on what the bottom line is and how it affects, how the changes to the programs would affect the outcome in the end.
Yep, thank you. No,
Yep.
I think it's important that we had this
Yep.
overview sheet to begin with. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Hagan?
Just further to those comments, just encourage everybody to keep in mind as well, 2020's been an unusual year. So do take it with a grain of salt. We have incurred additional expenses because of the pandemic, but we've also received provincial funding to offset those costs. So in essence, those are a wash for us. We are seeing significant savings in our expenditures because we've cut back on travel significantly. We really haven't done much travel outside the county since March. So things like that will be significantly lower as well. So do take it with a grain of salt and keep in mind that I think, again, looking positively, we do expect some costs to come up again once we see more normal activity start to take place in 2021. Things like courses and so forth, it's all been online. So whether that's going to continue or not, we don't know.
Councillor Hoven?
On that, Murray, then, with the 1.1 million in most funding that we received from the province, is that in the forecasted actual, or is that just balanced out to zero so it wasn't included? Because that's how the old budgeting program worked, correct?
Maybe I'll let Rhonda address that.
Yeah, so, no, even in that, we would have, in the old format, included that. So yes, the expenses are being forecasted in the expense line and the revenue in the revenue line. That being said, the most grant is covering quite a bit more than what we've actually seen go out. And in one case, in another, like, they're allowing us to use that for uncollected taxes, which we have seen a huge increase in that. So we'll probably talk about that a little more when we talk about corporate services revenues.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll resume with Public Works.
Okay. I'd just like to finish off with one additional comment on solid waste. Councillor Lang, you had asked earlier in regards to what recycling material, particular cardboard, if in terms of making any money off of anything. And you are correct, actually the only two items, recycling items that we do, and somewhat of a third item, is cardboard. And that's right now, from what Rita shared with me, about a $60 per ton revenue on cardboard. And the other one is metals. And I can't give you approximately what that is because we typically put that out to tender. We collect the metal for a number of years and then we put it out to tender. And the bids come in as to what they're willing to offer us for that metal that we've collected over the last few years. And then the final is we do get some dollar, a little bit of revenue from e-waste, that's your computers and so on, televisions, and for tires, but that is relatively low on that. But our two biggest revenue in regards to recycling is OCC, or cardboard, and metals. Hopefully that answered your question. Okay. The last one is operations, and that is pertaining to Nordic operations. So what you're seeing there is, in essence, again, Nordic operations is taking care of all things in Nordic except for water, wastewater, and lights, and that which is overseen by planning and development. And what you're seeing there, and the increase is again an adjustment to the percent distribution of salary to personnel to better reflect actuals, along with an increase in the cost of material supplies, and the an additional seasonal personnel. So one seasonal personnel required to help with the increased demands of the operations and ratepayer resident expectations.
I don't see any other questions for that side of Public Works, so to infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Turn it over to Eric.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. So to finish off the Public Works operations there, so this is the expenses associated with the general Public Works account. You'll see in 2021, we're projecting a decrease. The majority of this budget is associated with salaries, 2 Public Works directors, as well as our administrative staff, as well as our engineering interns is captured in this budget. So the decrease is associated with that we formerly budgeted the broadband technologist, the broadband manager, was reflected in the 3,200 budget line. From 2021 moving forward, it'll now be reflected in corporate services. Other small reduction could be associated with the landline telecommunications, always used to be in this budget line as well. We've now since allocated that into facilities to better reflect budget coherence. Of course, it's just a big number there with not a whole bunch of detail, but it includes everything from all of our professional development for all of Public Works staff, salaries and wages, mileage, subsistence, memberships, registrations, contracted services, which is another large expense associated with the road permitting, so it's our contractor that does that, as well as the railroad maintenance fees, permitting fees, garbage pickup in Wibbleton and Cartier Creek. Engineering, which is basically general engineering budget for all of our traffic counts, as well as our engineered assisted surveys. Advertising and subscriptions, so all the position advertisements, road closures, road bans, those types of things are all encapsulated in this budget line. Yeah, that basically summarizes the 3,200 line. Facilities, we've seen we had an aggressive year in 2020, as you can tell by the budget line. We've seen a small decrease in 2021. Basically, it's associated with reduced, still larger operations expenses. There was associated with the disposal of the house in Caroline, so that new property, that 4-acre property adjacent to the Caroline hub. We've had some interest in the removal of that, so if our intent is to put out an RFP for the removal or salvage of the house. That will save us the demolition costs and the cost to dispose of it. We've already mitigated the hazardous materials out of there. There wasn't a bunch, but there was some, so we did that over the course of the year. Currently, it's shut in and boarded up, so we're looking at 2021 to be our year to dispose of that and start getting that site ready to in a more of a usable fashion. So we also want to complete the removal of the staff houses out of Nordegg. The hazardous materials abatements has been ongoing, as well as the removal. We have no more renters. The last renter moved out of the last Vancouver house or staff house that was left out there, so it's just we want to finish, get rid of the rest of those. As well as there's still the Nordegg Museum, Nordegg Heritage Center. It's a large building and it's old and it requires lots of maintenance there. So now there's some exterior work there we want to do, and some extensive exterior work, starting in 2021. So there again, it's a large expense due to this budget. It's associated with 23 plus different facilities all owned by the county. Still, with the recent addition of the Leslieville Public Services Building, we're looking into the unknown expenses of what a broadband central office might look like. Martin Pit, the new addition of the point of interconnect, that new trailer out there, so additional expenses for operating, of course. The residential lot in Caroline, which we already discussed. And history has shown us that within the first 2 years after acquiring a new building or constructing the contracted services, material supplies to get them set up to the satisfaction of the users there, it's usually high, and then they tend to reduce. And that's what you're really seeing with, you know, a small reduction in 2021, and then you see a large reduction in coming into 2022, knowing that once we have these facilities set up, they really start to level out, and we can budget better to what the electricity, utility uses would be, as well as basically they're all, the setup costs are complete. We already talked about tendering electricity and natural gas through the RMA, and the good success we've had with that. The phones, it's a little bit of an increase in the phone line budget because all the landlines are now reflected in the facilities operating where it should be. And there's some additional water and sewer increases due to the new facilities in Rocky and in Caroline. I didn't have a whole bunch to say there to keep up with Kurt, but that's kind of summarizes my 2 items there.
I'm confident we'll have lots to say to you tomorrow when we talk about capital.
Absolutely, and I really too apologize. We've talked about operating over the course of this year, and there will be some surprises in the capital budget tomorrow, and I look forward to the discussion. Hopefully in the future, there'll be less surprises, but it's going to be an interesting discussion tomorrow.
Councillor Swanson.
Just a quick question. You did mention that we have an engineering intern. Is that particular program going to continue in the future, or you budgeted for that going forward? Or is that just a one-off?
It's a 2-year term,
Yeah.
so it'll be, I think it was in April, will be the first year. It would be something that we'd like to do to encourage the professional development of these young professionals and getting that exposure, as well as we've seen through the succession planning there. It's something that we'd like to continue to do. There's the engineering program, there's the intern program, and they can be interchangeable. Maybe it's not a public works initiative there. Maybe it does work into more of the other departments as well, and be happy to have that discussion in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Magnus.
If I may, I'd just like to go back to dust suppression one more time, and I needed to provide clarity in regards to request that was put by Councillor Lang to Mr. Emmons in regards to Coal Miners Crescent and potentially putting SB 90 down and Nordic Coal Miners Crescent, that be put into the 2021 budget. So I just need the council to be aware that was not put into the dust suppression budget. Okay, so if that is something that council would like to consider for 2021. We're looking at, if we do SB 90, we're looking at just under 22,000. So if you account for an additional 22,000, that would allow us to put SB 90 down. Or if you choose to go with calcium, we're looking at $4,700 for the calcium as an addition to what's currently provided in the dust suppression budget. Thank you.
Mr. Hanson.
Sorry. One last thing, back in the operational review, I wanted to bring up again one more time in council that in the facilities operating budget, that includes a facilities supervisor and formerly 3 full-time custodians. the budget line to remain the same, but we want to reallocate that position to facility assistant. We currently have a seasonal staff in that position, and with the amount of facilities and the maintenance requirement that these facilities have created, a facility assistant as well as our facility supervisor has become especially when there's COVID times. So that is reflected in our salaries. It's a net zero, I guess, in regards to a budget increase, but it's a reallocation of the third custodian to facility assistant. So in the interest of full transparency, I just wanted to include that for council.
Okay. Councillor Duncan, I did note your hand went up there earlier.
Just clarification, I don't understand where Miners Crescent is, which part of Nordic?
It is that portion just on the west side of the Shell station, going around the west side of the Shell station.
Councillor Lang.
So I guess maybe council doesn't know, I'll fill you in. At one of the Nordic Community Association meetings, I asked them what their #1 request would be for budget. And I got back that they wanted dust suppression in that area because it goes right along the golf course and with the high traffic there. And it's creating it's not very pleasant golfing, I guess. So that was their #1 request this year. Last year, their #1 request was washrooms. So I asked Rick if we could include it in the budget. So I think the budget was already kind of tentatively made, so it was rather late request.
Is there a way we can create a parking lot or flag that to come back and revisit it so that we don't lose it in the thought process over the course of the next few days or the next day and a half? Maybe we could
Dust
start a
suppression of
list or
Coal Miners
something.
Crescent.
All right. Oh. Okay, I was wondering where it went.
It's there. I'll get it up on the screen here.
Yes, I'm, as we start to work our way through this, I assume we'll end up with some sort of listing of what we will add or delete as we go. Given the location of Coal Miners Crescent, I would anticipate it's much nicer to be the SB 90 on that. It's good to know there's another option, but recognizing exactly between the golf course and a fairly high traffic road, I can appreciate why the members of Nordag are asking. Mr. Hanson.
I guess there's one thing we'll have to look at, when we look at the capital plan, I believe that road's actually scheduled for base pave in 2022. So probably a better investment to use a disposable product like calcium or magnesium versus a large investment for SB 90.
Thank you for clarifying. This is why it's important to look at the big picture and go back to these little parking lot ideas so that we can be sure to thoroughly consider them with all the information. Thank you.
You bet.
Are there any questions for Public Works before we go down to corporate services? Councillor Lang.
What about the paving in Nordig going past the Public Works building into the new trailer park? Where are we at with that and when?
I don't want to give away all the surprises for tomorrow, but
You have?
it's
Okay.
identified in 2022 as well. So, and there will be a theme tomorrow, is to try to combine similar projects in the area. So there's going to be a larger, after we get the shallow utility work done up in the commercial core, that's when the paving will be taking place up there. That's okay.
It's like Christmas. You're not allowed to unwrap it too early. We got to save the surprise. Okay, operational questions for Public Works before we move on to corporate services. Seeing none, thank you very much for a very thorough overview of Public Works operations.
Thank you, Council, for your patience. It's our pleasure.
Corporate Services operations. Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve. So the first section under corporate services is the revenues, and we lay claim to all the net municipal taxes within corporate services because we do all this work on the budget. We figure we deserve the credit for this. Rhonda, did you want to speak to revenues in detail here, or were you planning to do it at another point?
I was just going to say to Mr. Hagan, be careful what you ask credit for.
You can take the credit. I'm happy for it. In the, what we're gonna call corporate revenues is MSI operating grant. We do use that. We're not sure where that's going to end up, so we've put in a conservative estimate at 150,000. Our interest on our investments and any penalties on our accounts receivable and taxes, and there's a rental of road allowances in this one that I want to get moved over to Public Works yet, and other revenue. What we net against the revenues is, in this line item, is uncollectible taxes. So, in the past, in 2019's budget, in 2019 when we were doing 20's budget, we weren't sure where 2019 was gonna end up yet. And we were, very conservative with budgeting a $3 million allowance for uncollectible taxes. I think in 2020, it's gonna be, in 2019, we weren't even sure what that number was gonna be yet. And in the end, I think it was around 1.4 million for 2019. 2020 is gonna look very similar. And for 2021, we've estimated the budget at 1 million for uncollectible taxes. And we've done the same for 22 and then decreasing in 23 and 24. So really, I think this is the only item kind of that's in the, what we call revenues, that's an unknown. As far as the tax revenue as a whole, we've left, I have an estimate of the assessment base for Clearwater County, and we're gonna have to take into account the fact that any new industrial investment in Clearwater County there's no tax revenue for the next 3 years on that. So we are gonna see a decrease in the depreciation of the older assets and no newer assets to replace that depreciation, which Clearwater County has been very fortunate. The new assets seem to always outweigh the depreciation of the year that we're in. So our industrial base has stayed pretty steady over the years. That's gonna change. We're gonna see a decrease over the next 3 years because there will be depreciation and no new industrial assessment. The other thing is, in this line item, we would have seen in 2020, the well drilling equipment tax, which is been discontinued through the province. So, yeah, we in 2020, we'd budgeted 1.5 million, and I think we'll hit that. We're pretty close. So I think that's a good estimate for 2020, and that will be a 0 in 21.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Just a question on the timing here. We know that there's a 3-year moratorium or a shutdown on adding new capital items such as pipelines and wells. Is that for 21, 22, and 23, or is it for 22, 3, and 4? When do we actually get a chance to start booking the capital items that would have been built in 2021, et cetera?
Well, the province has, they change their mind quite regularly lately, but I believe it's on the 21, 22, and 23 assessments, which is 22, 23, and 24 tax revenue years. That being said, we haven't got confirmation on what our assessment base will be for 2021. So, or for 2020, which is for our 2021 tax revenue. So I hate to say we will see any growth in the assessment base in 2020 for the 2021 taxes, but I don't know the answer to that yet. So we're leaving it steady. We're saying our assessment base, isn't changing too much from 2020 to 2021 and then decreasing after that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments? Apparently not.
I'll carry on the other revenues that are noted up on the screen. Assessment, the $551,000 is the contracted amount that Municipal Affairs provides us to offset our contracted services for the designated industrial properties. So you'll see that expense down below within assessment. They have only committed to 2021, and actually the contract ran out in 2020 with Municipal Affairs, but we signed an extension for 2021 at the same amount as 2020, with the exception of the software license fees, which are now, starting in 2021, going to be charged directly to Municipal Affairs for those properties. So that's why you see about an $8,000 decrease in that amount. So they have not committed beyond 2021, but in talking to our contracted assessors, as well as representatives from Municipal Affairs, our best guess is that we will continue with this hybrid form of assessment likely through 2023. So that's why we've assumed this contract amount to 2023. We've also extended our contract with our assessors through 2023 for consistency as well. And the other revenue items there, Assessment Review Board, is simply the appeal fees, so that's staying constant. GIS is sale of maps and so forth, so we've just bumped that up a little bit based on what we've seen in 2020 for actuals. Any questions on those?
Seems to be okay.
Okay, so we'll move on to expenditures then. And the first sub-department listed there is financial services. So you are seeing an increase there. And part of that is the reallocation of some of the costs that I spoke about earlier, taking them out of corporate administrative costs in general. And if you just jump down a line, you'll see a decrease there as well. So things like legal and some of the contracted services and so forth are more properly attributable to financial services, so we've simply reallocated there. What you're also seeing is the annualization of the financial analyst position. The 2020 budget assumed that we would start that position in May of last year, or this year. And so now what we're seeing is an additional 7 months of annualization of that position there as well. Any questions on financial services?
No.
And again, this is the rolled up sub-department total. It's going to represent salaries and contracted services and training and mileage and so forth. Corporate admin costs, again, you're seeing a decrease here simply due to the reallocation of costs and a review of actual costs incurred over the last few years and looking at those trends. So we've brought this budget down by a little better than 300,000. Questions on that one? Otherwise, I'll continue on.
Yes.
Just note that there's an increase in that line item as well for the insurance.
There is, thank you. So the insurance, we had $455,000 budgeted in 2020. And based on our renewal invoices that have just arrived, we're looking at about $535,000. So about an $80,000 increase in insurance premiums for this year. The other thing that you'll note is we always recommend carrying a contingency amount within budget for unknown events that can happen throughout the year. And we actually had 750,000 in 2020. We've dropped that down to 500,000 this year. Again, just to be conservative and try and keep the projected expenditures down for next year.
Councillor Lang.
Murray, you spoke about the increased insurance premiums from 20 to 21. Is that throughout the entire organization?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. At some point, we want to take advantage of the new financial system once we've purchased it and implemented it. That's going to give us the ability to really better reflect the costs of each of the services we deliver. Insurance is one of them. But right now, we recognize all of the organization within corporate services here.
Supplemental?
Does that also include fire and waste? These insurance?
I believe, does it? Okay, yes.
Okay,
it does.
thanks.
Well, I guess the property insurance goes out. There is some other insurances that are unique to fire that are included in fire's program also.
Just to be clear, that's in which line?
That is in the Corporate Services Administration.
Thank you.
Okay, assessment. So assessment is fairly consistent. We've got no changes in staffing levels there. And the only significant change is increase in the contract amount for our contracted assessors for the designated industrial properties. And that was part of their contract, is we anticipate an increase every year that recognizes the additional properties that have been added throughout the year. So we do see somewhat of a difference there. So that was about $30,000 increase there, and it's offset by some other savings to keep the overall increase less than that. So for the most part, assessment is business as usual.
Mr. Hagan, just backing up because I'm sort of playing catch up in my own brain. So contingency in 2020 was what again?
750,000.
750,000, and in 2021, it's 500,000.
We've reduced that to 500,000.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no,
Councillor Lang?
yes.
Murray, how much did we take out of contingency in 2020?
Rhonda, do you have that figure?
I don't, sorry, I meant to have it for you, but I don't right at the moment.
Okay, you'll get it?
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me a chance to back up while I thought on that. I know that you're further along. I think you're up to IT.
I am, thank you. So information technology, overall, somewhat of an increase here, and that's mostly in contracted services, where we're seeing either increasing costs for software or new costs for new software that's purchased, and we've got new license fees and so forth going forward. Cam is with us. Cam, did you want to add anything to the IT operations in particular?
Sorry, we've added a little bit, some also for the towers, the communications towers, on an ongoing basis, and we've signed some contracts for a monthly fee for maintenance and stuff to sort of bring it back down to normalcy. And that's gone really well, actually.
Okay.
I actually, I'm curious, my understanding at one of our other strategic planning sessions was that IT department was going to be taking on the information or the maintenance of the towers for, I believe it was Public Works and for fire.
Yes.
And the repeaters, et cetera. Is that included in here now?
Yes, it is. There's no capital, there won't be any capital this year. We included, I think it was around 80,000 in 2020. And we've left it at the same, but we've done a lot of repairs to the older towers this year, a considerable amount of repairs. And with the maintenance agreement that we have with the vendor, we're hoping for reduced costs, but we're sort of walking in lightly with that because it's a new, there's new regulations and stuff that could affect the frequency of inspections. So I'm just a little leery of those kind of things.
All right, and that.
So it's about 80,000, I believe.
80,000?
Yeah. And I left it the same as 2020 to 2021 with no increase.
Has that been a fairly smooth transition, or?
It's a lot of work, and it's still considerably a lot of work. We have people repairing today, but it's gotten a lot better. Now the consistency and the quality of workmanship's really helped us out a lot. And I think there's reduced calls, and hopefully there's reduced calls for problems going on as we do preventive maintenance, not reactive maintenance.
So there was a period of time we didn't do preventative maintenance?
Yes.
Okay, that answers my question, thank you. All right, other questions? I think we're good to go.
So the committee will notice we've got a new line item for broadband, and as opposed to the capital investment in broadband, what we're anticipating is we're going to start to incur operating expenses in 2021. Part of that number, as Eric alluded to when he was going through Public Works, we had previously budgeted the broadband technologist within Public Works. We've moved that over, and we're showing that salary as part of this figure within broadband. And then it is also the, as I mentioned, the operational costs that we're going to see as we complete the Farrier fiber run and the costs of our contracted services to operate our backbone network and so forth. Cam, do you want to expand on that?
Yeah, I think I can expand a little bit. The Farrier, the phase one broadband, we're looking at doing the operating for that. We're looking at for the wireless broadband operations for the project to go down to through Caroline to Olds. We're looking at there's the wireless, there's fiber. There's also the network operations where we would hire that vendor to manage our network for us. Amongst other things, there's materials, services, and all this being net new also. There's a little bit more costs to purchase, software or services off the beginning and to just start equalizing the payments. So there's tools, utilities, warranties. There's the Nordegg interim solution that we'll have to, if that goes forward, we'll have to have that up and live, and there will be some work for that too. Ongoing legal fees, and there'll be some unknown support fees for that could come up, which we gave a little bit of a budget for under services, was if we're putting fiber in and it's done, or tower and there's an accident or something like that happens, fiber gets clipped or dug up or something like that. So we put a little contingency in for that also under the services area.
This is so new.
Yeah.
Is it possible to get, it sounds like you've got a bit of a detail on that.
Yeah, we do.
Is it possible to get a sheet on that?
I've got a OpEx summary here that I can sort of give you. For the Farrier broadband phase one, it's about 31,000. And I can photocopy, Murray, is that I can photocopy this and give it to them, or?
Sure.
That would
Or
probably
maybe
be
be easier than me reading it off.
It might be a lot easier than you having to read
Yeah,
it
that's
off.
fair. Now, or?
Yeah, I can move on to the other ones.
And
That
I'll
would be
go-
great,
If you don't
thank
mind
you.
doing that.
Yep.
And
How
then
many
we can come back
copies?
and cover
7 or 8?
Okay, so we'll come back to broadband.
Thank you.
I'd like to spend a little bit of time on both GIS and communications. A couple of changes there. GIS, the committee will notice quite an increase in 2021, and then costs come back down to normal going forward beyond that. The big increase there, as specified in note 5 below, is that we were looking at doing a flyover in 2021 to get more current imaging. Now, as the committee will recall, we talked a bit about this last year, and the committee decided to defer the flyover that was scheduled for 2020, at least to 2021, while we investigated some other options. So historically, the organization's done a flyover every 3 years, and in between those years, we're putting money into reserve. So we currently have funding available to cover the costs. We're estimating about $185,000. So right now, our images are about 4 years old. They weren't of the best quality, given the weather conditions. There was quite a bit of snow cover on the ground. So they don't serve us well. We've investigated and started to actually really research other possibilities. We looked into satellite imaging, that we can contract some services to essentially supplement our GIS system. Right now, the clarity isn't great. So the trade-off is resolution versus cost. So to get to a resolution that at least equals what we are getting from the aerial photographs is quite an expensive investment right now. So we're gonna continue to research that one. The one we're particularly interested though is drone work. We want to investigate contracted services using drones, but we also seriously want to research over the next year or two, looking at actually establishing a drone operation within corporate services. We've kind of put our hand up as we see this as a possibility for future service to all the departments of the county. So we would assist in terms of building on the success that fire rescue has had to date with their drone program and coordinate with them. They would still operate the drones they need, but we see real possibilities in terms of potential investment in both fixed wing and movable wing drones, and see some trade-offs. There could be some use for fire rescue for a fixed wing as well. We see a fixed wing probably giving us these aerial photos going forward, and potentially not looking at a 3-year interval in between. We could probably be flying this thing most of the time and updating those images as we go along. We see possibilities where we could send out a drone to the far reaches of the county after a weather event, as opposed to having to send staff out to see the condition of the road and so forth. Or if there's a breakdown in the road, we can send a drone to get some photos of it.
Just a moment, Councillor Lang.
Murray, are there any other municipalities that are using drones right now is the first question. And the second question is, would you foresee a savings by us using drones over flyover?
First question, I don't have a definitive answer for you. I believe other municipalities are starting to venture into the use of drones. I know our fire rescue service is very much blazing a trail. There's been a great deal of interest from other fire departments and rescue services in what they're doing. Part of our research definitely would be talking to other municipalities within and outside of Alberta to see what their experience has been. And in terms of cost savings, I believe we could have cost savings. There's going to be a significant initial investment in the drones because we'll be looking at commercial grade drones. But we all have ongoing operating costs. We may need somebody to coordinate that program. So I don't know, that's going to be part of our research, is putting a business plan together to see that very thing. But when I look at $185,000 for a flyover that is not even covering all of the county, it's covering our most populated areas. We could cover all of the county on an ongoing basis. So I think once we get past that initial investment, and then look at what it would cost us to staff a position that provides this service to the organization, I anticipate we're going to see cost reductions over time as we go forward, but that information will be brought back to council for consideration. So right now, we are looking at the aerial flyovers just because we think it's gonna take us a year or two to put this business case together. Cost of drones is dropping all the time, but they're still rather expensive. So we need to look forward and see, does it make sense for us to go down this path and create a program within the county to do this going forward?
Okay,
Okay?
so just to be clear, the flyover imaging 2021 is not drone, you're just exploring that for 2023.
That's right. So for
Okay.
2021, we're looking at our traditional fixed-wing aircraft, contracting that service out. And the $185,000 was the most current estimate that we had on that.
Councillor Duncan?
We used to partner on that one with Ag and Forestry. That's no longer the case. I don't see any revenues in the revenue side on this one, so.
Yeah, we've been conservative and assumed we won't, but we're already having those discussions. So this cost, if we're successful and they're interested, we would see this cost be netted by that contribution as well. So we've looked at the assumption that they won't, but there's still a possibility that they will be interested.
I don't see any other questions.
Okay, so communications. The committee will see a significant increase there. Part of that, again, is some of the costs that we moved out of corporate services general that were very much attributable to communications, so advertising, some contracted services and so forth. As well, it reflects the addition of one position, assuming halfway through the year. So we've currently, the coordinator is on leave until July, so we've assumed that we would post and recruit to a second position halfway through the year when she is back. And so we've got half a year's worth of salary in there as part of that increase. So it's a combination of that additional position for half a year plus reallocation of some of those other costs out of corporate services. And if I can actually take the liberty to backtrack a bit, one thing I forgot to mention within corporate services as well is I added a records management coordinator, assuming, I think, a May start on that one. So that was coming out of a strategic planning meeting with council, assuming that we would add that one in. So I wanted to identify that that is in the corporate services general for now. We would, if we proceed with that and the budget is approved, we'd likely set up a sub-department for records management, and then that would be clearly identified going forward.
Okay,
Any questions on communications or the other?
looks like we're digesting it for a moment.
Okay, and I think my note as well, note 6, also identifies that there's some increased budget for 2021 in communications to address increase in communication requests within administration as well as from council as well.
Okay. Are there any other questions for corporate services? Do we want to go back and look at anything with regard to broadband before we let Cam get away? Yes, I bet we will. There'll be capital opportunities there,
Yes.
recognizing that this is an operational budget.
Yes.
Maybe I'll just jot that on there.
Yeah, it's OpEx at the top of the summary. Sorry, I should have elongated the OpEx.
Okay, I don't think anybody else has any other questions at this time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I very much appreciate having the sheet that you've provided. At least I didn't have to try to jot down and keep up to you.
Bad writing in the columns.
You haven't seen what ours looks like. It's all good.
Thanks,
That
Council.
brings us up to agriculture and community operating. Mr. Martinson.
Thank you. I think I'll just start with a quick overview, like other departments have done. As other departments, we looked at our budgets very specifically this year to make sure that we were in line with council's directions throughout the year. We also experienced some of the similar things that happened to the budgets you've seen this morning, where we've better reflected salaries within the cost centers of our budget through the redistribution process we went through with finance. So you'll see a little bit of that within our budget. You'll also notice some redistribution between budgets that's affected our budget. We've refined our budget to better reflect, the current situation within our community services, which included moving out any remaining emergency services or protective services cost areas, such as STARS or the RCMP funding, including the admin that has been funded through this department. So you'll get a chance to look at those numbers still, but you'll be seeing them through the emergency and legislative budget, no longer through our budget. So that's reflected in a significant decrease in one cost center of my budget. It's not an overall decrease to council's budget because it is reflected elsewhere. So we do want to point that out, but I'll certainly leave my colleagues to do that when time comes. Beyond the redistribution, we of salaries, we are reflecting a slight decrease in overall salaries within our budget. There is no new positions planned within our budget for 2021, and because of staff transition within our land care programming, we've actually seen a slight decrease in overall salaries, which happens from time to time when we see that transition. The only other changes within the budget that council might be interested in, we'll see a slight increase in vegetation management, specifically mowing. And this is just moving capital expenses for tractors out of the capital budget and putting the tractor rentals into our operating budget. And that's been discussed a little bit here with council and a lot of it with the Ag Service Board. The other new part of our budget is a small line item in our culture area, which reflects a $7,500 $7,500 budget item that we're proposing to support cultural events, specifically some of the events that council approved in an ad hoc fashion this year. So we've interpreted that as ongoing or potential future support, and so we've included it in the budget for ongoing. And that's the work that we've done with the Askowitz Friendship Center and specifically the Cultural Day event that's happened infrequently in the past, and that's being planned to happen on a regular basis from our understanding. And so instead of having that request every year come to council as a delegation and restrict the timelines for planning, we've proposed it within the budget.
Mr. Martinson,
Yes.
will we be foreseeing a possible policy with regard to that then, to help that process in the future?
We hadn't planned on it just because it is we don't have a policy for every community group that we fund, but we could potentially consider terms of reference with folks at the Friendship Center to formalize our arrangement. That might be the most appropriate way to get some formality around that, if that's what council wishes. I would recommend against a policy. It's a small budget item, and full policies do take a significant amount of administration time to develop and maintain.
Okay, Ms. Sherhan?
Are you done with your overview, Matt?
Yes.
Okay, so just something that's unique with the community department is there's also another attachment there that's the contributions to the community organizations. So you'll see just a small chart that shows kind of the specific groups that you're funding, what the funding was in the previous year, like, or this current year, and what the proposed budget is for '21.
This is a handy chart.
All right, thank you.
It's on page 29 of 76.
As the benefit of having our new financial analyst, she pulled that together for us.
Thank you to her
Yeah.
and the team that put this together. This is very helpful. I'm quite confident that as folks in the community look at this, it provides additional information we haven't historically been able to identify. The ones that are in the blue writing, is that new, or is that something
Yeah.
we need to talk about?
So that's, the blue font indicates a new program or a new project. So the program that Matt was talking about, the Indigenous funding there, is the first one that you'll see in blue font. And then moving down, it's more about projects in the town's rec department that we have the Director of Rec Programming zooming in, I believe, this afternoon, right? Yeah. And he
So-
could speak to those projects that are,
That would give us an opportunity to ask any questions of the department manager there.
Correct.
Or director, I should say,
yeah,
at that time.
yes.
Councillor Lang?
Sorry, Matt, maybe I didn't fully grasp what you had said earlier. Can you just fill us in on what this Indigenous funding is for again? And is this gonna be going forward year after year?
Maybe that would be most appropriately explained once we get within that area. If it pleases council, I'll just maybe start at the top of the budget, like other departments did, and then we'll work our way there. But I will absolutely explain that, and I will be providing an extra level of detail for the new things that are within the budget as we move through. So if we can just have a quick look at the revenue at the top there. We're not proposing or forecasting a whole bunch of change to revenue, but you will notice a little bit of change, especially within areas of this revenue that are affected by grant funding. We're seeing overall erosion of our grant funding sources little by little from most sources. Our main Ag Service Board grant has been reduced slightly again this year. And so that's mainly been the surplus that we've been allocated from the overall grant program. So the grant program has historically held a certain amount of funding in case new municipalities come in. And when new municipalities haven't, because not every municipality has ag service boards, so they've held that, and then when new municipalities haven't in any given year, they've allocated that surplus to larger spending municipalities, and we've always been in that realm when it comes to ASP programming. This year, they've reduced that as part of the provincial cost-cutting measures as far as we understand. So that's where you'll see a little bit of reduction in that. That also, the same mentality, or that same idea has affected our environmental stream funding through land care. Beyond that, other revenues are for the most part staying fairly steady. User fee-based revenues are fairly steady, even though they do bounce around, from year to year, depending on weather and where we're at with the agriculture industry. User pay services get access more when farming's doing good, get access less when it's not. It's, not a surprising thing. So, questions, that's probably all I need to say about revenue. Questions about revenue before we move on into the expenses?
I actually have a curious one. I see that we paid $62,000 out of Public Works to pay for beaver control. And here in Ag Services, we make money, not much, $500. How is that? Pelt sales?
It's user pay revenue for blasting dams, including
Okay.
support to Public Works. We don't charge them, but we will charge landowners that ask for service. And if that water, if the water the dam's backing up is not affecting our road, we charge the landowner on a hourly basis plus cost of materials, which is explosives. We don't charge travel time, as the philosophy that you will not be punished for living in the edges of the county. Our clock starts when we roll into the user's driveway. So that's the revenue we get. It's very driven by when it rains. We don't get a lot of dams to blast when it's dry, and we get a lot of dams to blast when it rains. So it's not a lot of money, but it's a service that people very much appreciate because it affects their agricultural lands, but also we get an awful lot of requests to pop dams that are affecting people's septic systems. Water along the creek or the draw backs up into their yard, and now it's waterlogged their septic. So that's an environmental concern. So it's a small program. You see the expenses, within it typically are there to operate the explosive magazine, but we do get a little bit of revenue, not a lot.
Thank you for humoring me. Ms. Sherhan?
Yeah, just to clarify, the costs in Public Works are for beaver control that's to do with,
Trapping.
that affects operations within Clearwater County, and that affects operations with our residents.
And I do see under expenditures, it does cost in ag as well.
Yeah.
To control these beavers.
Yep.
Before we move on to revenue, this might be a good segue for lunch. If we have a half-hour lunch break, will that work for everybody? All right, we'll resume at 12:30. All right. After our lunch, we should be in a great mood to carry on with the expenditures for ag and community services. Mr. Martinson, we're all listening for what you're going to share next.
Thank you. The first cost center in our budget is the agriculture 5100 part. This is general expenses for operating our office. As well, you'll see there's training in there as well. You see a bit of a reduction over 2020 to 2021, and that is reflective of the redistribution of the salaries that our department and other departments completed. So you'll notice in certain other areas that salary that's reduced there will be made back up. Questions about the general agriculture? Vegetation management is next. You'll see a bit of a reduction there. You know, we see a lot of changes in the cost of chemicals, and so a lot of the supplies and materials within some of these areas have changed because we continually see changes in that industry through constriction. Over a few years ago, where we've seen a lot of the companies we use get bought up and turn into one, prices went up, products got shedded for competition's sake. Now we're going into a new area where we're seeing new products come to market from new companies that are not typically in the vegetation management realm or roadside realm. So, you know, cost of products have reduced overall in some, and some are staying steady, which isn't consistent with inflation. So, you know, there's a lot of variability in the price of chemicals. We see it in agriculture as well. You'll notice a little bit of increase in the mowing, as I pointed out, a little bit of redistribution of salaries affecting that cost center as well as the increase for contracted services to rent tractors, as I mentioned, and that's, you know, really a bit of transfer within the budgets from capital expenditures into contracted services. So overall, slight decrease in vegetation management moving forward, but a bit of changes within. Questions about vegetation management?
Doesn't look like any.
Thank you. Land care environment. See the land care costs at the top? Those are our distributions to partners such as North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, Red Deer River Watershed Alliance, PAMS, which is the Parkland Air Management Zone, also Red Deer River Municipal Users Group. Sustainability, that's where you'll see the core of our programming within land care, including our Sasquatch program, our Caring for Our Land grant program, our tree program, the education awareness we do, our environmental farm programming, the erosion management we do, and information. You'll see a reduction there. That's reflected in the staffing transition we received or that we experienced over this last year. And so that's where you're seeing the majority of that reduction. Agriculture, any questions on land care? Agricultural production, fairly steady there, a little bit of, you know, very slight increase due to merit increases in salary and you know, slight supplies and materials increase. You know, we've forecasted a little bit less revenue and expenses in tours and field days because we're not expecting to do some of the early 2021 stuff that would be normally do because of the pandemic. Just trying to be optimistic like many departments and hoping that maybe come Q2, Q3, we might be able to do some of the normal things that we once did, but that might be not possible either. So, a little bit of who's got a better crystal ball, trying to, figure some of that stuff out, but we still want to be able to provide service if we can. Questions about egg production?
I actually am curious, commodity sales, what all is in that? I assume that's where you're purchasing the various chemicals, et cetera. Because it's a little bit misleading, because I guess when I think of commodity sales, I think of what your net gain would be and would have expected to see something in the revenue, but maybe it's just the wording for me.
So commodity sales revenue is reflected up in the revenue portion of the budget. We sell mainly agricultural pesticides, but we've also sold other commodities that are not readily available to the agriculture sector within the county. At one time, that included grass seed. It's not the case anymore. We do continue to, so we no longer sell grass seed, but we have. We currently sell specialized sprayer parts that aren't readily available in the community. We also sell pest management products that wouldn't be considered herbicides, such as deer repellents and mechanical tools to manage those things, and small amounts of other pest and problem animal commodities like beaver traps. I know we like to talk about beavers lots, so we sell beaver traps. So the commodity sales, we don't want to, even though 90 very significant percentages pesticides or herbicides specifically, we wouldn't want to necessarily call it that, just because it is a little more inclusive, even though the vast majority is that. It is, a lot of people think, when they hear commodity sales in an agricultural realm, that, can we buy some fertilizer? That's the kind of common one, but we do like to keep it a bit broad. So, in the past, when we've had significant grasshopper problems, then we've positioned ourselves to be able to sell whatever is needed in that realm for a year, because grasshoppers roll through in a plague. Was the same in biblical times it is now. They roll through unexpectedly and you don't see them again for a while. So it's an example of, an area where we would sell something for a short period of time and then maybe not sell it again for a decade or more. Any more questions about egg production or commodity sales? Next cost centers, our Egg Service Board. We're a tad unique that we budget for our own board's costs when it comes to the Egg Service Board. And that is both a historical and ease for the grant expenditure process, because board expenses are grant eligible within the ASB. So if they're buried in council's overall committee expenditure cost center, it does make things a little challenging. So this is a bit of a unique part. Most committees, I understand, including our rec boards and things, the honorarium is budgeted within council's budget. But for the Egg Service Board and Land Care Board, it is a little bit different. And that's what you're seeing in the Egg Service Board realm. Also a bit of money to cover supplies and materials and training and things, similar costs that we budget for to manage council's presence and governance needs. Questions on the Egg Service Board Cost Center? Weed and pest control. And we're seeing a little bit of that salary that we talked about being redistributed from our general admin account up at the top down into the Weed and Pest Control Cost Center. So that's where you'll see a little bit of increase in the weed and pest area, especially in the weed inspection and the pest and plots area. So it'll appear like we're getting a bit of an increase here. Rather, it's just mainly the redistribution of some salaries into this area for mainly the supervision parts of the program, which was kind of housed in the general area in the past, and now we're trying to house it more in the cost center it applies to. Questions about weed and pest? Now we're into the community services part of our budget. This is where it gets a little bit, where the main effect of the removal of emergency services and protective services from our budget. So that significant decrease you're seeing there, especially in that community services line, where we went from 899,000 to 437. That's because of the removal of STARS funding and RCMP funding and the other school resource officer as well. Thank you. Yeah. So those kind of, Councillor Lang?
Yes.
Where is this?
So if you look at 5,200,
It's on page 27 of
did I not-
76. It's at
Oh,
the
okay, we
top,
flipped
and you'll
one,
see
okay.
Yeah.
a little tiny number 1 on the right-hand column, and it will equate to a little number 1 and some notes at the bottom underneath that.
so we'll see also, we've got some FCSS funding reduction in here, and you'll hear a little more about that when we get our presentation from the town. Animal control, we expect that to stay pretty steady. And then a little increase in cemeteries to cover some projects that are coming down the pipe for us, some maintenance that needs to be done in the old Nordegg Miners cemetery. We need to re-etch some headstones from some of the historical sites. They get wore down and no longer visually interpreted by folks that wanna visit the historic cemetery. So from time to time, we have to re-etch the headstones in that historic cemetery.
Councillor Lang?
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
We also have potential, some replacements in the town's cemetery, where we've often cost shared some of the projects, and so there's some pillows that need to be replaced. So we've budgeted for that. Questions about the community service component before we move into recreation?
I don't believe so.
So as mentioned, what you're seeing here in recreation transfer to Rocky Mountain House is both the cumulative amounts, including their capital and operating. This might be an appropriate time to just switch over to the community services distribution, if we could, Alana. So you find the recreation component. Down a ways,
Just starting at the bottom of page 1 there.
right there, yeah, you were right there, Alana. If you could just go back to where you were just for a second ago.
She's there. Christian Center operational, recreation, and men,
Okay,
guest services right at the bottom.
yeah, so, you know, we're not seeing a lot of, you know, anything that administration can really comment on about any of that stuff. You know, we'll hear from Wes. What I wanted to draw your attention to, and shouldn't be a surprise to council, we tried to prepare you with an email the other day, but the town has, so if we can go to the next page, please. The town has right there, submitted some operational costs that are outside of the agreement that the town currently has signed with the county relating to recreation. So we just wanted to draw that to council's attention, so you were very clear about that. So those new areas are the Splash Park and the North Saskatchewan River Park. So to be clear, the agreement talks about capital and operating expenses differently. Capital expenses, the agreement suggests that council will consider those on a case-by-case basis when requested by the town. The operating expenses are a lot more laid out in the agreement. They're very descriptive when it comes to what facility or amenity we're paying for and how much we're covering on a percentage basis. So that's really kind of the substance of what we wanted council to understand when you're receiving the presentation from council. We certainly, or from the town, certainly encourage council ask questions because we do not know a lot of the technical details about that budget. And at this time, administration is recommending that council table those asks so that we can bring more information to council, to the committee at another strategic planning meeting, and at that time, it can be considered in amongst the big picture of the agreement. We do worry a little bit if we approve things outside of that agreement, it might undermine the intent and the function of the agreement, but it also might, council might not have all the information they need to make that big picture decision today or you know, this week. So that's our recommendation to council.
When, if I may, when is that agreement due for revision or renewal?
It was one of those ones, as far as I know, that does not have an expiry date, that just kind of roams. I could be wrong, I don't have it in front of me, but you know, it's always a good time to review a document that's no longer meeting our needs. And I would suggest that if the town has facilities they want us to fund, then that agreement's not meeting their needs, you know, and it should be reviewed. We believe that's the best mechanism to establish rec funding. Asking kind of just at the end of the year, you know, administration doesn't even, that's not how we budget with this council. If we have some large significant change, we're in front of you 6 months ahead of budget or at an appropriate strategic plan. So, you know, that's the preferred way to consider significant program changes or significant direction, and administration, you know, is recommending that we apply that same process to these new facilities that are being asked.
So currently, the sports field buildings and sport field operations are considered part of that agreement?
Well, the agreement actually states ball diamonds, and they've said that they've switched the name of it to sports fields. So I'm not exactly sure what sports fields encompasses, if that's also Curtis Field, or if that is just the ball diamonds. So I think there's a point of clarification there for sure.
Thank you.
And it's a good point. It's not, we're not, like, this isn't semantics here. As Rhonda pointed out, sports fields, in my mind, could include Curtis Field, and Curtis Field is not in our operating or within our agreement with the town. Traditionally, it's my understanding that maintenance has been covered by the town and the school division under ADJOURNMENT there, because that is a facility that's right close to the school. So that's why the county hasn't historically been a part of that. We may have contributed to capital improvements in the past, but again, that's within the agreement, because the agreement says case by case, we will consider capital, but operating has to be in the agreement. So Rhonda's correct, we are needing to get some clarification, and we'll be looking closely at that when the financials and the information comes in, because it is only ball diamonds. And of course, sports fields can include soccer, can include football, could include, you know, a magnitude of other things that this council hasn't agreed to specifically fund. So,
Well, I guess that then, if I go to the previous page, guest services, programming and fitness. I'm assuming our current agreement doesn't identify that fully either then.
No, so our current agreement. It says 25% of rec administration. So I don't know if that guest services is rec administration or if it's part of the arena. Yeah, I'm not sure, so.
Well, because the previous line is rec admin, so this seems like something beyond that. So there's much to discuss with further information.
Yes, if it's included in the arena portion of the agreement, then it's 50%, so.
And yes, so I guess when we talk to, when is the Zoom part?
I think 3 p.m.
3:15? Okay. Because I see there's quite a gap even on the operational, Christian Center operational has taken a $110,000 leap.
Yeah, a couple years ago it dropped that much and we questioned it and it didn't get changed, but then in the agreement, it was noted that the county only pays the percentage of the budget, not actuals. So then when we just paid our percentage of the budget and they had wrongly submitted the budget, I think, to us. So I think this is actually back to where it was about 2 or 3 years ago. But I mean, should let them explain.
Another opportunity to have
Yeah.
a conversation about actuals versus budget.
Yes.
Something to put perhaps in the thought.
The agreement
Good
is very
conversation.
convoluted.
It's got quite a bit of room for interpretation by the sounds of it. So
Yeah.
there's opportunity to clean that up. I
believe
see
so.
there's two counselors. I'm going to start with Counselor Duncan and then come to Counselor Lang.
Thank you. Just over the years, there's been some name changes as well, like guest services. That was kind of a name change when it used to be programs and services, and when the new facility, or when we renovated the facility, then because operations moved from the town office over to there, they started getting called different names. So some of this is things we've traditionally funded, but they're kind of named differently right now. And you're right, it's not absolutely clear. I'll leave it at that for now, thanks.
Oh, okay. Counselor Lang,
No, that's all right.
go ahead.
Just found a copy of the agreement. I'll forward it on.
I believe we were forwarded it at one point, but thank you. If you don't mind forwarding it again, it'll give us something to look at. Counselor Lang?
Rhonda, I'm just looking at this 2020 budget, so we don't have actuals for 2020? For, because,
They invoice us at the end of the year.
okay, because I'm just, I'm looking at the Christian Center operational and pool operations, and with COVID, I would think that those costs would have went down.
Well, yeah, we've had a couple discussions with them and I'm not sure, maybe Murray can speak to
Mr.
that.
Hagan?
Yeah, thanks, Reeve. We've had a couple of initial discussions with their Director of Corporate Services in light of that, and looking at their numbers, we were intuitively expecting the same thing, is that their expenditures would have dropped significantly in addition to their revenues. But there still seemed to be quite a significant amount of expenditure happening there. So we posed those questions to them. They were gonna refine the numbers and bring them back. So we're still expecting to have a subsequent meeting on that. There was some request, I think it came by email, if the county would consider sharing its municipal operational sustainability transfer money, the most funding from the province, to help cover this. And I suggested, still need to go back, you need to show us the numbers, and there were some questions of costs that were in there that needed to be allocated to other departments, because my understanding is they had some of the recreational staff working in other areas, yet those costs were still included there. So we asked them to separate that out and give us some explanation and details back. So we're still waiting to have that conversation.
Councillor Lang, supplemental.
Thank you, Murray, because that's where I was gonna go with the staffing costs, because I know that they're not staffing at the same levels as they were. And usually staffing is the greatest cost to any organization. So, thank you.
Out of curiosity, you mentioned the municipal sustainability funding.
Yep.
Would the town not have been granted that and have access to theirs?
They would indeed. I believe they've got other areas that they're intending to apply that funding to. So the way I explained it to them is anything that they're requesting in terms of additional costs they incurred because of the pandemic would be a request to this council. It's outside of the agreement. And so council would need to consider that. And if council decides to provide a share of that funding, that will be claimable under our most funding as well.
Is there a deadline date for making sure that we get that information back to the province for what we would be spending our municipal sustainable funding grant on?
We don't need to give them advance notice of what we're going to spend it on, but the cutoff date is March 31st of 2021. So we have until then, that's when it cuts off, and then we'll have to report against it.
So there is opportunity for discussion
There is.
between the two administrations?
Absolutely.
Okay, good. All right, any other questions with regard to this portion of the budget? Councillor Lougheed.
Actually, just one thing for clarification. I noticed the splash park was called the spray park in one section and the splash park in the other. Are we talking about the same facility, or are they somehow divided out?
Yeah. No, that's just a difference in nomenclature. I don't know if we're using a different terminology than them or if they're sending that. So no, that's the same facility. You're just seeing it, capital versus operating.
Thank you.
Our apologies. We'll clarify what the true name of it is, and there's gotta be a sign up. We'll go look and, we'll match our nomenclature to the sign.
Co-op something or another, yeah. Okay, does that offset the cost when I guess that would be question to the committee members. Does that offset the cost? I mean, there's dollars to call it the Christensen Center and the co-op splash spray park. How does that work?
Yes, those are 10-year agreements. So $50,000 was, I believe, the Christensen Center, Christensen Wellness Group paid at 5 years at $10,000 a year. Anyway, but those funds have generally been going into future reserves for capital. And they're supposed to, if there's capital purchases, and for the most part, and we probably have to ask Wes for clarification, but for the most part, all that advertising stuff went into capital reserves for future upgrades like a field house in the future. And they would be applied to, our joint town-county purchases of capital projects in the future.
Thank you for clarifying. It just sort of brought up a thought as I was chatting.
Yeah. And I'm not sure, there's one for the Zamboni that's currently a new one that I hadn't heard before. I think that one might go back to operational, but again, probably a question for Wes on that. But it's I think $5,000 a year for 10 years as well or something for advertising on the Zamboni. But I think that one goes back in. Yeah, or if it goes into capital, maybe it goes into the Zamboni fund or reserve for that. I'm not sure, but yeah. Yeah, there was long discussions about that back in the day about what to do with the naming rights income that came in, and that was kind of where it went back then.
So I guess then where in here is a snapshot of the capital reserves for recreation?
Ours or theirs?
Both.
Yeah, I'm not sure we don't get to see what their reserves are. I guess they don't report on them to us, but they would probably be in their financial statements. I haven't looked.
But if we're contributing, would we not
all of our contributions are considered operational in nature. We don't have any capital, we don't own the arena,
Right.
even though we've contributed half the cost of it. We don't own Zamboni, even though we've contributed half the cost of it. But those, so that will, I think, so none of what we don't have reserves here, other than the reserve we have for NSRP, is the only thing that's anywhere close to recreation for reserves. We've always considered them an operational cost. The town, yes, you're right, we'd have to look at the town's financial statements to see what they have in there for reserves.
And that's what I'm asking, if we're contributing to, are we entitled to half of the advertising capital reserve? Like, is that half that advertising considered ours, or is that considered all town?
It's considered a reserve for future capital purchases, so if we build a new field house, that money could be used to, that would be the first money used to buy a new field house, and the rest would come from town and county contributions after that. So it's held by the town, but my understanding is considered joint funds held by the town. I don't know if we would have something similar in fire. The fire would be, reserves would be joint funds. No, we all have our own fire reserves, sorry, so.
Mr.
Go
Hagan?
ahead, Murray.
I believe Councillor Duncan has adequately expressed my understanding of the situation is that if the town receives that funding, that is their property, they would report that. But you're absolutely right, I would anticipate that if an eligible expenditure comes up, that is one source of funding to go against the initial cost of that project. And then they would look to split the cost between the town and the county after that. So I think we are benefiting from that, because it is reducing our overall contribution. It's just we have no claim on those funds.
It's the same with if they resell or if they buy a new Zamboni and sell one, the return on the old one is put towards the price of the new one, right?
No, and
So we had that discussion a bit about when it went to the Ferrier Acres people there, so.
I appreciate that. I was just curious if we're ever given any financials on those reserves to see how they're building.
We haven't seen anything specifically, and it's a question whether the financial statements provides that level of detail or not. You'll recall, Reeve, when we asked what the amount was in the sewage reserve that the funding agreement referred. For quite some time, they didn't have a sewage reserve. It was within a larger reserve. They've only just started recently to split that out independently.
Perhaps it's with this Questica, it makes it easier and I understand they're on Questica, so that is maybe gonna help both sides.
If I may add to Reeve Laird, it's our understanding that generating revenue from naming rights is relatively new. Only over the last few years has that been something the town's been utilizing. So it's the last we checked, it's my understanding they have not expended any of those reserves. And if council wishes to have more transparency or more communication between the two councils around those reserves, I'd strongly encourage council to consider that in the agreement review, because the agreement is not currently covering those things. Of course, as I just mentioned, it didn't exist in 2009. Nobody thought that somebody would pay $50,000 to have their name on the side of a building. And certainly that's very common now. We see it, in small facilities. So, it makes sense to me that council would want at least a bit of communication, because, that revenue is generated on your contributions to those facilities, even though, as we recognize, those facilities aren't owned by the county. So that might be something council would consider putting into a new agreement, or when we get into those negotiations, if we do, that, in my opinion, that might be something we should look at.
Right, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none?
So maybe just to wrap up the town, we did clarify some things relating to their ask, the capital part of their ask. We wanted to make sure the floor scrubber was for facilities that we cost shared, and so we asked if it was for, the arena or loose oppet, and we, the floor scrubber is for the arena, because of course we do not cost share anything related to loose oppet That's their community hall. But in this instance, this is a piece of machinery they need for maintenance at the arena. Obviously, you're not going back and forth with these things, so we clarified that. So that's really all I wanted to discuss as far as the town's component ask of the county. As we've mentioned a few times, Wes will be zooming in to give you a presentation, so.
We can ask more questions at that time.
Sure. Did you have a question, Jim?
One comment, I believe that the town did not accept the lighting the football track and soccer as in this year's budget, so Wes will update us there. I think when they approved their budget, that one was taken off. They've deferred that for a year or something,
Okay.
so we'll hear more on that as well. So that's 62,500 there. It's dependent on a CFIP grant, that one, and they were failed in the request for 2020, and they've applied again for 2021. Or they can apply again in 2021, but it wouldn't get off the ground until 2022, so that's why it keeps delaying by a year, hoping they're successful in the CFIP. The 62,500 is our share of half of the total cost, which is 250,000. Like Michelle has some more information.
Councillor Swanson?
Actually, I was going to ask a question in regards to the Caroline Egg Capital for 2021. Can you remind me what the 145,000 was for, please? Under the Caroline Egg Capital for 145,000 for 2021.
So, within the Caroline Egg Capital, they're proposing some repairs to their roof. It's a significant building with a metal roof on it, so, that'll be some of our significant amount. They also need to, install some, snow management devices to their building. Now that they'll be rerouting some of their foot traffic along the edge of the building. Since we've upgraded the parking lot and put in some curb and guttering and some sidewalks, they're now able to walk along the side of the building, and because of that, they need some snow stops to keep the snow from rushing off this steel roof onto the folks walking by. So that was a part of this new capital ask in order to facilitate some of the new tenants that they're courting related to their ongoing projects to bring health-related fields into that facility. They've got some dividing systems that they're wanting to do to help facilitate the new dentist programming that they're have attracted into the community. So some of that work is kind of ongoing over a few years, and so we'll see some more of them going into the next year. So that's the increased ask relating to capital for the Caroline facility.
Thank you.
Councillor Lang?
Matt, I'm just wondering, like, all these facilities, whether it's a swimming pool or the Caroline curling / gymnastics, there's some revenue that comes into all of these programs. Is that revenue used to offset the operating costs, or where does that revenue go?
So you're asking about the revenue that the facility operators generate from the user pay systems?
Yeah, does any of that come back to us, or does it go off of the operating costs?
Yeah, so they collect the user fees, and not every activity has user fees. So a lot of the youth programming, or some of the youth programming, doesn't have user fees associated. Minor hockey is an example of one that does, but some drop-in gymnastics or a mom and tots gymnastics may not have a user fee. But thinking of activities that do have user fees, like minor hockey, that revenue is going to go back into the facility, and that's going to be the first to be utilized to offset expenses. And then after that has been utilized, whatever's left is divided by the funding partners to share. Typically, that's, you know, we've termed that as the level that we subsidize these facilities, you know, so the user fee is what they collect, and then whatever the expenses are after that, we pay.
Go ahead.
I guess that is my concern. Is there any proof that these user fees actually go back into that facility and that they don't go off to corporate services or something?
Yeah, so, and maybe I'll take a kick at this and then I'll let Murray kinda clean up my mess. But I can speak about Caroline more because we kinda look after that more so. Murray will look after the financials coming up from the town, but for Caroline, they submit us their budgets and then they submit us their actuals after they're audited. So to answer your question, yes, we know exactly where their money's going. Caroline Ag Society is a registered society. So they have to follow a set of rules when it comes to accounting and managing their finances. And so we have a lot of confidence that if they're able to maintain their society status, that they're meeting some minimum standards when it comes to accounting for their dollars. Murray, did you want to take a stab at the town's end of things? Thank you.
A brief comment, as Rhonda explained, the existing rec agreement states that we pick up a portion of their budgeted costs. We don't pick up their actuals. So we really don't put a lot of focus on where they ended up in terms of their revenues, with the exception of this question of the most funding that we've already talked about. That takes us a little farther because that could lead to a new request of council. So we would ask additional information on that.
Councillor Lang?
So, am I hearing this correctly, that we don't have the same confidence with Rocky as what we do with Caroline?
I'm not suggesting that at all. It's simply a different agreement and a different structure, as Matt accurately pointed out. Being a society, they need to publish those statements. The town does as well, being a municipality. It's just a question of the level of detail that's there.
Is it, what year was the Caroline Ag Society agreement established with us, or could we get a copy of that agreement forwarded to us?
Yes, it'll happen after my presentation, but
Thank you.
definitely we can provide you that agreement. There is some fundamental differences between those agreements. And one of them being that we pay for 100% of the rec in Caroline and only a portion of certain things within Rocky. So that's a major difference there. The town's obviously a incorporated municipality, but the Ag Society is a not-for-profit society that receives grants from the Agriculture Department under their Ag Society status, and it's no different than the Westerner or Calgary Stampede. They're also Ag Societies that operate facilities on a larger scale than this, but they're good comparatives. Everybody knows who they are.
Thank you for explaining the difference.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into this. It's not just playing baseball, that's for sure. So maybe the last thing that I'll focus on within this community services distribution breakdown before I roll us back up into the higher level discussions of our budget is the cultural funding or Indigenous funding that we've identified as a new line in community services transfers to organization budget. And as I mentioned before, that's just a result of the asks the council received for funding events this summer, and reflecting the work that we've done in conjunction with the Asquith Friendship Center. So you'll see that's a new line for 2021. that accounts for $7,500, and we have recommended that this continue on into the future. So I know Councillor Lang had a question around that. Does that answer the question, or was there more information you need?
Councillor Lang?
Well, yeah, this is the first I've heard about this. I guess I'm concerned that this is gonna potentially continue on into the future. Yeah, I would like to learn more about this ask.
Specifically? What specifically? Sorry?
Everything, what's it like?
Yeah, so the Ask Us Friendship Center came to council this past summer and asked to receive some funding for a cultural event and a Canada Day fireworks event that they did. Under both instances, council granted them funding out of contingency. And so in discussions with the Friendship Center, they've told us that they do plan on having these events in the future, and their plan would be to approach council and ask for funding. And so out of the interest of respecting council's time and past decisions, administration's recommended this within the budget as a result. It's certainly up to council if they wish to just entertain those asks on a yearly basis, because we do understand that they will continue to come. Certainly that's council's option as well. But we felt that under similar circumstances, when council has approved events like this, they've often supported them on an ongoing basis. So that's why the ask is in. We never brought it to a strategic planning for council because it is small and insignificant, and we can't necessarily bring everything to a future strategic plan. But yes, this is the first time we've talked about a line item for this with council, but council has had this ask multiple times, both this year and in future years where we funded Friendship Center activities out of contingency. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, it does,
Councillor Lang,
thank you.
supplemental?
And there's a couple things that come to my mind. First of all, I'm wondering if the town is gonna contribute an equal amount. And secondly, being on FCSS for many years, we get many asks of this nature coming through to FCSS. And generally with FCSS, we like to see these type of events where they find some way that they become more self-reliant and they don't rely on municipal funding year after year after year. And so they gradually get weaned off. So I guess I want to treat this group the same as we would treat anyone else. And I have concerns about funding this year after year, and I would like to, consider it on a year-by-year basis, because we don't know what our revenues are going to be. And a lot of groups can go out and find some way to fundraise too, to put towards some of these events. It's my thoughts.
So the question there was, does the town support these two events? And the answer is yes. We could quiz Wes on the budget going into 2021 and 2022, but the town has an event funding process, and they have funded these events in conjunction with the county in the past.
Okay, and that's specifically, and I'm coming to you, Councillor Duncan, as well, but that is specifically why I asked if there was perhaps an opportunity for a policy around event funding. Because that would maybe create a set of rules or terms for this event funding to go into. Maybe it shouldn't be just for one group, the way it's being identified. Maybe it needs to be identified as event funding, and we have a terms of reference, and that's just a comment, something to consider. Councillor Duncan, or do you want to finish supplemental? Okay.
Well, just a little bit more on to Rebliard's comments. It could potentially open up a can of worms. You fund one group that wants to put on an event, and then there's a spillover into other asks that come forward. And I find it hard to say yes to one group and no to the next, so it's just something else for us to consider.
Councillor Duncan.
So Matt, you also have a line there, community event funding, which is, looks like it's new for this year for 6,000. That would be for funding similar events? Or is that already designated to which events that it would go to, that $6,000 there? Or is that something that you, it's in the budget, but you come to council for approval on events? I remember one thing that we have funded in the past, I'm not sure if we still do, would be the Caroline Rodeo, right? That was $2,000 a year that went typically there for many years. I don't know if we still fund that one or not, but.
Yeah, that's, the community, or the Caroline Rodeo is funded through economic development to the chamber. So that's where you'll find that in budget. The $6,000 is, a pool of money that we've identified to provide council with an opportunity for these one-off events. Instead of going to contingency, we've, proposed this. You know, we have thought a lot about event funding policy, but it's a challenge. You know, we're already funding events such as Leslieville Antique Days. You'll see a line there. We fund Nordegg Days through the Nordegg Community Association funding that we provide. We fund events through the funding that we give to Confluence Heritage Society. So, you know, I think if the worry is we're gonna crack open a can of worms to fund events, the can's there. I think we've funded ad hoc events based on asks, such as the Leslieville Antique Days, you know, for a better part of 10 or 12 years. So that's where it's challenging for administration to try to put a policy together right now that covers, you know, the old asks and the new asks. And then what we find when we're gatekeeping of council's purse, anytime we say no, they still come to council anyway. So by having just a pool of money that council can distribute on an ad hoc basis probably is the best way to go, because a policy just ties council's hands for when a group that comes that happens to be outside your policy, but you think that they're very worthy. And then when you think of some of the comments I heard was we want to be fair. Well, it's not very fair when you have a policy that excludes somebody. So those are the challenges that we've had when it comes time to trying to wrap our mind around an event funding policy. There's just so much difference. Some groups want $500 for a pony show, and some groups want $500,000 for Masters games. You know, so it's really hard to put an event funding policy in place that's going to really have any kind of substance. And then in our experience, nobody cares about them, because whether they're in and out of it, they want to talk to council. They're excited about their event. They don't just want your money, they want your awareness and your marketing potential. So even if we say, well, here's your money, they still want to come to council with their delegation. So, you know, I think under this circumstance, we're trying to limit groups coming back that you've provided funding to. So we've said, okay, we'll put it in budget, but we've also allocated some funding to allow you guys to say, for sure, we'll fund this year. And here's a pool of money that doesn't mean we're going to contingency. So that's kind of how that works. Certainly council can do whatever, you know, they wish when it comes to these things, but it is a challenging, it is a bit challenging, because, you know, there are continual asks in this realm. Everybody's doing something always, and they want some money, typically.
Councillor Duncan.
So just on that, I certainly agree with Matt that the policy would be very tough where you see far too many events that, well, an example would be the Masters games where it far exceeds anything we would ever put in a budget line, but it was a one-off. I guess I'm a bit along the lines with Councillor Lang that I'm not entirely comfortable with putting something in annually for Asoko and Friendship Center, but I would be willing to perhaps increase the community event funding budget by some amount, and I would just put up $12,000 or $13,000 as an amount, and then remove that Indigenous funding line out of our current budget. And that still puts it in the realm. If we get more comfortable with that one, I think if it's, last year was the first one, if we get more comfortable with it in a couple of years, then I would be more likely to move it to something like Leslieville Antique Days, where it's it's a recognized event and it will continue on. Just my suggestions on that.
Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Duncan's suggestions. And also, I know with FCSS, one thing that we look for is to see how much skin in the game these groups have, how much they're putting in, what they're doing to contribute for the event. And maybe it's just me, but I have a problem just giving money without knowing how much skin in the game they're putting in. So, and generally when we fund, like I'm thinking of Nordegg with the Discovery Park, the community put in a third, they got a third from the province, and we put in a third. And I like seeing that. I like seeing the community or whatever group it is participating and fundraising or putting some effort in to put this on themselves, rather than just 100% funded by taxpayers' dollars. But that may be just me.
Well, I'm reminded that one of our principles was to work with our Indigenous communities. So I'm torn. I recognize the need to, have it be fair and accessible to any who would come through the door. But I also recognize the importance of the work that's being done in the community, and I'm going to butcher the name, the Asokowin Center, and how they're doing the good work they're doing in our community for cultural awareness with our 3 Indigenous communities and beyond our borders. And I think that we need to also recognize the importance of that good work as well. And so given that, I would like to see it stay as its own line. I wish we had a policy, but I recognize it's not easy because it's not a one-stop shop. There's multiple sizes and varieties of events. But given that, and recognizing it's one of our principles, I think it needs to be its own line. I think this will be an ongoing ask, and I think it's going to be very similar to Leslieville Antique Days. Councillor, I'm not sure who had theirs on first. I'll start with Councillor Lang.
Reeve Liard, I completely agree with you. They are doing very good work. I'm not questioning that at all. You also mentioned how we have 3 First Nations communities in our area. So if I knew if the 3 First Nations communities were also contributing to this event, I would be 100% in favor of this. That's where we differ in our opinion.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
And I guess if I might go on the fence between you two, it's, we have to remember that Asokowin Friendship Center is focused on Indigenous people, but it is those living off the reserve. So there is a bit of a gray area there, and they are not funded very often, or if at all, from the reserves. So it's a bit of a different aspect to the Indigenous than applying it to those from, than our relationships with just the reserves. So yes, there is probably some crossover. They have some, but for the most part, their programs, like their preschool program, that are for people living in this county or community as opposed to on the reserve.
Well, and it's not just for Indigenous children.
Right. None of their programs are just for
Yeah.
Indigenous. It's for those in need and
That's for whoever
and
wants
to bring the cultural aspect, those wanting that cultural aspect to the
family.
programming as well.
Exactly, thank you. Okay, Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add that all up, I agree with Councillor Laird that this is something that will continue, and I think the level of funding that's proposed here is reasonable. And I think we, as a community, need to continue to engage with our Indigenous friends and neighbors, and having a line item to this effect is a good thing. So I support the level that is currently suggested here.
Maybe it could be renamed to the Asokowin Any rate, other thoughts, comments? Councillor Hoven?
So this money, this 7,500, is that linked only to events, or if we change it to just the Sokoman Friendship Center, is that just a check they receive once a year? If they decide not to do the events, does the funding not go to them?
Correct. So this wouldn't be like a grant that we give to community halls where upon approval by council, we distribute the funding. This is being established to provide us the opportunity to partner with them like we did this summer. And we were a part of their cultural event, which we had boots on the ground. We had staff there helping. We had dignitaries from this council there providing positive words on behalf of the county. So we would be a partner within the event. If the event didn't happen, the money wouldn't be spent. It's also to help provide funding towards their Canada Day celebrations as well. We're less of a partner there, but we still sit at the table. Of course, anytime we provide funding to something like this, we sit at the table. So to answer the question, no, if those two events or similar events weren't to go ahead, we wouldn't be partnering. And this money is only distributed based on actual expenses. So if we've estimated the costs of those two events and our contributions to them, which have been kind of a third town, a third county, and a third friendship center. If those costs change, we would only pay up to what the budget is. You know, so if the costs were down, we'd pay less. If they were over our budget, we'd pay up to our budget amount, so.
So then it would be a third of the actuals?
That's
Is that-
my
Because that's what
understanding.
we did for the cultural event, and is that?
That's right,
Okay.
yeah, that's right. And where Asquin's funding comes from, I don't know. But the other thirds have came from the town and the county traditionally.
Well, I'm fine with this as long as we follow the same guidelines that we followed for the cultural event in the fall, with that being a third.
Okay. I think that we've beat up that quite a bit.
Awesome. So I think, you know, just to kind of focus on the changes and the blue ink in our summary sheet, the last point I would like to make, and it should be the freshest point in council's mind, is to draw attention to the David Thompson Corridor School commitment that council made its last meeting regarding the utilities to Condor and La City School ice rinks. They're reflected in the recreation budget below at the very bottom. So that'll be new for 2021. Council made that commitment. So that's all I really had for the breakdown of the community services transfers. If there's not any more questions, maybe I could ask us to go back into the overall summary and we'll keep grinding away. Is there one last kind of chance for questions relating to the community services allocations?
No, back to page 27 of 76.
So, just to kind of wrap up with recreation, it looks like here, you'll see that the transfers to the town is down. That's mainly capital, as we kind of pointed out. The village, the big significant change there we haven't talked about is the parking project cost quite a bit. And so we're not doing any parking lot work except for a small amount of carryover. Just, you know, putting the final touches on that project, a little bit of seeding and final work gonna happen by East Butte there in 2021. So we've carried over a small amount to be able to complete that work next year. transfers to Nordeg has been reduced slightly, and that'll be relating to a specific project that they undertook last year. And that was the finishing of their arena. And so we funded a bit of that capital work there. They finished that, done a fabulous job there. And so now their recreation transfers are just back to the normal amounts that they would get for operating outside of that. The other thing that we want to point out is there is some increases in recreation associated with outhouses and latrines that have been developed in Nordeg over the last little while. As you can recall, last year at budget, council added an outhouse to Nordeg in conjunction with the one that's already at Discovery Park, as well as the other two that are there, one at the Nordeg staging area and then one at the mine. That's 4 bathrooms that we're now looking after. And it was scattered amongst all departments and who was managing them. And so administratively, we've agreed, or I've drawn the short stick, I'm not sure how that worked, but that we would manage the ongoing costs of operating them, cleaning and supplying. And so we've included that within our budget now. Some of them are operating year-round, some of them are closed. Like the trails, the trails ones are closed in the winter, but the one at Discovery Park is heated and it is going to be open. The one at the community hall is heated and it will be open when the events are on at that facility. So we just wanted to point that out. Will be a bit of a new expenditure or expenditure that we've drawn into our budget to try to get some efficiency. Of course, it wasn't very efficient with 4 departments doing the same thing. So now we've been able to get some scale and we've been able to negotiate some more efficient rates to be able to clean those structures. So that's a little bit new. It's again, it's not very significant, so it's not, jumping out at you at the budget, but it is something to kind of point out. And I think we have heard a lot of feedback as we're working with the community. They're very happy that we're investing in bathrooms. That's, the thing we lack the most in the West Country, in a close second would be garbage, and I don't think that's news to anybody here at this table. So we're getting a lot of positive feedback about the services we're now inserting into the hamlet in Nordeg, and certainly we have to, not just build these nice structures, we have to maintain them. So we'll be doing that in the community services budget.
Councillor Swanson.
I'm looking just overall under the whole recreation sublines. Where does David Thompson Rec Board fit in?
Ran out of room. to put it
Okay,
in there.
fair enough.
Yeah,
So it's all
the
lumped.
transfers to David Thompson is definitely in there. We haven't forgot. If we can go back to the breakdown sheet.
It's in there.
Perhaps it could
It's
be
in
called
there.
rural rec boards.
It is a good point maybe to touch on. The rec boards, we've talked an awful lot about the new rec boards that we've established, and we haven't talked as much about David Thompson. So you'll see that there'd be a slight increase in the allocation that we've recommended for them. Part of that is to cover the ongoing operational costs, but also throughout the process of redistributing and rejigging our rec boards, David Thompson did end up getting, and the board agreed to receive one more ball diamond to look after within their area. So they're contributing about $2,000 per facility, and so we've added that to their budget in recognition of an extra facility on top of the estimated operating costs that they're gonna have to incur on our behalf to manage the two new skating rinks. So that's the $5,000 increase there. They're not planning anything new, but we got new plans for them. So, and they've been great sports, they're really happy to see that there's other opportunities outside of their area. They were a oasis in a desert of recreation before, so they're excited and they're gonna be good mentors to the other rec area. as far as their trials and tribulations. So, we're very happy to be working with the folks at David Thompson, and we want to make sure that the extra asks we have of them are appropriately resourced. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I was just more or less looking through the, like I say, not that sheet, but the other sheet, so just to make sure that it was addressed there, but thank you.
So that was where you were asking on page 27 of 76, where it's Raven, and that's why I said,
Do any change there, what you suggested, rural rec boards? Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great. I think that's really all I was hoping to draw council's attention to, so I'd be,
where, go ahead, Councillor Duncan.
Okay, maybe we'll ask the same question. Where would things like the rail trail be and that new campground down at Racinas, if there's an update on that as well? Or the Burnstick Lake campground? That may come under Caroline Chamber, I guess.
yeah, so the rail trail is capital. We'll be talking about that tomorrow.
Okay,
Um,
but you do have administrative costs there, or you haven't been maybe, because we do manage the trail building there, right? So,
yeah, that's been an in-kind contribution for us, and a lot of that's Eric's costs. He manages the building, and with, at his discretion, whether it's, if it's a professional service or an engineering company, that, obviously that's, going to be a cost included. If it's in-house, then that's an in-kind contribution.
okay.
And that certainly, just driven by their work plan. If they've got available staff to manage the project, then they do, and if they don't, then they'll
Hire
hire.
somebody, yeah.
So where in the budget would we find it?
Capital.
Capital for
Capital,
the rail
sorry.
trail. And that's, we have a reserve there for that we match dollars, or it's in reserve, right? That fund, or it was in our budget last year, 500,000 was in the budget.
Yeah, and then there's been
So-
some carry forward and things of that nature, so we'll get into it tomorrow in the capital,
Okay.
because there certainly is some movement gonna happen in 2022.
Okay, the other,
Yeah,
Yeah,
just the other
more.
part of that, Matt, just, could you update us on the, I'm sorry, it's not Racina's campground, if that's the right word there, but it's not open yet, right? It's,
Yeah, so the Racinas Campground, right next to the river along Highway 22, that we've been slowly rebuilding since it was flooded out. We do have, it finished. We finished, with the last few amenities in there this year, with a latrine and a well. So those are in. We were very close to having it opened, and we were just about, we were in the position of finalizing an agreement with a contractor to run it, and then COVID hit, and they pulled out. Not wise, because the campground business was a very profitable business for a change this year, but nonetheless, it put us at a disadvantage in May, after we, spent the better part of the late winter and early spring negotiating an agreement, put us at square one. So it didn't get open this year, unfortunately. Frustrating for us, because we've been trying to get this campground open for the better part of 2 years. Trying to get it built out, and trying to get it open, trying to get it operating, and drawing people to our community and providing economic development. So, we were very frustrated with that. But COVID did bring an opportunity, which is having, and when I say we found a contractor, we flushed one out of the bush all winter. Like we had to try really hard to find someone interested in it. And we've shared before what the problem is there. It's a small campground with a few sites in it. It's hard to make a business out of. But all of a sudden now we have a lot more interest out of it, and I'm very confident it's gonna get open. We've learned a lot about not having it open these last couple of years. And we've got a contingency. So if it's not gonna get operated by an operator, which is our desired method, we will find a way to open it without an operator. And it's risky, as far as, what goes on, in this day with the security issues we see in rural. But we think we have a plan. There's other campsites that operate that way. So, we will have it open this year, whether it's one system or another. And we're excited to have a few more sites to maybe spur some economic development in that area. There's also a lot of interest from the planned projects out west. And so, you know, we're confident that if we have to operate it without an operator, we can look to that realm of customer and be fairly confident that they're gonna treat our asset nice, you know, versus just opening it up to anybody. So if that helps answer the question, what the future plans are with there, but you'll find the costs related to campgrounds in recreation, parks and recreation.
Other questions? Might be looking for a campground host over there.
Are you interested?
Not yet. Ask me in October. My question is, where is hall funding in this budget?
So we can go back to the summary sheet there. You see transfers to community organizations.
Okay,
And then you see community hall grant funding,
yes.
and then community hall capital projects. So see a slight increase in community hall capital projects. That's a fund we have available for council to address specific or ad hoc asks by community halls for major capital projects. We do know that Ferrier has a significant rebuild going on. It's been delayed or issues in their construction schedule have come up due to COVID and severely increased building supplies, which affect their budget and their overall plan. So they're, to our understanding, still planning on moving forward, but they have to reevaluate their plans because of the current situation. So recognizing that they are planning on a fairly significant phased build, we've recommended that we increase slightly the capital projects fund to just offset that. If they don't come with an ask or nobody comes with an ask, you know, like in past years, that amount just gets surplus back in. But we do see value in having it available to address those. Community hall grant funding, we've reduced it slightly. Not that we're planning on reducing anybody's grant. We had just carried over a smaller amount above the grant funding in these past years because we had to make sure that we didn't have any carryover from past approved grant projects under our old system that expenses coming in within the next year. Now, we know those are all done now, so under the old system where people applied for their furnace and things like that, we're done with them. So that's where you're just seeing that slight reduction there. That 57,500 reflects the grant funding amount, 5,000 to larger community halls, 2,500 to smaller. This is the last year, or this is the last allocation before we've committed to council to come review that policy. During the initial development of the policy, we committed to council that we would run it for 3 years prior to reviewing it. You know, a fair kick at the cat. So we're there now. So for 2022, we would allocate the funds as we have historically. 2021, we would allocate the funds that we have historically, and then sometime within the first quarter of this 2021 year, we'll bring the policy back. That time council would have a chance to potentially change the allocations for 2022 if they wished, or keep it the same, or whatever we want to do. So that's kind of what we're recommending and planning for community halls, if that answers the questions.
So where does that equate back into page 27 of 76?
Yeah.
Where?
It's line item 632, 5210, that's the 302,000 in recreation and culture.
Thank you.
So it's part of that.
All right, other questions for Matt, Counselor Duncan?
No,
Okay. I think that's it then. That was pretty thorough.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to draft planning and development operating. We need a few minutes to do a cleanup for COVID restrictions. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. All right, now that we've cleaned up from the COVID areas, we're good to go and ready to go on to planning and development operating budget.
Thank you,
Keith,
Reeve Laird.
this is gonna be your last one, sir.
Yeah, well, I'll be back tomorrow with a small capital budget, but,
Okay.
yeah, this is my last budget, so
Well, make it a good one.
I'll try. So, up on the screen, you've got the summary that we'll go through. It's page 31 of your package. And I guess before we start getting into that, just kind of want to reflect back on 2020's budget and some of the surprises we discovered through this budget. And, you know, we'll get more into detail on some of the line items when we're projecting forward. But COVID certainly had an effect on our operating budget. You know, it wasn't significant dollars per se, but, you know, a number of things, there were events canceled that affected our economic development budget. Facilities only partially operated out in Nordegg. Tours of the mine site were completely canceled. You know, regular things like travel and meetings and conferences and training, again, didn't add up to a lot of money, but it's things that we budgeted for that just didn't pan out. Another, you know, significant area where we saw that we saved a little bit of money, and we can talk a little bit about this as we go down and project forward, but in our contracted services portion of our budget, we discovered that the government ended up saving us some money by changing their rules on IDPs and ICFs. And we had some money banked with Parkland Community Planning Services that helped us save money on our MDP review that we're going through this year because we used some of the banked time that we saved on those other projects. So that saved us a little bit of money. Another thing that we discovered was with the current planning down a little bit, with the number of applications for subdivision development permits, land use amendments, being slightly down from what we saw 2-3 years ago, we found that we were able to use more of our own internal staff on the MDP, and that saved us a little bit of money as well. So anyway, probably the biggest adjustment to our 2020 budget came out on the mine site, where we had budgeted for some engineering work, some evaluation on the briquette plant, and then some money budgeted to do some repairs. I don't know whether it was COVID related or what, but the province needed to approve all that, and we just barely got their approval now. So that won't be an expenditure that we'll see in 2020, even though it was budgeted for, but we're going to move it forward to 2021. Probably the biggest surprise in our operating budget was the number of lots that we sold out in Nordegg. We certainly didn't budget for this much revenue, but I guess it's a pleasant surprise. But then there's also, you know, you'll see in one of our line items, moving forward, we need to increase an expenditure for cost of lots. So, you know, as far as our budget moving forward, generally we're seeing it stay the same, with the exception of that costs of lot sales in Nordegg, and we'll talk a little bit about that as I get to it. So I guess we'll start right into the revenue portion of the budget. And you can see under 2020, we have revenues divided into two sections, planning and heritage. If you look at the planning line, planning general, that's basically revenues from all of our application fees. And this is always a hard one to predict. We just kind of leave it at that 36, and it's generally pretty close. But we see that no reason to change that moving forward. If you drop to the next line, lot sales, you'll see that we budgeted 306,000. Our lot sales so far this year are, well, they change almost every day. The last few days, we've been selling lots like crazy. We're over $2 million. We've sold 25 lots.
Well done.
Yeah. Well, thank our real estate agent. But that was a big surprise to us. If you drop down to the next line under revenues, under heritage, we have budgeted across the board there $7,500, and this is basically revenues from our mine site tours. And like I said, for 2020, we didn't have any revenues because there was not one tour held. But we are comfortable staying with that number into the future there. Any questions on revenues?
Councillor Hoven?
All the money from the lot sales, that goes into the reserves, correct? Or how does that?
Any money, any money that comes in for lot sales goes into that reserve that we draw out of for all the Nordic development costs.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson?
As we've heard that the Miners Cafe will be moving on, will that be a rentable space then in that particular building, or how will we fill that?
What we're looking at is not renting it out to any businesses. We're hoping that, the opening and construction of new retail space will pick that up. We are looking at options as to what to do with the space that we'll have. And so we've got ideas moving forward, but we're not actively looking for another restaurant to open up. Did you have anything to add there, Amanda, or no? Okay, if we drop into expenditures then, the first three categories are basically planning services that we provide. And the first one there, Planning and Development Administration Vehicle Pool. This basically covers repair, maintenance, and fuel of the 4 vehicles that we have for our department. And the budget for 2020 was $7,700. And working with Kurt's group, we've got numbers moving forward for repair, maintenance, and fuel for the future, and you can see that we've budgeted a little bit more. The vehicles are getting a little bit older, but we've got $10,800 across the board for that. Any questions on that?
Actually, I would like more of a clarification. You stated the vehicles getting a little bit older, and often there's some misunderstanding that we just simply turn them out if they hit a certain amount of mileage or years. And I know that we're putting a lot more on those vehicles than we have in the past. Maybe you could provide some information on that.
Yeah, Reeve Laird, I believe that's why the number's up a little bit. There's a little more repairs to do to them as they get older.
How old are those vehicles? Best guess. I'm not looking for perfect.
I've got them here. Here they are. A 2010 Ford Explorer, a 2013 Ford Explorer, an 03 Ford 1-ton that's used exclusively in the summer out in Nordegg, and a side-by-side, a 2014 side-by-side that again is used on the mine site and around town. So these numbers here we had recommended to us by Kurt's group. So we trust that there's a reason why they've put in these numbers. So.
Kurt's right behind you, yes.
Could you repeat that question?
I had indicated that often there's this thought in the community that we only take these vehicles to a certain mileage or a certain amount of years, and it turns out that we keep them for a lot longer than anticipated. And so I was asking what units we had, and that they've got a lot more life that we've been able to get out of them, including a 2003 unit.
And I think that one's due to be replaced with, again, an older unit, but
Yes, you are correct. We do have a fleet and equipment management plan in place, which helps outline our replacement criteria. Having said that, we constantly evaluate each of our units along with our construction equipment, trailers, etc. And if in our evaluation they are able to carry on for an additional year or 2 years, we will do that. In addition to that, we have also implemented, in essence, a philosophy whereby if they can be repurposed elsewhere within the organization, we always look at that. Perfect example will be in waste, knowing that we're taking over landfill and transfer stations and so on. Our intention is we have a number of, the units there are actually time to be replaced. But we have a number of units within the organization itself that are more than capable of dealing with the type of work that's associated with solid waste, i.e. the transfer station. The greatest impact to those units is idling time.
Yeah.
You know, they sit out there at the transfer station and essentially they just sit and idle, right? That allows these units to continue to be used for many more years. So in answer to your question, we look at all options available to us in regards to extending the life of these units within the organization.
Thank you for clarifying. I just took that opportunity because I recognize that they are being utilized to their full extent. Thank you.
thank you, Kurt. Okay, if we jump down to the next heading there, 6100 planning. And, you know, the planning general operating budget is our biggest portion of our budget. And you can see there that our budget for 2020 was 1.36. And moving forward, it'll go down a little bit each year. And basically staffing levels are staying the same. Where we're going to see a little bit of a reduction is in some of our policy planning, contracted services. As you know, we're underway with our MDP right now. We'll finish that off in 2021. We've got the Nordeg development plan underway. We'll finish that off in 2021. Also in 2021, squeezed in between the MDP and the election, we're going to jump in and do a partial land use bylaw review where we bring the land use bylaw up to conformance with the MDP, mostly regarding parcel sizes and things like that. And then moving forward, we have area structure plans for Condor and Leslieville. I believe those are budgeted for 2022. We also have some ongoing engineering and work in Nordeg as we keep up with our capital plan. But generally, you're going to see the contracted services level out or get down a little bit as we get some of these big projects out of the way. We're budgeting hopefully to have COVID out of the way at least partially through the year. We hope to get back to some of our regular, you know, operating expenses. Trying to think what I'm missing here. Oh, right. Legal fees. They're pretty high, as you know. And I guess, you know, now it's just becoming the nature of the work that we do. What we have done is we've carried over a fairly healthy legal budget into 2021, and then we've dropped it down a little bit after that. The major enforcement issue that we're dealing with, we're hoping it'll be over soon. We're hoping we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But as you know, enforcement is the kind of thing that you either get people fully realizing that they're not in compliance and, oh, I'm sorry, I'll rectify it. The other end of that is they end up fighting it. And so, you know, we budget for legal fees and hope we don't have to use them. But for 2021, we have kept it the same as 2020, and then we gradually reduce it after that.
Councillor Lang?
Keith, maybe I'm on the wrong page. Where is your legal fees?
It doesn't show up on here, Teresa. It shows up, it's part of that 6100 Planning General.
It's under
So-
the expenditures.
Yeah, it's partly there? So
It,
we don't know the total cost of legal fees?
well, we haven't shown you that breakdown. The legal fees basically form part of that Planning General budget of 1.36 million. The legal fees itself, I believe we budgeted 125 for 2020, and we're carrying that forward to 2021. Another example of legal fees, and I'm kind of getting us off track here, but if you jump down to the Municipal Planning Commission, the item just below, you'll see that we budgeted 32,000 for 2020 and then 33,500 for 2021. Part of that line item is also legal fees. And here's an example. In 2021, we have a budget for $20,000 for Municipal Planning Commission legal fees. We put it in there because you have to be prepared just in case. The past number of years, we've not used it. But all it takes is a controversial MPC item where lawyers are involved at the MPC level, and then it's appealed, and we have to have a lawyer representing the MPC at the SDAB hearing. So we keep that 20,000 in there. For 2020, we didn't have to use it, but we've still moved that forward to 2021 because you have to cover it. So jumping back up to the Planning General, you know, basically, you know, most of those expenses are staying the same or reducing a little bit over the next 5 years. Now, if you jump down to that next line, that 501-6100 lot sales costs, and you'll look at our budget estimate for 2020 was 35,000. And this is the line on my budget that scares me the most because it's really jumped. But, you know, it's largely based on where we're at in Nordegg. The fact that we're now moving into lot sales on the south side. These are urban-sized lots with full municipal services. They're much more costly to create. And so Rhonda's worked out these numbers for me, but you'll see in 2021 it's 440,000. And it goes down gradually each of those next years. But I believe this reflects really an expenditure or a draw on our Nordegg reserves. Rhonda, I don't know if you want to explain that probably a lot better than I did.
No, I'll just give a little more detail. So when you see the revenue that we've budgeted, extra revenue in those years, we also have to budget extra costs because if we meet those budgets in the lot sales, it's gonna cost a lot more we have to recognize the cost of building those lots. And like Keith said, to build a lot in town is much more expensive because of the servicing of those lots. The lots on the north side are, you know, the biggest expense was the surveying of the lot and just marking out whose plot was whose. But in the mobile home park, for example, those are serviced lots, so you have to get the services to the lot edge. So you can see as the revenue goes down from 21 to 24, so does the cost of the lots that are being sold in those years. And again, if we don't sell them and we don't meet this expense, we just put actuals into that reserve that's for the Nordegg development. So the lot revenue would go in and the cost of selling whatever lots we sold would come out.
Councillor Duncan.
So when you say lot cost, and these are not just the sale cost, but you're putting in also the cost of development for those lots?
Yes, so the cost of building those lots sits in inventory until that lot is sold.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's why we do it through reserve transfers.
Yeah,
So we don't have to recognize it in an annual budget?
recognize it the year that it's sold.
Okay.
Yeah, that the revenue is recognized.
It just was a bit of a shock to me in that it went up so much, but I guess that's largely due to the success we're having out in Nordegg.
Yeah, and in 2020, we still kept the budget relatively low because we were selling north lots mostly. And the other is because we weren't sure if 19 was an anomaly or not, but with 20 being so successful, we just feel like this is matching what historically says that we're gonna do there. And once if actuals come down again, then we will adjust that in future years from there.
We have a happy problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, if there aren't any more questions there, the next item down, we've kind of talked about already, the Municipal Planning Commission. When you look at the number budgeted for 2021 and realize that 20,000 of it is legal fees, COVID had an effect definitely on our Municipal Planning Commission this year. For a number of months, we canceled all the tours. We still had meetings. We fully anticipate with some of the big things we're seeing on the radar that the meeting schedule for MPC is going to be back up to regular meetings and full days. So we think moving forward, that's a reasonable budget projection. When you drop down to the next line, 6,200 Heritage. What you're seeing here is for 2020, we had it all under one category, and the budget was 341,544. What we've done, kind of for ease of budgeting, and now that we're on Questica, it's a little easier to do this. Amanda has split this budget into 3 different categories. And the Heritage General really covers, the operating of the facilities out in Nordegg that Amanda looks after. It covers staffing, and that level of staffing is not changing. When you look at 2021, you can see 254,000 plus is still under the Heritage General category. The historic mine site, you can see moving forward, we've got a significant amount of money in there for 2021, and that increases a little bit after that. These are projects on the mine site. The one that Amanda's really working on right now is the briquette plant, like I said. And now that we have the approvals from the government, we can go ahead and have somebody do the assessment, and then also go ahead and do the work necessary. Amanda, did you have anything you wanted to add about that?
Not really.
Okay. Are there any questions in regard to that?
Councillor Swanson.
Is this briquette project a one-year project, or was it like it would just take over the summer kind of a thing, so that we can only anticipate that only being for 2021 and not into 2022, or is it weather dependent? Just a few questions.
So it'll be multiple year,
Yeah.
and the reason for that is the first assessment is going to be an engineering. There's potentially issues with the foundation. And we cannot give public tours of the building at this time because it's not certified as safe. So the first is the assessment of it and then subsequent work to go along with that.
As I'm sure you're all aware, those briquette plants are one of the major attractions on the mine site. And the fact that they're not engineered safe right now to have people tour through, I know it's been one of council's focuses to get us back up and operating. So those costs are spread out over a number of years here. And then the Discovery Center is also broken out into its own area, and this is just operating expenses. Again, we're hopeful that by May that we can open it fully again. This year, COVID really, reduced what we could do out there. But you can see that we've budgeted operating expenses. They're a little higher for 21, and then they drop back down to about 66,000 for the next 3 years. And we will still continue with 4 seasonal positions to assist out there. And I don't know, Amanda, did you have anything to add to that one? No?
Councillor
Any
Lang?
questions?
I'm just wondering with the Discovery Center, I know there's quite a few artists out in the area that have been trying to find a home for years now. I've been on council 7+ years, and they've been trying to find a home for 7+ years, or more. So I hope you kind of consider looking at them and seeing if you can find a fit for them somewhere.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, and we've heard counsel on this, and Amanda is definitely looking into that. Did you have anything to add there? Or? As I mentioned earlier, with the Miners Cafe moving out of there, and with the renovations that we've done in that building, it opens it up to a lot of opportunities. And, our thoughts are, instead of providing commercial opportunities for businesses, let's look at ways that we can open this up for use by the community. I've shared with council before, discussions are underway with the library. We don't know if that's an option, but we're exploring it. Maybe we move the library into this bigger building. But an artist, artist studio, artist gallery, those are things that we are certainly looking into. Councillor Lang.
Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. I just had a question, Keith. When you're talking about multiple years at the briquette plant, then at what point and what year is it anticipated the work would be done to a satisfactory status to open it back up to the public?
Amanda can speak to that.
Sorry. So hopefully it would be next year, 2021 would be the evaluation. 2022 would be the work done onto it. And if possible, if it was able to get done early enough, open up those tours again in 2022, but fingers crossed 2023.
Thanks. Okay, if there are no further questions on heritage, then I'll jump down to the last category, and that's economic development, 6,300. And you can see there that our budget for 2020 was just over 320,000. And as you look forward, there's small increases each year. Jerry's been really careful to manage his time and resources, but yet work hard at meeting the goals and objectives from the economic development strategy that council has adopted. And he's pretty confident that those things can be achieved with this budget the way it is. So if you jump to the total expenses, planning and development, this is where that one line kind of burst my bubble. I thought we were going to be straight across, You can see the 2020 budget, 2,97,000 about there. And you can see that the increase we're budgeting for in 2021 really almost completely reflects that one line up there of 440,000 that we're adding for lot costs. So, generally, most of the things in the budget are, staying about the same. Lot costs is the exception. And I think that's all I had, unless there's any questions.
Are there any questions for planning and development? I know at some point, go ahead, Councillor Duncan.
I looked for quite a while last night and didn't find SDAB anywhere, but I did find it in legislative services.
Yes,
Just maybe a bit of the rationale why it's there instead of in planning and development?
Well, I won't get too far into the rationale. It was a decision by council a number of years ago, and largely it was to keep a separation administratively, because when you've got the same staff helping somebody with an MPC application, then all of a sudden they're helping folks process an SDAB application. This way it's separate, and it just is a little smoother, and it's perceived a little differently and better.
That's it, thank you.
Did that answer it?
Yep.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, I just wanted to focus back on these lot sales that you've described. And on the north side, how many lots do you have available for sale right now? And will there be any more available? Are you doing anything to increase the number of lots on the north side?
Yeah. So on the north side right now, I believe we're down to 19 cottage lots. We don't have any more residential lots. They sold out last year. But this year we've sold 20 cottage lots. So moving forward, we believe that these cottage lots, will continue to sell pretty briskly. But our focus for new lots is now on the south side of the highway. We keep a 10-year capital plan kind of on the go for Nordeg. You'll see a lot of stuff in Eric's budget. I believe the final phase of residential on the north side is a number of years down the road. We want to focus on the urban lots on the south side. But there is room eventually for about 50 more residential lots higher up on the slope below Coliseum. Engineering would have to be done, construction would have to be done, but that, I can't remember the exact year in the capital budget, but you'll find out tomorrow. It'll show up on there, so.
Subsequent?
Supplemental?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, your experience this year certainly indicates that there's a high demand, particularly on the north side. And I'm wondering out loud here, I guess, whether we shouldn't be doing some of the engineering and move to have more of those residential lots on the north side ready earlier. Because it looks to me like we got a trend that's being established here.
Yeah, there certainly is a trend. We're seeing another trend form though, in that we're seeing more and more interest in the urban lots. We've sold 3 of the manufactured home lots. We have a number of individuals or families that are still looking at them. Real estate's seen some pretty brisk interest there. And then, as you know, the Elizabeth Avenue lots that were created many years ago, we have a number of serious parties looking at those. And we actually will be bringing, well, not me, Jose will be bringing in January a proposal from a builder out of Red Deer, and they want to build a spec home, and they're anticipating that there will be big demand, and we're hoping we can start a new trend on the south side, John. the creating more acreage lots, you know, it's gonna be up to council when you want to time that. But, you know, councils over the past, 10, 20 years have spent a lot of money building up urban infrastructure. And we're just starting to see some really renewed interest in these. And with the commercial historic core lots, as Eric mentioned, we'll be finishing up the shallows in 2021. We hope to be all ready to sell commercial lots as soon as the construction is done. So, this is probably a better discussion for tomorrow in the capital budget. We can show you kind of where those future lots are on the radar. I hope that answers your question.
I'll raise it again tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I think this is something for additional focus. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions or comments? Well, I guess my other comment would be watching a battalion, I guess I would say a baton handoff between Mr. McRae and Mr. Reyes. So before we move away, do you have any comments, Mr. Reyes?
I'm just taking notes, watching and learning.
Okay. We may have questions for you tomorrow too.
Yeah. The department's in good hands moving forward.
I'm confident it is. All right, if there's no other questions, we'll move on to emergency and legislative. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break so that we can do sanitization for COVID. All right, thank you. Well, we're returning now that we've had a chance to sanitize for COVID restrictions. And we're going to be moving on to emergency and legislative services operations. We also will only have about half an hour, and then we have a delegation who's going to be zooming in. And that's not to say that that's all the time that you have, but we'll have to at least take a break if you haven't completed. So, Ms. Haggart, we're
Excellent.
all ears.
I think everybody's seated. I can take my mask off. Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. Before you, you have the Emergency and Legislative Services Department Revenue and Expenditures. Like my other colleagues, I'll start with the revenue section. The first line item is the Clearwater Regional Emergency Management Agency. That would have been regional revenue from that partnership. We didn't include that in budget 2021 forward, as that agreement is now going to mutual aid, so it'll be a fee for service when and if services are provided. And without any questions, you want me to keep going?
Yes,
into the next
please.
one? Sure thing. Legislative services, that one covers the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. We generally budget for $2,000 annually in terms of revenue. That's the fees paid for an appeal. Last year, we only had 4 appeals, which is down from previous years. So not sure if that's a trend or not, but we left it at $2,000 for 2021 forward. Next one up, we got fire rescue services, broken down into 3 different areas. So the first line item that the committee sees on the agenda is the response revenue. These are the invoices that are generated for things like motor vehicle collisions on the roadways and invoice to insurance companies. So under response revenues, we have been budgeting around $175,000 annually. You'll see that's gone up a little bit in 2021. We like to keep that number conservative. Of course, we're hoping to not have to invoice for any of these incidents that happen, but certainly they do. And in 2020, we're forecasting about 240. So we did see the revenues go up a little bit. But for 2021, we want to stay on the conservative side, keep it at 180,000 year over year. Next one, in terms of line, sorry.
Excuse me, you said in 2020, the actual was 240?
We're forecasting for the end of the year at 240. I think the actuals are sitting at about 220 currently. But by the end of the year, that'll likely go up a little bit more.
Thank you.
And next line item is 123-7100. That's the fire rescue other revenue. In 2020, you'll see on there it's 741,162. That is a reflection of our regional partnership agreement. That was based on the original agreement. So that number will actually come down a little bit for 2020. And I think council is well aware of the percentage changes that happened with that agreement change. So that's why you'll see a difference between 2020 and 21 budgets future forward, because the percentages did shift. So those are revenues from our regional partners in that other category. The last one we have in terms of fire rescue service revenues are the Wildland Urban Interface grant revenues. That program is just finishing up in late January, and so we won't see a whole bunch of revenues coming in 2021. I've noted 31,000 there. And we did have a little bit more revenue in 2020 than we did expect, but I imagine once we do our grant reporting, that will even out to cover the cost of the complete program. So we have to spend it before we get to keep the money, of course. So again, that program wraps up in January 2021, and there's no revenues future forward on that line item for that reason. Moving into the Peace Officer program. Again, revenues have stayed consistent year over year for that program. We had 225,000 in 2020, and we're forecasting being maybe slightly under for 2020. We're looking at about $210,000 in revenue this year, in part related to the fact that we had a vacancy with one peace officer for a few months period. As well, COVID has changed the amount of traffic, of course. And so we're keeping that steady at 225 for future years, because that's been fairly consistent year over year. All right.
No questions with regard to revenues? Councillor Swanson.
Actually, I do have a question in regards to the peace officers. Now with the, moratorium on oil and gas, but I expect the activity to increase with that. So this should have been maybe with, I'm not sure, with the peace officer or with Public Works in regards to our road monitoring for our road use agreements. Is the anticipation going to be, I'm expecting more activity versus less. So anticipating like about how much more are we just expecting to get back to like a 2019 level versus 20, or is, you know, did it dip down, or like where is the, yeah, where's the mean? I guess that's what I'm looking for, or the median.
For sure, and I might have to defer that to my esteemed colleagues in Public Works, and perhaps even when Sergeant Miller comes up to the podium. Just with COVID, we're lacking a seat for her to come up at the moment. Oh, maybe
I
there's
was
one
just
over
going to say perhaps she could
I don't know where the chair is.
sit beside Mr. Hagan.
But I would have to get the road data reporting year over year to be able to answer that question. I just don't have that with me. I apologize, Councillor Swanson. Oh.
So I won't take this off, so I apologize if, hopefully you can hear me. So the permitting and the road use agreements, sorry about that, thank you. In regards to the permitting and the industry approvals, road use agreements, that does fall under Public Works. We are, of course, anticipating a decrease in revenue this year, and we are hoping to see a gradual increase. We're still being very conservative with our estimates in that revenue line. In regards to industry, there have been really no strong indicators that everybody's gonna start going flat out, you know, even as close, we would already know by now in January if they were really starting to equip up. I think it's gonna be a slow increase, if anything. Actually, even Councillor Vandermeer might even be able to, with his experience there with his other associations there, about the indications that we've seen, but nothing, no mass increase in industrial activity at this time. TC Energy is probably the biggest player that we have coming into the community, beginning is next year, but as for the drilling, it's gonna be slow from what we can see.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Question, since we have Eric here, in terms of the permitting and road use, how much was it down in 2020 versus 2019?
Typically, we see 500 industry approvals per year, as I'm gonna say is the average. We're down about 300.
You're
So,
at 300?
yeah, by year end, it'll be just over, around 300.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, certainly, I would agree with your assessment for the next year. I don't see much drilling going on. It's the pipeliners. TC Energy will have some activity, but there won't be very many wells. There's no money to do that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Sergeant Miller, did you have something you would like to add to that, or it
No,
affects,
I
it
agree
affects
with-
your department?
Yeah, I agree with what Eric was saying. We are definitely seeing an increase, I think, from TC Energy with regards to the welding trucks, but the large drilling rigs and stuff are pretty minimal right about now. I think a lot of it had to do with the COVID situation as well. So it'll be interesting to see the beginning of the first quarter, what's going to happen.
All right, thank you.
All right.
We're
Are there any
carrying
more
on.
questions before I move on from revenues into the expense side of the department? Seeing none, I'm going to keep going, keep trucking along. So first up, in terms of the programs listed within the new Questica format, we have legislative services. Within the Leg Services Department, as council is aware, we have a few different areas, including Subdivision Development Appeal Board, which I mentioned earlier, as well in 2021 will be a municipal election year, and some other areas in terms of the general portion would be things to do with intermunicipal agreements, some of the ICF development, past and future when we do renewals. And the team consists of myself and some administrative support from 3 of our employees within the department. That's not their primary responsibility, but they certainly do help me out in that area. Year over year, the budget is fairly status quo. There hasn't been any change to the program. So from 2020 to 2021, you'll see that in the general area, it stays relatively the same. The difference there would be the step increases related to staffing. For 2020 and SDAB, we've kept the number the exact same across the board. That provides for honorariums for the board to meet, some materials and supplies for the meetings, as well as any legal costs that might be incurred by that board, similar to some of my other colleagues who mentioned that as part of their board processes. And the last one is elections. So of course, we had nothing budgeted for this year with no election. And it's a one-year cost, generally every 4 years, and that is in 2021. Previously, in 2017, we budgeted about $100,000 for the municipal election, and we expended close to that amount. But because of the change for 2021 in terms of legislative changes, with nomination day not being a day, being an 8-month period between January and September, and as well with the voting list and some of the dynamics with the Senate election and referendum, we ended up having our elections coordinator start sooner. They started this first pay period of 2021, and that's a one-year contract. So that person will be here, not quite full-time, just slightly under full-time hours, and in the office once COVID restrictions are lifted, but she is working from home on building those packages for 2021. So the other reason for the cost going up from the 2017 election, the cost of advertising, we anticipate having that enhanced communication that councils asked for during their strategic planning sessions and discussion around the elections-related bylaw. So again, those costs within that department are salaries and wages, materials and supplies, contracted services, and we also do carry a legal line item in there as well, should there be any legal contested election, that sort of thing. We hope not to have to use that as well. Keep going?
Yes.
All right. Emergency management. So this one will be a little different than what council would have seen in previous budget because we did lump everything under one as opposed to having it separated into 2 categories, which were the regional emergency management and then the Clearwater County emergency management. We've summarized that into one grouping. In terms of emergency management, again, that consists of myself and administrative support from those employees that isn't their primary job. But we certainly include in that, we have our salaries and wages and certain percentages, as well as training and materials, supplies, and mileage and meals to do that type of training. And then some contracted services in 2021. I'm hoping to have a contracted service provider do a complete review of our plan. It's needing a touch-up. It's been about 7 years since it's been reviewed and refreshed completely. There is some new legislation that plays into that, and we've kind of been picking away at pieces slowly, but I think we need to get some support to get that plan into a finished, finalized stage in 2021, so that would be a goal of that department. But on the whole, you'll see the budget from 2020 to 2021 going down a little bit, and that was, as I mentioned in a previous council meeting, that we would move out the some of the contracted service dollars that would have been associated with regional and doing extra exercises and training related to regional. And I think I can leave it at that unless there are any specific questions.
Not so far.
Okay. All right. And yep, search and rescue is on the next page for me, but not for you. So I'm going to move on to search and rescue. And in 2020, we had $40,000 for search and rescue. Now, this is an operational grant that we provide to search and rescue in part. So they received $35,000 in 2020, and the balance of that went to some of our historical agreements that we have with them in terms of maintenance for vehicles and equipment fleet. What's not captured in there is some of the other things that we do for search and rescue that were accounted for in corporate services budget under that group of insurance costs that Murray mentioned earlier in this morning's meeting. And we're going to transfer that into our search and rescue category so we can see the true cost of providing support to that organization. And there will be an amendment, and I apologize, I've had late-breaking information this morning. It'll actually go up another $2,000. So from $52,000 to $54,000 in 2021, if council so approves. And then $2,000 each year for the next 4 years, because the cost of insurance was only a portion. It wasn't all of the things that we insure. So that correction was made today, and I think you've already noted it for the spreadsheet. Rhonda said she'd note it in the spreadsheet so that council can track that at the end. There's lots of in-kind ways that we support search and rescue as well, from some of our being able to use some of our radio service systems. We built a micro website for them, that sort of thing, but those are just absorbed by those departments that support search and rescue functions.
I have a question.
Sure.
We do dispatching through Red Deer Dispatch.
Correct.
And they do dispatching on behalf of Rocky SAR.
Yes.
Through fire. Is that being captured now in this line, or is that an in-kind?
And it isn't being captured in there. It certainly would be what I'd consider to be in-kind, because we have a 5-year agreement with City of Red Deer for the dispatching agreement. I guess if we went on an average call volume and how much, we could probably average it out and include the cost there, if council wanted to see a holistic approach. But there'd be a few other things, like I said, communications in terms of website updates and building. And there's, we don't itemize the public works support either, other than we our interdepartmental transfer, I guess, would you call it? They'd invoice us and we pay it on behalf of search and rescue. Does that make sense? So would council like to see it that way? We could certainly include it and split it out from the fire service invoicing, but it would be a smaller amount. Like, I want to say, what would the average calls be per year? Under 30?
About 44. 44 to 48.
Okay. So I was off by a few. I apologize. But yeah, it wouldn't, in terms of volume, it wouldn't be the bulk of what we would have in terms of our dispatching contract.
It would give an accurate reflection of what that in-kind service is being provided by this county.
And we're in the process of working with Rocky Search and Rescue to develop a new memorandum of understanding between our two organizations, just for many different reasons, but to update an old agreement that's expired, as well as our maintenance agreement that's expired. So I think that would be also another place that we could note those kind of in-kind contributions. And I don't have the whole list, but I'm sure there's more things that I can't think of at the moment. But certainly if we want to see that reflected and split out in the budget, we would be happy to do that for council as well.
Councillor Lang?
So I'm just trying to get some clarification here. You're looking at invoice and search and rescue for calls that coming into fire, and then fire just calling search and rescue? Because search and rescue calls should go all through the RCMP.
Yep.
So I'm just wondering if someone needs to have a chat with dispatching in Red Deer to make sure search and rescue gets directed to the RCMP.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's downloading.
For sure.
And our guys should not be getting involved in search and rescue.
And to go back to Reeve Laird's comment, I think what you were trying to account for was not to invoice it back to them, but rather just account for the county's cost of that separate from the regional fire dispatch agreement. So not that they would pay, but rather that we would just account for it as a line item within this area.
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, the point about dispatch is well taken. We'll certainly have an operational discussion about that.
Yeah, there seems to be a real problem in that area.
And the only other reason for that dollar amount to go up from $40,000 to $54,000, which it is currently as the proposed budget, is when Search and Rescue was here for their council presentation a few weeks ago, they had mentioned that they wanted to see if the county would support increased training related to advanced water rescue. And so I followed up and touched base with them to see what that cost would be for them on an annual basis. And they indicated that they would like another $5,000 in 2021 and $8,000 in 2022. So they didn't go any further than that, so that's where we left it within the budget, and then kind of keeping that static 5,000 year over year I put in future years. So that again would be up to council's discretion, but certainly the total would be 54, 57, 54, and 54 for those 4 years, and you're only approving 2021, of course.
So I guess for levels of service, how does that dovetail in with what is being provided through fire with the water rescue and the boat? And I guess we'll see that coming in, that's my segue into that when we get there, I guess.
My understanding is the way search and rescue would like to set up is to put their portion in as well as we move the training forward. So we are, both team leads have been announced for the joint water rescue team. They're currently going through a draft SOG. So we're building this, we're gonna see it in 2021, which is nice to see come together. But within that, they wanted to do some advanced training. So that does dovetail back and forth with both agencies. So it gives SAR the opportunity to put a number of members in, and then us an opportunity to put a number of members in. Any water and ice training for the last couple of years, we've funded jointly back and forth. So, for example, if we put $5,000 in, that might be 10 people, and they put $5,000 in, that might be 10 people. So we do a joint program, but we split the cost.
Okay.
And if I may, Reeve Laird, I'm just going to refer to their request for funding application, which showed the increase this year. I'm just going to read what they have, just so that council is aware. Funds will be used for operational costs to keep Rocky Search and Rescue active. These costs include, but are not limited to, satellite phone, cell phone, GIS software, and this is the total 40,000. I apologize. Software, conference fees, bookkeeping services, radio licenses, supplies, training, and these funds will assist with Rocky SAR operational. The additional 5,000 requested this year is specifically for water rescue training. So they'd like to do additional enhanced water rescue training.
And Chief DBN, you indicated that that's done jointly with fire. Okay.
And they would essentially split the cost of the training in previously, so they're looking for the county to pick up the cost of the training for that in whole, if that makes sense.
Okay.
All right. Oh, sorry, Rhonda, go ahead.
I just have a question. So could we just pay for it and put their portion in this line item instead of cutting them a check and then them?
Yeah, and that's what
cutting
we
us a
would be
check?
doing.
Okay.
It's kind of in contracted services, but it's interdepartmental contracted services, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Kind of like Public Works, the same idea.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks.
It's the in-kind
Yes, yes, for
number.
sure.
Okay.
Next line item we have there is transfer to emergency services. You'll see that it was 0 in 2020, and when Matt was here doing his agriculture and community services update, he alluded to this being moved out of his department in part and into emergency and legislative services department. So in 2021, you'll see that that's an $809,000 increase. Of course, some of that stuff we were already doing. In 2020, we would have had just about half of that cost already, which would be our funding to some of the other service organizations. And I know Rhonda mentioned them too when they were talking this morning. So that would be our school resource officer position that we have funded through the RCMP, as well as some RCMP administrative support in an approximately 2.5 FTE. That's annually about $200,000. And then, as council is well aware, I know we've dialogued this out on several occasions. In 2021 is the first year the county will be under the new RCMP police funding model within the province. And those dollar amounts increase year over year, as you'll see as in future budget years as you go through the spreadsheet. So in 2021, that cost is $450,124. So, and I'll just maybe itemize the other areas. Transfer to organizations, because I didn't mention search and rescue. Sorry, I did mention search and rescue. STARS is the one I didn't mention. So 2021, we have the new RCMP requisition is that 450,000. School resource officer we have in at 135,000. RCMP administrative support we have it at 190,000. Victim Services is $10,000, and STARS is $23,894, and that's a $2 per capita that we've contributed to year over year. So the only new thing listed in that is that police funding model. The remainder is something we've always funded historically.
The SRO again was what number?
190,000.
I had that as the admin.
Oh, sorry, I apologize, 135. I'm looking at, I need a ruler. They're on top of each other. 135 for the SRO and 190 for the admin support staff.
Councillor Lang.
Christine, do we have that list that you just read off?
I don't believe it was summed up in any of the project summaries, but
Could you get us a list? Matt
Sure.
did that for us with the
Yep.
breakdown of everything. It was sure nice.
absolutely.
Thank you.
No problem.
Ms. Sherhan?
Just to clarify that the two positions or the two things, so RCMP is 2.5 FTE, but it's different percentages of 5 positions that are in the RCMP. So some positions we pay 100%, some we pay 25%, and some 50. The SRO is 2 positions, and we pay 1/3 of one position and 2/3 of another.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, if I do a quick calculation on the SRO and the admin, it's 325 against the 450 that we're now gonna be forking out for police. Which would only put us, it'd be a smaller hit if we were to eliminate. And that might be something we have to talk about.
I'm not aware of the agreement for the admin positions, but there is an agreement in place for the SRO position. It has a 12-month termination clause. I believe council is aware of that as well.
Thank you for the reminder, you're absolutely correct.
There is no agreement, it's just been one position at a time. The staff sergeant comes and requests during budget, and then it's either approved or not approved, and subsequently funded future years, so no agreement there.
I know personally, I'd rather see the money going into looking after our own roads and infrastructure through the CPO program. So, something to think about. Perhaps I'm the only brave one who's willing to say it today. I think we might need to talk about it as we move forward. We know that the RCMP expenditure is going to continue to increase. My understanding is it'll increase over the next coming 3 years.
Yeah, and I can read that out. It's on the notes on the last page within that PDF that's in the department summary. But it is that 450,000 this year. In 2022, it's 675,000 of that total that you would have seen. I think we flipped to the next page. And then 2023, it's 900,000, and in 2024, it's 1.35 million. So yeah, if you wouldn't mind just going back up there. So it's the bulk of those transfer to emergency services. And we have it under emergency management, but I just want to identify that those were transfers out of that area into other emergency service providers within our community.
And you indicated that there's no agreement for the 5 admin positions currently.
They've come over the years with council resolutions, if I'm not mistaken, or budget direction?
Budget, usually, the staff sergeant will come and have a request, and then council will either approve or not the request, and then it's subsequently funded other years. So no agreement and no resolution, besides the budget resolution.
While we're pondering that, and if you don't mind sharing those informations with us, a breakdown, that would be great, even if it were an email or something.
Yep.
That'd be great, but we do need to take a quick recess because my understanding is we're going to have Rocky, rec director, is going to be doing the zoom in on that part. And if this department doesn't mind being bumped a little bit, we will call you back.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. We needed an extra 5 minutes to resolve a couple technical difficulties, but we can see the folks on the Rocky side. I hope you guys can see us.
We can. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus. We are in your capable hands of walking us through what you have. We've got a presentation that says it's the 2021 operating and capital budget from the town of Rocky Mountain House, contributions from Clearwater County.
Yes, thank you, Reeve, for the invite and allowing us to present to you. Nicole will.
Great. We needed an extra 5 minutes to resolve a couple technical difficulties, but we can.
We're in the loop, but we're off now.
Why do we have such a delay?
Are we good?
I'm
Can you hear
not
me?
sure. I can hear you. We're just going to make sure we don't have some delay in the audio.
Well, I think we're fine now.
Okay, go ahead.
So thank you for the invite for us to talk about the operating capital that we jointly share through many agreements and partnership. Nicole will just give probably a synopsis of that, and then we'll be open to questions. I'm sure there's questions on rec, and Wes will answer those.
All right.
So, good afternoon. There are several areas that both the town and the county share costs for. The operating budget has 12 areas that there are shared services. The rec budget was reviewed with the rec board, who recommended approval for that portion of the budget. There's a total of $1.6 million in operating shared costs at the county. It should be noted that this contribution is $218,000 less than the contributions from 2020, or from 2019, which totaled $1.8 million. And that's primarily due to COVID forecasting. There are 2 new departments, the Splash Park and the North Saskatchewan River Park, that have been created within the town's budget. The county partnered on the capital portion of those rec facilities, and so they're an asset for the private agents. So we've included them this year's contributions from the county.
Is there a way we can turn the volume up so that we can better hear the presentation on one or the other side or both? We are at 100%.
Okay, we'll just see what we can hear.
Ah, that's better.
Maybe just projecting your voice a little bit more.
I'm going to use your outside voice. Okay.
I think we're probably good, Laura.
Thank you. That is much better on our side.
Thank you.
So there are 14 capital projects. They're on the 4th page of your report. So there's the shared fire costs, which are county projects, and then there's the airport terminal building, wastewater treatment plant, lagoon blower block, lagoon grinder, the floor scrubber for the Christensen Center, recreation software, HVAC system at the aquatic center, the spray park, the NSRP infield dirt, and the lighting at the football and soccer field.
For those of us on this side, it is page 39 of 76.
And so the town portion, like the town managed portion of those capital contributions are 1.255.
I'm not sure what you're referencing.
So the first 4 projects there, the fire tender, the unit 904 command unit, 902 command unit, and the SCBA, those are county managed portions of that capital listing. So the 1.255 excludes those items.
Okay,
Okay, so the total contribution that we are looking for from the county is 2.856 million. Operating capital combined. So I don't know if you want me to go through each of the operating departments in detail, or if you guys have a chance to look at that on your own and just have questions for us.
well, we're not entirely sure what page you're even working off of at the moment. So we recognize that you were giving us a listing and we understood the county's side.
Okay, so that was the capital contributions.
Okay,
And the rest of the contributions are for the operation of the, so we'll go through that listing. So the RCMP admin is 318,000. So this is the next page in the package after, sorry. We went through the capital, then it says operating departments. So now we're on the contributions for cost shared programs.
yes, that's what I was gonna say. 41 of 76, yes. I think we're on the same page.
Okay, so for the RCMP admin, there's 50% of 5 clerical staff and funds for the school resource officer. Moving down the list, we have the airport administration. So that's 50% of the operating deficits, excluding the debenture interest, and $15,000 contributed to the capital reserves for a total of $87,000. For FCSS administration, it's $84,000. For economic development administration, it's $10,000 to cover projects and promotions posted in trade shows. Under recreation administration, that's 25% of the administration operating deficit for $69,000.
Just, can you hold one moment? What is an operating deficit?
So the operation of the administration for the recreation department, it's half of the deficit for that department.
How did we end up with a deficit?
So the overall operating costs of our departments, you know, in the recreation, in my department, I have the recreation admin, which is my office, which is a 25% cost share of the operating costs. The Christensen Center is 50% of the operating costs. The pool is also 50% of the operating costs. This year, guest services, programming, and fitness were divided into 3 separate categories, but in the report here, we're all lumped into one, and again, that's 50% of the operating costs. New this year, well, we did have an operating last year from the North Saskatchewan River Park. It's just been more formalized this year now that the town has taken over the operation of the North Saskatchewan River Park. The sports fields formerly were named as Ball Diamonds, and the sports field is at the facility at the Ball Diamonds. The Splash Park is a new program this year with us just opening. And again, that would be a 50% of the operating costs for those recreation facilities. So I think, does that answer your question?
Partly. Ms. Sherhan?
I believe they call it operational deficit because they net the revenues or any revenues that are in those programs against the cost before the net cost that is what our share is. So they call it a deficit because their operational revenues don't cover all of their costs. So they have a deficit, whereas in administration, they probably have no revenues, but the pool, for example, would have some revenues. So they call it an operational deficit, and then it's cost shared after the revenues are taken off. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Okay, there's a number of items there that I don't believe are reflected in the current agreement.
The two items that are maybe not in the current rec agreement are the North Saskatchewan River Park and the Splash Park. We've included it in our budget as a cost share for the county in that they were partners in the capital project. I know this was something we reviewed at the rec board level, and you know, I guess in the spirit of the rec agreement, even though it's not formally, because the rec agreement is several years old, and I know that's one of the things that is on the list of review from the town and county's perspective. But for this year's budget, we have included that in there for your consideration.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Well, I'm wondering, since we haven't updated that agreement, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be appropriate for our negotiating teams to include this rec agreement in the negotiations and get that agreement established before we finalize or approve these extra items. What do you think about that?
Well, Reeves, you know, I guess to respond, I think the intent of the agreement, I think, you know, the split, the Spray Park and the North Saskatchewan River Park are with the intent of the agreement. I mean, if you look at 1B, it says budgets and programs and the matters pertaining to equipping and staffing public playgrounds, athletic fields, community centers, and other recreation facilities owned and controlled by the parties. So I would say the intent of the agreement, you know, encompasses the Spray Park and the North Saskatchewan River Park. You know, also considering these projects were brought forward to county council for capital contributions, which, you know, as in a partnership, we're glad that the county did partner in these projects. So I think, in my interpretation of the agreement, that it would cover these.
Well, that might be an opportunity as we move forward. Perhaps we can break out the ones that we're not quite clear on and put that as in principle dollars in the budget to be determined as we complete the revised rec agreement. Maybe that's something we could do. That way the dollars are there, but we could get it completed because we recognize that this other rec agreement is circa 2009. So that might be another option. But if you want to continue on with walking us through the budget, I believe you were still, oh, sorry, Councillor Lang has a question.
Yes, I'm just wondering about the Curtis Field. Is it included in here? Is it under the?
It's under sports fields. So sports fields would include the Ball Diamonds and Curtis Field.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions specific to the spreadsheet that we were just going through, which sort of itemized the various operating budgets? If you like, I could take you through, or if you have any specific questions moving forward, then we've broken each of those departments down into individual budget sheets that itemize revenues and expenses. And we can, if you have any questions specific to that, I can quickly go through those. It's a fairly high-level synopsis, but I certainly can answer any questions you may have.
I guess carry on with your presentation. We'll stop you if we have questions.
So I guess when you're looking now to operating departments, we included policing and airport. I'm not going to speak to those, but they were part of the package that was forwarded to you. The next one I would have would be for the FCSS budget. operating versus actual versus budget history. Really no change to the county's contribution. The revenues remain the same as contributions from the province as well as the various partners. And then from an expenses side of things, there are minor changes, based on specifically the move to the new location in the post house, which is scheduled to happen probably in the first couple of weeks of January. We're just finishing up the renovations of the new location for FCSS. Any questions in specific with regard to FCSS? I know that the FCSS board has reviewed and approved the budget as Andrea presented it to them.
It looks like there's no questions at this time about the FCSS.
Okay. The next page in the package was the operating actual versus budget history for the overall recreation department. And it's broken down into our total revenues. Again, that was one of the challenges I had and my staff had in predicting our revenues with the COVID situation. So we're anticipating that our revenues are going to be less in 2021. Total revenues from the whole recreation department down from 1.98 million to 1.672 million, a change of $308,000. And then on the expenses side, again, my staff have done some really good number crunching and looking for efficiencies. We've had some changes in staffing levels within the recreation department as well, which has assisted with some of the budget. We're from a total expenses of 2.987 million to 2.715, a total change or reduction in expenses of 272,809. Overall, the budgets, when you take revenues over expenses, a difference of $35,000 from 2020's budget to 2021 budget. And then at the bottom of that page, it sort of breaks out the county's contribution for recreation and parks and further breakdowns for each of the individual departments. As you can see at the bottom of the page, the total request from the county is down from 1.11 million to 935,000, a difference of 175,802.
On that page, before you move on, I see about halfway down the page, it's line 2800, bank charges and interest. What's that about?
I think a lot of that is the debenture payments, Nicole. I'm not sure if you can speak to that specifically. Certain items when my staff and myself are putting together the budget that we have control of, and then the bank charges, our finance department fills in those numbers for me.
Well, I don't understand why the county, if we're paying straight across with a check, would be paying towards a debenture payment. Perhaps that's something you could look into for us.
So the interest portion of the debenture payment is expensed each year, whereas the principal portion is not included in there. Does that?
Perhaps this question is for our admin. Mr. Hagan, did we not pay cash for whatever we give? Why would we be paying a debenture payment for another municipality?
I would, Reeve, I need to look back at the agreement and see, if we've paid for an item up front. You're right, it should be done and taken care of, unless there was an agreement that the town would borrow money and that the county would help fund that interest on that. And I'm not aware, I'd have to do some research on that.
Perhaps that's something we can leave with the administration on both to figure out.
Chair, we can look closer in that and provide you with detail.
Councillor Duncan has a question.
Yes, thanks, Wes. I was talking earlier with council and mentioned that I thought that a lot of the sponsorship dollars that we were generating out of the Christensen Center when we first did the renovations were put into reserves for future, but I see there is a line 1590 in your revenues that does say sponsorship. So are we currently then applying on an annual basis all those sponsorship dollars towards operations?
Yes. Those offsetting our operating deficits, which again will be passed on to savings within the county's contribution.
Right, so that does include then the naming rights on the Christensen and Wellness Center?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, at one time I just remember back years ago, we had talked about those were gonna go into future reserves for additional recreation, but it's okay, I just want to understand where the money's coming to.
I think that's all the questions on our side for now. If you can carry on walking us through.
Okay, the next page is broken up into cost center 70, which is my office, the recreation office. As you can see from the revenue side of things, it's 25% cost share by the county, so that's decreased. I believe in error last year it was putting a 50% cost share of the operating, and so that's something I'm sure that will be remedied going forward. This is, and then the expenses basically are personnel, some contracted services and materials and supplies. So that overall budget in my office has been reduced by $98,000 revenues over expenses. In the Christensen Center, this encompasses the arena and the building, overall building envelope, lumped into one. Again, from a revenue side of things, we're projecting some decrease in revenues due to ice rentals and equipment rentals based on our limited, and depending on how things go here with COVID, we were fortunate that as we were allowed to reopen just prior to the start of the hockey season, and we closed just 2 weeks before the end of the hockey season, our ice rentals were pretty much back to usual. All the ice groups were back, so unless we're forced to stay closed for an extended period of time, we're expecting the revenues not to be lost revenue not to be as drastic as maybe might happen, but again, one of the challenges of forecasting the revenues in this current climate of COVID. Overall expenses, again, we've done some reorganization within my department from a staffing perspective, personnel changes in the overall expenses and looking at trimming as best we could. So overall revenues from the Christensen Center down from 764,000 to 690,000. Expenses down from 1.169 million to 1,053,000. A total change there of $190,000 in the budget from 2020.
Councillor Duncan.
Yes, Wes, thank you. And I asked this question, I think, back at the rec board too as well, just for clarity. Under the revenues, grant income is the county's share? Is that?
That county's cost share.
in these, so in all these budget pages, then what's labeled grant income is our county cost share.
Yes. Any other questions at this point?
No, go ahead.
Okay, we'll change the next page, has the list of the pool and the curling rink. The pool, specific again, when we look at user fees and rentals and leases, we're predicting that our revenues will be down. Sponsorships, to date, our sponsors are still on board for the pool, and then grant income from the county's cost share. From the expenses side of things, personnel has stayed pretty much the same, slight reductions. We've done some staffing changes. We've eliminated one of our full-time head guard positions and filled that with our casual senior guards and distributed some of the workload there. Contracted services and materials and supplies. Some of those were one was a sensor upgrade project that was slated for 2020, did not happen. You'll notice when I speak about our capital project with the HVAC unit, we put that sensor upgrades on hold for now. And then one of the expenses that we expect to see savings is with the addition of the CHP unit there, our power consumption, we're anticipating as much as a 40% decrease in power consumption for the pool. So the overall revenues are down from 2020 to 2021 by 92,000. Total expenses down from 922,000 to 855,000, a difference of 67,203. The curling rink is listed in the package, even though the county does not cost share on that. The 18,300 revenue is just our cost recovery for utilities and the kitchen lease from the curling club. I believe Councillor Duncan, you asked that question of me at the rec board meeting as well.
Councillor Duncan?
Yes, I did. Thank you for your reply as well on that. And just another comment, general overall here, as we sort of watch this unfold, these are, we're looking at the difference or the change in income and expenses over 2020 to 2021. Those are budgetary numbers, right? The actuals will end up somewhat different once we do the reconciliations in January, February, March, whenever we get those done. That's not correct there?
Yes.
So if depending on how much time you were closed with, if there may be some changes to your staffing costs, for example, if you were closed, I don't know if that changed or not, but if that's maybe one example that we won't see, it won't probably follow the budget to the letter it is that we're seeing here today.
Yes, I think, that's the challenge of putting together this budget this year with COVID, and particularly in trying to estimate what our revenues are. From the expenses side of things, yes, we can expect some changes and efficiencies within our departments. But,
No, I'm fine with that. I think it's good to be budgeting for a year in which you can be relatively busy, because we're comparing that to the year where you also anticipated being relatively busy, even though we weren't always that way.
Right. There's no questions on the pool or the curling rink. We'll go to the next page, which is our guest services, programs, and fitness. And again, as I mentioned, from an operations side of things, we've divided into 3 cost centers: guest services, programming, and fitness center. This page sort of rolls them all into one. Expected revenues to be decreased from 449,900 to 363,000, and the expenses reduced from 544,000 to 474,000 for a difference of 70,000 in expenses.
Just before you move on from there, What percentage is this calculated at, and is it actually captured in the current agreement?
Yes, this is 50% cost share, which is captured in the current agreement.
Is it? Where?
Yes.
It's programs, I think it's
I don't have the agreement right in front of me, but it was calculated the same as we've done in the past budget.
I understand, because programs is one thing, guest services is something else, and fitnesses is something else altogether different from those two. Back to my
Well, Reeve, I think
concern.
I would refer back to the agreement in 1B, where it's the budgets and programs in the matters of equipping and staffing public playgrounds, athletic fields, community centers, and other recreational facilities owned and controlled by the parties. This is part of the staffing of the Christian Center.
Councillor Duncan.
And I'll just go back to my experience when I first started on rec board, when it was all run out of the town office, and there it was, the budgets weren't broken down in this detail. It was just, we were seeing just one or two numbers, and it used to always just be programs, and I see programs as in the agreement. And back then, we interpreted that to mean all the programs that were running services for kids out there. That's other than the minor hockey, which runs their own program. Basically, they're just a renter of the facility, but this was all the other programs out there that the town was running. And in those years, it was probably baseball as well, and that examples of those. So that's the history on that. And I think what we're seeing here is this is just a much finer breakdown, and then, like I said before, the names are changing here, but I think in spirit, the programs are still the same as we always used to consider rec programs in the past.
Yeah, the programming budget reflects a lot. Right now, we budgeted for our summer programs, our summer camps. We're not sure, we weren't able to run those in 2020, but we are budgeting for those types of programs to happen in 2021.
Okay, thank you.
The next page includes parks and parks operations. Those are just overall view of the Parks Department. The majority of these things are operated by the Public Works Department that are not fully supported through a cost share with the county. The next page, dealing with the Splash Park and the North Saskatchewan River Park, are the two new ones that the Splash Park in general, you see a 2021 budget estimated income is basically what we're recommending or asking the town or county to cost share. The operating expense of the spray park projected at $46,000 for this upcoming year.
Okay, we have a question. We have a question from Councillor Hoven. Sorry to cut you off.
Wes, how many days are you expecting the Splash Park to be open this upcoming years? May 15th to September 1st? Is it 100 days, 120 days?
Yeah, it's basically from the May long weekend to the September long weekend.
Okay.
So, period of 4 months. So in calculating the operating expense, especially the water component, we utilized the numbers of our limited opening of 6 days here in September, and then also calculating the water consumption projected over 4 months. Also reached out to my former community that has a very similar flow-through style spray park and what they budgeted for water consumption. They're budgeting at 20,000 cubes of water. So out of that 46,000 operating, 37,000 of that covers just the cost of water. And I know that if the first 6 days of 2020 opening for any indication, I think as long as the weather holds, it will be a very popular facility going forward.
Councillor Hoven.
And then the other $9,000, it's primarily cleaning and sanitizing. What other equipment is
Yeah.
necessary out there?
Yeah, we have, startup and shutdown, those are contracted out, for now, at least in the first year, until we get fully familiar with the operations of the, spray park. And then, yes, the janitorial supplies, cleaning supplies that are gonna be needed to keep the facility, meeting AHS, guidelines.
I don't see any other questions at this time.
Okay, the North Saskatchewan River Park, again, this will be our first year of taking over the management of the park. We've estimated revenues basically from our two major events, the rodeo event and the chuck wagon event, based on the rates and fees and the agreements we have in place with them. Trying to forecast what their ticket sales might be. We've got a couple of other bookings of the park already for wedding.
Uh-oh.
Days to take place there as well. And then from an expenses side of things, just the cost of ramping up the maintenance of the overall park and the infield and the building structures. So that will be certainly an increase in the service level that we will be undertaking at the North Saskatchewan River Park.
Out of curiosity, recognizing that there's limitations with how we have traffic management for that intersectional treatment, my understanding is that the town has an agreement with Alberta Transportation. That must put some limitations on how much we can do in this park at the moment. Could you speak to that?
I can speak to that. So right now we have a permit from Alberta Transportation for 6 or 7 major events per year with 500 vehicle movements in and out of those events. If the event is larger than that, then it's actually, you have to arrange for another parking area and bus people in. So there is a limitation, but it's also, there's avenues to overcome it.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Dean, just to confirm, was that for 500 vehicles, or just what was the magnitude there of the entrance?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I don't have the permit in front of me, but I think it's 500 traffic movements per event.
It was based on, if I could speak to that, it was based on traffic movements at peak times. So that, the event may go throughout the day, but during peak hours of people coming and going, that's when some of the traffic mitigation and the numbers through AT was permitted.
Okay, it would be interesting to just get that confirmed. Is it like 500 vehicles for the hour or for the entrance at that time? Or sounds to me like you could actually handle quite a lot more than 500 vehicles if you spread it out over some time.
Yes, the permit from AT was quite vague in that area. They had a number there, but there wasn't a whole lot of detail of when and in specific times or hours. So those are things that we are working on with Alberta Transportation, and we'll continue to work with them going forward.
Councillor Lang? Oh, sorry. Do you want to finish, Councillor or Deputy Reeve Vandermeer? Then I'll go to Councillor Lang.
Maybe just to finish the thought on that, would you conclude that that you would have no difficulty operating any of the normal, so-called normal events, the rodeo event, the chuck wagon event, or anything similar magnitude? You would have no trouble operating those events, even if they expanded a little bit over the next few years. Is that a fair assessment?
I do not see an issue with that. We're certainly working with those major event organizers. That was part of our discussions in establishing their user agreements.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks.
Counselor Lang, and then I seen Counselor Lougheed has a question.
Yeah, maybe Wes or Dean, you can answer this. With the permit for Alberta Transportation, does it have to be renewed every year? And in your conversations with them, is this something that you expect is gonna go on for many years down the road, or at one time are they gonna say no?
So the original permit was for 2 years, and then we would have to renew it every 2 years for that. Because of the COVID in 2020, they already granted a 1-year extension to that, so I think we're out into 2022 right now.
Are you done? Supplemental from Counselor Lang.
Well, it's not really a supplemental. I don't think my full question was answered. Do you anticipate that you're going to continue getting permits on going forward into the future? Or are they going to be, or do you expect that they may say no in the near future?
Alberta Transportation has given no indication that we would not grant further extensions.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Lougheed.
I think my question had been partially answered, but I know Mr. Kraus indicated that there was an opportunity for extra vehicular movement through some sort of permitting or busing. Have you ever had to use that provision?
So no, we haven't. We didn't really actually have the opportunity to see how the permit worked with COVID and the cancellation of the rodeo and trucks this year.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions at this time, if you want to carry on.
Okay, the next page deals with the cooperative park, which encompasses the splash park, the skate park, and the Helen Hunley Park. Again, not things other than the spray park that the county would cost share on. Same with the Centennial Campground. They're just costing centers within the overall Parks Department. The next page deals with sports field operations and the sports field buildings. This again, previously, the sports fields now encompasses both the ball diamonds and the Curtis Field and the practice fields that we take care of. Again, from a revenue side of things on the sports fields, the outdoor activities were one of those things that were allowed to happen. We did have slow pitch happening this last year. Minor ball did not operate. The football program operated in a limited capacity. So again, we're crossing our fingers from a revenue side of things that those aren't impacted tremendously. Sponsorships have remained the same. And then from a personnel side of things and contracted services, just looking for efficiencies within the operations. The sports field buildings, our building maintenance staff look after. This is the concession washroom building at the ball diamond. So there's not a lot of changes from 2020 to 2021's budget overall.
Counselor Duncan.
Thank you. Wes, back to the sports field operations. This one looks like revenues actually exceed expenses here. And if so, is the grant income there, the $72.50 in the budget, is that our share or is that another grant type income?
That $72.50 would be the county's cost share.
Okay.
Counselor Swanson.
Wes, could you clarify for me in regards to the Curtis Field? Is that not under the JUPA with the Wild Rose School Division?
The use of the sports field by the school is covered by the joint use agreement. And that agreement is due for a review this year. The school does pay for part of the maintenance of that under their agreement, has paid some funds to offset the cost of operations. and maintenance of the sports field, or the Curtis Field and the practice field.
So that doesn't fall under this particular budget item then?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, if we're getting dollars coming from Wild Rose School Division, and I don't know if that then would include Catholic School Division, because we have a JUPA, why would it not show up in this as some sort of income?
I would have to look that up.
Perhaps that's something that you can get back to our administration on.
Yes, we certainly can. I know we get about $7,500 annually from the school division towards the maintenance, so that would be reflected in fees for general service under the revenue side of things. So that would be covered up. I guess if you look at the sales and user fees, that $8,500, that would reflect part of what we receive from the school division for maintaining their grounds. And that's itemized in the joint use agreements.
So you'll be able to confirm that with our administration in the next day or so?
We sure can.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions at this point.
The next page just deals with our culture side of things, the Lou Soppet Center in particular, and the library. Both, I mean, the Lou Soppet Center is not something that we get cost shared from the county, and the library is a separate requisition, I believe, but it's itemized there as the county's cost share.
I believe that we had the library requisition forwarded to administration. And staff is indicating they have received it.
Okay, that is the operating side of my budget. I will we'll endeavor to answer those questions that you've asked and get that to your admin hopefully by the end of the week.
Question from Councillor Lang.
Wes, sorry, I might have missed this. On page 53 of 76, I'm not sure if your page is the same as ours.
What's at the top of the page?
It says, it's got culture, 80-culture. What is the culture?
The library.
Well, the library is listed on the following page.
Yeah, well, we roll the culture into one, which includes the Lou Soppet Center and the library.
So that's the overall budget between the Lou Soppet Center, which is directly below it, and the library on the following page?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are the two cost centers that fall under culture within our portfolio.
The only one we contribute to is the library.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
All right, capital projects.
Well, we can, I guess the next page just outlines sort of the listing of all the capital projects, the ones related to recreation, and we can go into the individual project summary sheets if you like.
Just go off this one.
Just go off the main one. So the floor scrubber was identified by our staff. It's for the Christensen Center, the ride-on floor scrubber. It's spending more time nickel and diming us to death and out of service. So we've budgeted $25,000 to replace that piece of equipment. And the county's cost share, we're looking at 12,500.
Okay, you'll just have to give us a moment while we catch up because we've got duplicate pages here. 56 of 76? 7206 floor scrubber, yes, thank you.
Okay. The next capital project is the recreation software. Right now, our Max Galaxy, this is our recreation facility booking software, is no longer going to be supported by Microsoft as of September of 2021. And so we're looking at options currently of moving to a different type of recreation booking software. We budgeted $20,000 in this project, which would include the cost of setup, implementation, and data migration into a new system. Projecting that that's something we would like to tackle early in the new year and have that in place prior to September. Any questions on that project? If not,
Councillor Lang has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, Wes, is your recreation software gonna include identification?
It currently does, and the two that we're looking at have that capability of identification. We're looking at online bookings for programs, booking facilities, booking if you want to register for a class, those types of things. We currently don't have that option of booking online, and so that's one thing that the two main programs that we're looking at both offer that option. So it's an upgrade from what we've got, and hopefully from a user perspective, it'll be a little more user-friendly. And then also from a staff perspective, hopefully create some efficiencies in staff time.
No, I guess I'm getting more, is it create an ID? I know when you go to the pool or the weight room, you have to show your identification. That's what I'm wondering, if that whole part of the system is being replaced as well.
It's similar. Again, different software providers have the same capabilities. So yes, if you buy a membership, you will have your membership created a membership card. It'll have a photo ID so that our staff can pull your membership up, and they can actually match your face to somebody coming in and using that membership or admission.
Wes, the question is, will it show where the person lives, the residence?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes.
No, I wasn't that specific, but that is kind of where I'm going.
Yeah, one of the required fields is an address.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other questions for now, just carry on.
Okay, project, the Aquatic Center HVAC upgrades. So having completed the installation of the combined heat and power units and boilers, identified that our HVAC systems in the pool are original to the building and need a further assessment to determine the actual cost of life cycle replacement. And so the $7,500 that we budgeted is a quote from the engineering company that actually worked with us on the CHP unit to do an evaluation of the HVAC systems and give us a costing of what it would cost to replace the units and certainly make them much more efficient. The overall project, even the engineering portion, quite likely will qualify for grant funding through the MCCAC program. That was We received $530,000 for the CHP units. The municipality, we have an overall budget of $750,000. It's available to our community through the MCCAC program. So we have some funding to cover the engineering assessment. We've put it in there just in the event that it doesn't. I have to go through the application process. But my initial conversations with the people in the MCCAC office indicate that that would be covered through the grant. And then in 2022, we have a placeholder of $300,000 to actually replace the HVAC systems until I get the engineering study back with some actual costs, costing of replacement. Again, that number could be more, could be less, but we've got that in the 2022 budget. Question, any?
Not yet.
Okay. The next project is the spray park improvements. As we've indicated, the park is completed. We are wrapping up that project for 2020. We're looking to start a new project for 2021, which will include shade structures, benches, picnic tables, just adding those amenities to finish off the park. We're asking for $50,000 to do that portion of the spray park project. That would be cost share $25,000 to the town and to the county.
Is there change rooms and washrooms close by for the little people?
Right
little
now,
guys
the
that are using
washrooms available are at the Legion washroom just opposite of the Lou Soppet Center or the Christensen Center. My plan for the 2021 season, and that was part of the expenses, is utilizing portable toilets for washrooms in the operation for the next year. The building that was constructed has the mechanics. It is designed to add on future washroom facilities if that's a direction we deem that we need to go. But at this point, yeah, the washrooms will be handled just using portable toilets for next year.
Thank you for the clarification.
The North Saskatchewan River Park infield dirt upgrades. Again, this is a cost estimate. We've met with both the Rodeo Association and the Chuck Wagon Association to determine, what needs to be done to the infield, and to a certain extent the track as well, to bring it up to a consistent level that will allow both organizations to go in and bring the infield or the track up to their standard for their particular events. But there is work that needs to get done to the infield, and so we've put in a budget of $50,000 for that project.
Councillor Swanson has a question.
Wes, in regards to that infield dirt change correction, this is just a one-time, or will we be doing this every year after the events?
No, this, we predict, is just a one-time to bring it up to a standard. It may be something that we will have to look at over, I mean, this is new to me, but I'm every 5 to 10 years, maybe doing or 10 years to do an upgrade to that infield. But yeah, at this point, it's a one-time.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Now, we are undergoing an engineering study of the infield boxes, the VIP boxes. And that is part of the project that's undergoing there now, just to wrap up the upgrades to the whole North Saskatchewan River Park. Depending on what that engineering report comes back, we may have to come back to both councils to determine our next course of action. I know the original plan was to do some upgrades to the infield boxes, but until we know the scope of what that might entail, we haven't included anything in the budget at this time. And then the last of the projects we've got listed there, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, is Mr. Lott from the football club is probably, my understanding has already met with the county council, is the lighting of the football field and soccer field, Curtis Field. This was first, I guess, approved in 2019's budget. The CFEP grant application was denied at that time. The football club has secured legacy funding from the Masters Games, and the plan is to submit a new grant application. The next intake is in January, and then the overall project is $275,000. We're looking for a CFEP grant of $125,000. The football club's portion was $25,000, which they received from the Masters Games, and then the cost share between the town and county for $62,500. So I think my total capital request for recreation projects for the county this year is $138,750. I tried to take it easy on you this year compared to last year. Any questions on our capital projects?
I actually have a question with regard to the top 4 items. They're listing it as 2301, 2303, 2304, and 2305, all relating to fire. And it's indicating a county contribution to fire capital that we look after on our capital projects. Here, I don't believe that we would be contributing to the town on your capital portion of something that we manage.
So just to clarify, you're correct, you do look after those, and that is your portion of those projects. We just included them on the listing because they are shared between the county and the town. So this is not contributing to the town's portion, that is the portion that is allocated for the county.
Okay, the spreadsheet is a little confusing. Mr. Hagan?
Sorry, Lana. I read this as basically a memo item to the town. It's a reminder to them that that's our portion of it. We don't intend to pay them for it. We'll be paying for the equipment in total, and then looking for the town's contribution towards that under the agreement.
Okay, thank you. All right. Other items you want to review with us?
No, I think we're good.
Not from the recreation side of things, no. I appreciate you allowing us time to present this year's budget.
Any further questions or comments from our council while we have our delegation? Councillor Lang.
Wes, maybe you already mentioned this. You just gave us the total ask capital-wise. What was the total ask for the operating?
I think that was the very beginning of the recreation portion. Total ask was 175,802
For the operating?
for operating.
It's got to be more than that.
Councilor Lang, sorry?
Yeah, I want the total cost for the operating. The ask from the county.
It's the 1.6.
Oh,
the
sorry,
1.6
that was
then.
But, pardon me?
Yeah, it was
1,653,596.
Say that again.
You will find it on
Sis-
page 41 of 76, and
Oh, sorry, Nicole's gonna.
Okay, $1,601,416.
Recreation portion of it.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, just speak a little slower, please.
$1,601,416.
Your spreadsheet shows a different number. What is the difference there? There's at least $50,000 difference.
Well, I think, sorry, I'm just trying to find the page. I think a revised schedule was sent. And I think the number I'm looking at is from the revised package, and maybe it wasn't updated for you guys.
When would you have sent the revised?
I believe Betty sent it last Thursday or Friday.
Are you asking for total contribution for everything or just for recreation?
Everything, I believe.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I asked for recreation, but you may as well give us everything.
Oh, that is everything, Councillor Lang.
The 1,601,000? That's everything?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
That's everything with SRO and police, airport, FCSS included.
Yes.
The total recreation contributions was 935,133. So that's a reduction from last year of 175,000.
okay. Councillor Lang, any more questions?
Yeah.
Yes, she does.
I always like looking at historical years. Would you be able to send us something on your ask for capital and operations for the last, say, 3 years, just so we can look back?
We can.
Yeah, just a summary. You don't need detail. I just want to find out.
The county would have that in past budgets, but we can.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions for our delegation? I don't see any. I imagine if we do have other questions, we could have administration reach out to yourselves. Thank you again for your efforts and for providing us the information that you have this afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, have a nice evening. We will take a 10-minute break. Okay, we are just returning back from a delegation that we had with Rocky Rec Department and associated county costs. We're going to return back and look at emergency and legislative services, and we are up to fire rescue services.
All right. Thank you again, Reeve-Laird Council. So the fire rescue services budget format will look wholly different than what council would have seen in the 2020 budget year. That's a reflection on a shift in the way we've entered the budget information to be more reflective of the function of the department. Previously, the budget was structured around the agreement and having the station's cost versus the headquarters cost. Now they're all under one harmonized formula. We are able to give more detail in terms of the different functional areas within the fire services. So I do think that paints a good picture. So you'll see I guess I'll start with Wildland Urban Interface Program. I know council is aware that that program was in wholly grant funded, with the exception of $20,000 worth of capital that we contributed to the Wildland Urban Skid that went into one of the pickup trucks for the program. Other than that, that was grant funded through the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association and provincial, through a provincial grant that they received. Again, that program is coming to an end at the end of January. Within the 2021 budget, we have just 1 month's worth of remainder of cost associated with that. Again, offset by those revenues we talked about a little bit earlier this afternoon. And again, similar to other programs, we have our salary, wages, benefits, memberships, registrations, contracted services, materials, supplies, fuel and such for vehicles and equipment. Totaling what we have up on the screen, which is $31,119. Okay.
I guess so.
Seeing no questions, and that one is that one was outside of the budget that the ICC would have seen, and the council as a whole would have seen as part of that ICC package. That was something that we kept separate because it wasn't part of our agreement with any of our regional partners. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's if you see the difference in the number from the ICC budget to this one, that one is an add, and again offset by revenues that cover that cost completely. Okay. That page. The next line item going down the list is the fire rescue services, what we're calling administration or general admin, like some of the other departments refer to it as. This is where we took the 2020 budget in bulk, and that's the one you would have seen in that ICC package, and added it there just so you could see the total cost. Because the budget wasn't broken out in that way, it zeroes down the line for the rest of 2020 for all the other functional areas. But we did break it out as an example in that ICC package that you would have seen previously. We did our best to align what we had currently in 2020 to the new functional structure of the budget. But moving into the 2021, I'll go over admin. Sorry, I don't have the year on my version, so I'm assuming the second one is 2021? Yep. So under Fire Services Administration in 2021, we have $586,000. That includes salary and wages, a portion of salary and wages for each of the fire chiefs as well as administrative staff, based on the average functional time that they spend in each of those areas. So it varies by different job description, I guess. As well as some time for myself and administrative time that goes into that department. We have mileage and meals and subsistence, memberships, registrations, contracted services, and materials and supplies. And I do know that council had this level of detail in that ICC package previously, but we can certainly share that again if need be. The next line item is fire rescue. Oh, I apologize.
Before you go on, we just, in a workshop, had the Bear Master plan. So what positions are for headquarters staff included in this line?
Yep. I'm just gonna pull it up on Questica so I have the exact percentages that are in there. Fire rescue services. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just had to log back in. It just kicked me out from earlier. 10 minutes is all you get to hold idle. So positions. So under the administrative section of that functional budget, we have one admin staff at 5% of their time, director at 25% of their time, fire admin support 65% of their time, regional assistant chief 25% of their time, assistant chief 25% of their time, fire chief 60% of the time, deputy chief 45% of the time, and another admin at 65% of the time. So there's within the department, it is a portion of their salary. So what we did was we took each of those people that are within the organizational structure and allocated the time according to their function or their job description. And so I'll start with the administrative staff. We have 3 administrative staff within the department. One of them is predominantly peace officer related program. Hers would be at 90% of the time, and then she'd have 5% for fire admin for the times that there's coverage required or extra help needed, and then 5% for emergency management for some of those committees and functional things that we had working on. So similarly with fire admin staff, we have broken out their time by their support, so 65% of 2 people and 5% of 1 person, if that makes sense.
Councillor Lang.
Christine, I think that maybe everyone else here understands, I don't. The Bear report, I think the recommendation was to fill, I think it was a deputy chief position, or maybe it was a, okay, now are these numbers that you just went through, this 586,000 there? Is that with that position filled?
Correct, yes, it
That's
is.
what
Although we're calling it an assistant chief in this, because that's how we have it classified currently, it would be a reclassification with a new job description, and then changed within the Questica system, if that makes sense. Because currently we have, in budget in 2020, we have 1 fire chief, 1 deputy chief, and 2 assistant chiefs. So we'd have to reclassify the position, because it's not based on person, it's just the title. And then their wage grid is attached right to it and what step they're on.
So you're calling it assistant chief, but the Bear report recommended a deputy chief?
Correct. Yes, that's correct, because we haven't moved to that yet. So that's part of our 2021 work plan, is to make sure, it's in the process already, we're rewriting job descriptions, and then proceeding with that. But there won't be a budgetary change for 2021.
So does that not have to come back before council? For this new position?
It wouldn't, it's an existing position, it's vacant at the
Yeah.
moment. It was funded in 2020.
It was funded in 2020?
Yes.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. So.
Mr. Emmons?
So just to refresh council, this was an approved position, funded and left vacant. And council was waiting on the Bear report, and the proposal in this budget reflects the filling of that current position.
Don't we have to approve the Bear report in official council? It hasn't been to council, it's been to a workshop.
Yep, council is slated to have that coming to their first meeting in January, so that would certainly be part of that process. But again, what council sees before them in terms of budget would have been based on the structure that existed before the Bear report. Does that make sense? That it's the structure that existed, the approved positions. That was part of that ERMC study back in 2016 when they moved towards that staffing complement in the way that they had that structured and approved at a tri-council level a couple years previous. So we've left it in as is, and then the reclassification would be part of the work plan for 2021 operations. But the cost of the position is anticipated within this budget.
And how much is that?
The cost of the one position, approximately $95,000. I don't have the wage grid in front of me.
That's close enough, not looking for perfect.
Excellent. All right, and I just gotta go back to my last page so I know where I'm tracking. All right, so that is the administration portion of the Fire Rescue Services Program area. Next one, moving into the next line item down, it's the 124-7100 is response. This is an area where we did increase a little bit in terms of the paid-on-call wages. So overall, if you add up all the paid-on-call categories, which they fall, response is one, training is the other. There's some in prevention and some in the apparatus sections. It is approximately $700,000. In previous budgets, council would have seen that as closer to $640,000, and that is to align it closer to the year-over-year actuals. And 2020 was a busier year in terms of time per call. So back to response. So
Just a moment, Councillor Lang.
Sorry, I'm looking down at my Excel spreadsheet. I apologize.
Sorry, Christine, I thought you were moving on to the next item, so.
No, I haven't even really got started. I just wanted to paint an overall
You
picture.
know what? I'm gonna let you finish talking, because you might answer what I'm gonna.
Okay, thank
It's the end
you.
of the day, we're all eager.
Yes, and I talk quickly, so I apologize. So under the response area, again, that includes the salary and wages and I will pull that up so I can show you that as well. It's not reacting very fast. Oh, you got it. Thank you. You're ahead of me. I apologize. That is, it disappeared again. So 10% of one admin staff, 10% of two assistant chiefs, and 10% of the deputy and fire chief, as well as one more. So two admin support, two ACs, a DC, and a fire chief, all at 10% of their salary and wages.
Perhaps it'd be easier just to hit print on whatever detailed sheet rather
I
than
will-
us trying to
yep.
keep up to you.
Sure.
Might be
Actually, you know what?
easier.
Let me amend it because it's got names. I want to put the titles. I will get that to you.
Thank you.
And in that functional area within budget, we also have 275,000 of that 700 that I was speaking to in paid-on-call wages. That's based on the when they respond to a response. This is specific to responding. Again, some mileage and meals related to that area of the program. Contracted services, if we have any third-party contractors, like if there was a hazmat incident. And then that total budget line item is $395,228 for responding.
Councillor Lang?
Okay, so Christine, you said this line doesn't represent the total paid on call. You said something is about around 700,000?
700,000, but it's included within the categories of response, training, prevention, and then apparatus.
What was it last year?
640,000.
So this paid on call, these volunteers get paid when they respond, right?
Correct.
And so if they are called down, so they head out and 5 minutes later, so go home, they still get paid a minimum
3 hours.
of 3 hours. Okay. So I don't know if you have this, but I know the fire department is responding to a lot of search and rescue, what I consider search and rescue, and what search and rescue would be considering search and rescue. Would we be able to get a breakout of how often, how many hours we're paying for our fire people to go where search and rescue is also going? And I can probably list half a dozen. I probably know just a fraction of them. And I also know years ago, fire would never have gone to these calls. So I'm not sure what's happening, but I think we're spending a lot of dollars where we have a search and rescue operation that handles this. So I want to find out the number of hours.
Sure thing. We
And
don't
I
have
also
that-
think there's a problem with dispatch, because dispatch is phoning in, they get the police, fire, or ambulance, when there should also be a fourth category, search and rescue. So I think our fire people are getting these dispatch calls and going out, and I want that as part, because those calls should be going to search and rescue, so I want those calls in the search and rescue category.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Councillor Lang, is this historical information something you'd still require if there was a go-forward plan? The Director of Emerge heard the concerns from council this morning and is going to follow up on the dispatch, but she's also been active with our partners in this on drafting up and getting memorandum of understandings agreed upon to go forward in partnership, so we don't have as much crossover and start getting definable partnerships so everybody knows. The worst thing we can do is sit back and not know and assume. The biggest problem with search and rescue is it is totally volunteer, not even paid on call. And right now there's a position of liability that we can't sit back and hope somebody does address it. There is a response. And then if search and rescue comes out, that's more resources. But administration is going through a process of getting a draft document that helps define responsibilities and a go forward.
I would still like it. I think all it takes, from my understanding, phone call to dispatch in Red Deer, find out how much are fire calls and what's non-fire calls. And you can probably break it down into motor vehicles too. And I want motor vehicles, I don't want quad considered as a motor vehicle out in the West Country. Because it seems to me that quads are getting lumped in with motor vehicles.
Go ahead.
Councillor Lang, you have some good questions that came out of this, and I just want to clarify back to the dispatch side of things. So when a 911 call is placed, it's picked up in Red Deer. And up until December 1 of this year, it was what town or city are you in? And what do you require, police, fire, or ambulance? That was the two questions they asked. At December 1st of this year, that changed. It is now what town or city and what is your emergency? Because what was happening is they were finding that there's a lot of discrepancies bouncing around. So, for example, 911 call placed, town or city, Clearwater County, I need an ambulance. So then Red Deer would transfer that call to the Southern Control Center for Alberta Health Services. They would then process it in Calgary at the ambulance dispatch. They would interrogate the caller, find out, oh, this is actually a motor vehicle collision or an off-highway vehicle incident. Then they would have to send it back to Red Deer to come out to us. So they've changed their process with that. When it comes to search and rescue by the provincial agreement, search and rescue cannot deploy by themselves. They need to have a tasking agency that tasks them. So the RCMP is a tasking agency, the municipality is a tasking agency. So there's some catches in there. If we as a municipality task them, we take that risk. So that's again, there's a bit of a challenge. I know Christine and I have been working quite heavily with search and rescue and had a very productive meeting
Last week.
Okay. Well, you know what, I'll leave it for now, so you can come up with, but you just said something that I talk to the president of Alberta Search and Rescue quite often, and my understanding from her is that the fire is not a tasking agency for search and rescue. They can only be tasked by the RCMP, which comes under the province. So there's what you just said, Steve, is a discrepancy.
And we did meet with them, and she was on the call last week, and we interpret the legislation differently, and I think that's something that they're seeking clarity at the provincial level to put more definition into that tasking agency. And certainly the other thing is we also as a partner with Search and Rescue, we also use them as a mutual aid partner for things that we're doing under our service level provision. So there are times where they're called to come along to a fire rescue related call, and then we provide them mileage and expense coverage for that as well. So,
Well, as a counselor, I don't want to see us paying for fire people when we at Search and Rescue people that'll go that we don't have to. I know of a person we all know, but I can't say, where they're in the back country down in a canyon and our fire people went there. 4 of our fire people went there.
and so.
And this should have been Search and Rescue. And then what's happening, the fire people, they're getting a call, they're starting off and going, they're getting there, getting halfway there, then you're phoning Search and Rescue. And the Search and Rescue should be called right away. And I'm concerned about tax dollars, I'm concerned about duplication of service, and if this continues, there's gonna be downloading, and we keep seeing that. And this goes on long enough, the province is gonna say, oh, well, the fire department's doing it, forget about Search and Rescue. Taxpayers, the county can pay for all these visitors coming all over Canada to our West Country. Just like the garbage. Anyways, as a counselor, I'm concerned about the dollars, duplication of dollars going out and continued downloading, and I see these training costs going up and ropes being bought and high-angle rescues going on. Like, fire departments never used to do that. I belonged to Search and Rescue for 10 years and not one call did fire get involved. And somewhere along the lines, it's really changed. And I'm concerned about the tax dollars, and they're getting harder and harder to come by. Sorry, I went on a rant.
It's the end of the day.
That is okay, and certainly we're looking, as CAO Emmons mentioned, to address some of that clarity within our operational plan for 2021 and getting a solid agreement nailed down with them, so I don't expect that to be an issue future forward.
And that'll be great, and I imagine it'll have something to do with dispatching protocols as well, so.
For sure, and we'll be talking about that a little bit probably in January when we talk fire service master plan, but that is a few of the recommendations that were within the fire service master plan is how we are alarming or alerting in terms of calling out.
Councillor Hoban.
Question.
Sure thing.
What is the difference in response times between the fire department and SAR? Like, I imagine the fire department trains for fast action and SAR probably not as quick. I don't know, I'm asking.
They're calling fire first. They should be called, dispatch doesn't even, SAR isn't one of the options for them to phone. They're phoning fire and fire's taking off, and 20 minutes later, fire's phoning SAR, so of course fire gets there first.
Perhaps there's an opportunity for that to come back as an information item for us so that we can better understand what is causing some of these concerns in the community. And I'm not sure that we got your answer yet.
Well, I don't know if there is an answer, but I know fire response is set up for fast response. And SAR, they're probably quick, but they're not as well trained to get out of the gates as fast as the fire. Is that true, or am I wrong?
If they're not getting a call first, they're not gonna get out of the gates.
Well, I know, but how long, like if the fire department gets someplace in 22 minutes, what is SAR's response time from the time they get the call? Is it 15 or is it 3 hours? I don't know.
And again, I think that it'd be an opportunity for staff to bring us back some information with regard to that exact concern. I'm not sure that we're in a position tonight to be able to answer it, and I appreciate that we're curious. And I think that staff would need a little bit of time to put that together and bring it back to us.
Yes, please, thank you for that. We'll touch base with our partner and get their data from them. We don't have that with us today. Where did I end up? So that was, I believe we just concluded response. In terms of training, I'm just gonna open that area so I have it open in front of me. Similar to the other areas that we've talked about, training includes a portion of salaries and wages for both headquarters and paid on call staff. The paid on call amount of dollars in that line item is $405,000 for training, and then there's benefits, of course, that go along with that. Meals and mileage and subsistence, memberships and registrations, contracted services, materials and supplies. Again, you would have seen a little bit more detail in that ICC package. And I apologize, my computer is not opening it to go over the salaries and wages positions. So we have 10% of 2 admin support positions, 15% of the fire chief, deputy chief, assistant chief, and 50% of 1 assistant chief. And that is in line with that BEAR recommendations in terms of reclassification of job duties and having 1 chief that's more operational. Sorry, I apologize. This is a training chief, not the operations response chief. So my apologies. So again, 10% of 2 admin, 50% of 1 AC, 15% of the other 3 headquarters chiefs.
I assume those will be in whatever
I'll send you
spreadsheet
that
you've given
spreadsheet
us.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're not going to try to keep up with you.
Okay, sounds good. All right. Prevention, which includes inspection program as well as the public education components. That's the next line item on that list. And that includes, again, portion of headquarters salaries, portion of the paid on call salaries that I mentioned earlier. That's $20,000 in this line. The employer benefits portion, some materials and supplies related to that program, and that's pretty much it. That's at $106,000 in that spreadsheet you have on the screen. The next line item you have is Fire Rescue Services Health and Wellness. Again, $21,500 for 2021. That includes some contracted services for health and wellness programs and awards programs that we have within the service, as well as advancement ceremonies. Questions? Next line item, moving down into equipment and buildings. Sorry, mine is not in the same order. So that is where we have equipment repair and maintenance for our equipment in stations and headquarters. We have building repair and maintenance, materials and supplies that supply the stations and headquarters in terms of materials. Some of the materials listing includes some of the hose replacements, any kind of batteries or equipment related to replacing batteries and radios, foam, absorbent, small equipment, parts and pieces, the smaller tools, medical supplies, etc. And so that is equipment and buildings. Again, the ICC package had additional detail for council. Apparatus line item, that's $342,000. That includes a portion of headquarters wages as well as paid on call time. So we have paid on call time that, if there's equipment being moved from station to station, or into the shop for maintenance and repair, annual inspections, that sort of thing. So that paid on call time is housed within that, is approximately $62,000, as well as a percentage of the headquarters salary split, which I'll give you a spreadsheet that'll give you that detail so I don't have to go through it. And then as well, the fuels and oils related to keeping the equipment running, as well as materials and supplies, the parts that go into the trucks when things break or need to be replaced or repaired, and as well the contracted services related to inspections. Again, we call it contracted services, but it could be our in-house public works fleet management. So any of the maintenance that's done within the vehicles, as well as testing of apparatus, pumps, ladders, etc. So that is the equipment and building summary. Sorry, I apologize, apparatus summary. That was the $342,000 that's on that spreadsheet. And the last one is the PPE. I have to have it, it's in here somewhere, there it is. And the last area within the fire rescue services budget is the personal protective equipment and clothing for our fire service. That includes cleaning and repair of equipment, PPE, bunker gear, materials and supplies, including any of the safety-related stuff like the firefighter boots, helmets, gloves, et cetera. And I think that brings us to the end of the fire rescue services listing.
I have a question.
Sure.
Historically, there's X amount of gear, bunker gear sets that's bought annually. Is that in this line? And if so, what kind of numbers are we talking about now? And would SCBA be in this line?
SCABA, no, we have that in the capital budget, which council will see tomorrow, much like the other departments, just because the cost per unit exceeds our capital threshold. But in terms of bunker gear, I'll let you speak to that, Steve.
It's gonna be creeping up there too.
It's 38.
Yeah, I believe, just looking at the number, I believe it's 12 or 13 sets. There's been some big transition in the last couple of years with some carcinogen protection that have gone into the bunker gear sets. Then recently, the Apparatus and Equipment Committee, beginning of 2020, reviewed the spec and they changed the spec for 2020 forward for the next 5 years, just tweaked it a little bit to add some of that barrier protection, increase the price a little bit, but bunker gear's been pretty stable at the price. It hasn't moved a whole lot. We see an increase of $75, $100 annually per set. One of the big things in this line item that we did add is within the preventative maintenance side of our bunker gear, the NFPA standard for it is you kind of get a freebie for the first 3 years, and then annually after that, the set's supposed to go out and have the vapor barrier tested. There's 3 layers within the gear, and we have not got to that point yet. So we did budget into this to get the sets that we currently have that are outside that 3-year window away annually to get that tested. So that was a big increase in the shift.
Thank you. Any other questions with regard to the fire operations budget?
I did want to add, and I apologize, I probably should have said it at the beginning of the department. Some of the variances you'll see where it actually appears that the budgets have gone down. And I think Rhonda touched on it probably first thing this morning, was that the portion of the benefits that relate to salary and wages was reduced by 1%. So even within this budget will look a little bit less than what the ICC budget you would have seen in the ICC budget. I just wanted to tell you that there is a slight dollar difference amount, and that is related to that 1% benefits that decreased. And that was to align closer to actuals from my understanding, and that was across the board for the county, not just in our department. So I just wanted to touch on that as well, because there's even the peace officer program you'll see next is looks like it's reduced, but it's reflective of that 1% reduction.
That'll be happy news for our
It is a good news story. Yeah, absolutely.
It'll be happy news for our neighbors in the town and the village, because they will also be the beneficiary of that
Absolutely.
Percentage reduction on that line.
Yep.
All right. I don't see any other fire operation questions.
Okay, thank you. The next area is the peace officer program.
Well, I don't know how Sergeant Miller drew the short straw.
To be the last
on this,
one.
But you've made it to the end of the day, my dear.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we appreciate it being today, so thank you for staying later than usual. So we talked about revenues already for the peace officer program on that first page of the 3 pages. Again, the program on the whole reflects what Sergeant Miller talked about in strategic planning earlier this year. Pretty much a status quo in terms of the program provision. We will see a little bit of our forecast for the end of the year is a little bit lower in terms of what we're going to spend this year, just related to, we had that vacancy I mentioned for a few months' time this year for one officer. As well, we had some cancellation due to COVID in terms of the mandatory training that they need to take. Other than that, the program is fairly status quo. The difference in cost you see is a reduction related to that benefits down 1%. We did reduce, and I'm talking, $1,000 here for materials and supplies. We did drop telecommunications down a little bit closer to actuals, and there was a few other minor adjustments within the main categories that you're used to seeing, but certainly the program on the whole is similar to previous year's budget. And then I have Sergeant Miller waiting if there's any questions as well, because she's our subject matter expert.
Have we got any questions for the lady who waited all day? Councillor Duncan.
And not really a budget question, more operational in nature, just that we are talking to people this Friday about West Country management and recreation, and just wondering about our capacity and willingness to do more in terms of, we can't really do a lot more at this point, I don't think, and, if they were looking at more enforcement from the municipal side versus the provincial side.
That's one of the things that we'll probably end up discussing in January when we get together for our year-end or annual report. We might end up, because of the numbers that we saw over the summer, increasing on the recreation side and the work that Jerry's doing. We may take and move a little bit of our time, like a small percentage of our time, to that West Country during the summer months, just because there was so much work out there from a safety perspective on the roadways. We also have, this past year, because of COVID, we did only one JFO in the West Country, major JFO. We did some smaller ones, but the major ones were limited because of COVID. So we're hoping that some of that will alleviate some of the pressures that we see in 2021. So it's definitely something that's going to have to be looked at just because of the numbers that we're seeing. Even the numbers we're seeing now, people still going out and recreating, the numbers are not as high, obviously, as the summer, but there are definitely bigger numbers than we've seen in previous winters, and with the nice weather too. So,
Any other questions? I alluded, I guess from my perspective, I alluded to it before we had our Rocky Rec information come in. We're looking at dollars that we're going to be tasked to spend on police services. And we're currently paying into an SRO program, we're paying into administration. And we've seen scope creep on that. And I would be very interested on how that could possibly be. The SRO program is very valuable, but it's my understanding CPOs can provide that as well with some training. And is that something that you've heard about or could speak about? Because I'd be interested in that.
yeah, I know back in 2013, we did a service level review, and I think Deputy Reeve Vandermeer was involved in it. I don't know if. Yeah, I think you're the only one that was there that's from council. And it did come back in that service level review that it is a function that peace officers do within the province. Currently, I know Lacombe County just hired an SRO position in to work their schools within their municipalities, so it is possible. I don't think capacity-wise we would be in a position to be able to add that, because it would be a full-time function during those months. Some of the benefits of it would be that person during the downtime for school would be able to pick up some of the other functions that we may be, a little short on throughout the busy times like the summer months for the West Country. Even the infrastructure protection side of it, if and when it starts to pick up. So it is something that council can look at as part of their program.
Well, and it's my understanding from what we were told earlier, it's a 12-month notice period, which would give administration and the CPOs time if that's the decision council decided to make. But I'd be very curious, at least I would, and I would look to my fellow councillors to see if they have that same level of curiosity of what it would look like if we were to shift who delivers the SRO program to our CPOs. So it's something I am interested in knowing more information about. Other counselors? I'm looking at all of you. Counselor Lang and
Well,
then
if it's
Counselor
a-
Duncan.
If it's a way to save tax dollars, I'm all willing to look at it.
Counselor Duncan?
Just be willing to hear some more information at a strategic planning meeting in the future at some point, if there's, you know, it doesn't have to be detailed numbers, but just, you know, and we already have a fair idea of that, you know, what it costs us to have a CPO on staff versus an RCMP, you know, the numbers are a little bit less, but not a lot. But there are, like you say, the other benefits. We do lose that SRO officer in the summer. He goes back to RCMP, whereas he or she could go to county activities if they were paid by us. Because even if we had, even at that level of, the officer that you pay for, I forget the exact term. Enhanced officer, that we still don't have complete control over what their duties are.
I can, if council like to see it. I don't know how many of you have had access to the 2013 service level review that reflected that part of it. I can make that available if that would be a benefit. It is a little bit old, but I think the information is something that you may be able to utilize moving forward.
I would like to see it. Others? And it's a start, and perhaps there's an opportunity in the coming months to have another discussion about this. I mean, things have changed since 2013 and in how the funding formula has worked from the provincial government, and I think that we need to have better control of how we're managing, how those funds are being spent, and having our own homegrown CPOs that we would have full control of makes better sense to me.
Okay, I'll get that to Christine and then she can relay it to you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Sergeant Miller, Chief DBN, or Christine Haggard? Ooh. Thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciate the breakdown because I wasn't keeping up and my paper was looking bad. All right. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for staying long and late. It's not ever easy when you're the tail end of the day. According to my agenda, we still have a closed agenda item. So we should probably go in camera, and we would need a break in between here as well, so.
So the three things that you still want to speak about from today is the coal miner crescent. Oh, sorry, one of them's my note for the insurance for search and rescue. I'll do that, transfer of the SRO to RCMP admin. Is that all the discussion you want, or do you want to talk about it again tomorrow?
I would like a little time to think on it, but
Okay,
Councillor
I'll leave it on the
Hoven?
list.
I would just like to say I'm very dissatisfied with the quality of the report from the town of Rocky Mountain House. I found it created more confusion. Having the report created more confusion than not having the report. And I'd really like to talk about that tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Duncan?
I just thought we needed more discussion on the rec
We
items yet,
for
so
sure
we'll
do.
have
That
that
can be
tomorrow
added
as
to
well.
the parking lot of things to discuss.
Okay.
Keep it in mind that it's budget versus actuals when it comes down to what our actual request is gonna be from the town. And there's a bunch of things that admin can sort out for us in that respect.
Yeah.
In the next month or so.
Anything I missed?
I don't know if we should be, just having an understanding of the positions that we're potentially adding, or that I think would like to have another second look at that.
Okay.
Job positions? Because I heard a few. most of which we already understand. I think there's just a few in
Yeah,
there
just a
that-
summary of that. Yeah, no
that
problem
would
at all.
be very helpful. Councillor Swanson?
Oh.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer?
Yes, I'd just like to go back to, I guess, an observation I've made by observing all of the presentations from our departments, but also from the town of Rocky Mountain House. And that's the general assumption around the effect of COVID and how it has impacted the 2020 experience in budgeting and managing. And if you simply look at, again, kind of one of the first sheets that was presented this morning, and the fact that our operating expenses are $48 million. And
You're referring to the four-year financial plan page?
yeah,
Okay.
yes, I am. And that's a lesser amount than we had forecast, than we had budgeted by a fair amount. It's in the order of 10% plus. And I see it with the town also, assuming that we will go back. My expectation is that we will not go back to a normal year in 2021, and we should be budgeting for a lower operating expense in 2021. That's just a general observation. And it could be a percentage, or it could be more specifically discussed, but I just think we should not assume the assumptions that we've made for 2021. Generic statement.
Maybe we could talk about the four-year financial plan again in the morning?
I think that would be good. That would give us a little time to
Yeah.
give it some thought.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for creating a list for us so that we've got a to-do list tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, looking for someone to motion to go in camera. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? That is 7-0, that is carried. Tell me when. All right, thank you. There are no motions coming out of the in-camera session. It's been a long day. We've got all of the operational stuff. Tomorrow will be a capital budget. At 9 o'clock, we'll start again. Hopefully, we won't see this kind of time in our day. Thank you to staff. We appreciate your time and giving us the extra hours in the day today and the detail. Looking for somebody to motion for adjournment. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. Everybody have a good evening.